10 years ago, a game called Etha World hit the market as a dating sim built for a female audience. Funny how that turned out because it ended up pulling in way more guys than girls. It let players pick from a huge cast of characters, easy ones, broken ones, all sorts. Some characters were easy mode and stupidly strong. Others were a nightmare to play and barely worth the trouble. And out of that whole roster, there was one character everybody agreed was trash, rock bottom, famous for being awful. But one absolute weirdo stuck with that garbage character for a full 10 years. His name in-game, fictional. And right now, that very player is cracking his knuckles at his keyboard ready to log in for another round. "Shall I get started then?" he says. Meet fictional, real world, real late night, fingers already on the keys. Somewhere out there in the city past midnight, this is just another ordinary night for him. He pulls up the game's forums and something's off. New posts are blowing up, tagged urgent. Turns out people are panicking, their characters are getting flat out deleted. Ucial just shrugs it off with his coffee. Wait, a final boss in a dating sim? He always figured these games wrapped up once you landed a love interest. Guess not. One post claims this new boss is unbeatable, no cooldowns, absorbs magic, completely broken. And someone in the replies recognizes the poster, that's the famous Ranker. That Ranker, also our guy. He reads it over and it doesn't add up. A magic nullifying monster in a magic-based world reeks of an exploit. Then it clicks, this has to be the new boss everyone's been screaming about. The dark demon dragon, 13th moon of the Black Knight, has entered the chat. So here's the actual story behind it, according to the game's lore. Inside Etha World, there's a cult called the Dark Demonic Humans. Their whole deal is helping some otherworld called Persona Gate take over everything. And when they finally pull it off, they actually manage to achieve it, goal complete apparently. Back in reality, Ucial realizes the whole continent may already be under Persona Gate's thumb, and admits he spent 10 years obsessing over PvP while completely ignoring the story. The lore's a mess now, sure, but that doesn't change much. He can't dodge fighting this thing forever. Might as well give it a shot, he figures. He clicks yes without much hesitation. The game asks him straight up, will you fight the Dark Demon Dragon? He's ready to show off 10 years of grinding. Resolve locked in, time to log in for real. And there he is, his character, sword drawn, staring down a dragon the size of a building. So let's actually talk about this character, fictional. He's the only character in the entire game who literally cannot use magic, in a world where everyone else can. Because of that, even veteran players refuse to touch him. Bluntly put, he's worse than a background extra. Well, almost, he's not completely helpless. He can use a little magic. Just one spell. That one spell though, it hits like a truck when it lands. Purple light rips across the battlefield as he unleashes it. Rain, wind, and one very stubborn swordsman standing his ground against a dragon. The dragon roars and comes in swinging, and he meets it head on. That one spell is called Blink. One heartbeat he's staring the dragon down, soaked and furious. Next heartbeat he's already airborne, blade first. His face says it all, dead focused, no room for doubt. This is fictional's Blink spell in action, and the dragon does not appreciate it. Magic sparks and steel clash in one violent burst. Blink yanks him randomly anywhere from 3 to 10 meters away, instantly. Only problem, the direction is completely random. Misjudge it even slightly and the sheer speed and impact kills you on the spot. Anyone can technically learn Blink. Almost nobody actually uses it because it's basically a coin flip with your life. But fictional mastered it. He can actually control which direction he blinks in. Look at that stat card, skill blink, trait mana leakage syndrome. He's also nailed down the distance and stripped out the usual penalty. No mana cost either, since the guy doesn't even have a mana stat to begin with. For everyone else, Blink is just a fancy way to move around. But he became obsessed with this exact character because everything came down to raw skill. His skill level and his skill level alone was the entire game. A character that uses zero magic in actual combat. And that's exactly what he throws, a dragon twice his size. Teeth gritted, blades of pink energy tearing through the air around him. He walks it off like it's nothing, 10 years of muscle memory doing the talking. One last hard look before the finishing blow. Final boss defeated, 13th moon of the Black Knight is down. Back in his chair, Yusial just blinks at the screen. Wait, what? Did he seriously just do that? Sure, he's decked out head to toe in ancient relic gear, but come on, kill it. A garbage character just soloed the final boss. Still, he shrugs, it's still technically a trash character. Well, that's nice, he mutters. He starts typing up a post to brag to the community that he just took down the dark demon dragon. And that's when the screen goes haywire. Warning text floods in, the wrong ending has been reached, 90% of Ether World has been destroyed. Yusial freezes, what? That message just will not stop repeating. More glitching text crawls across the screen, however, you were the closest anyone has ever gotten to the true ending. While what? He has no idea what's happening anymore. Then it demands something outright, please reach the true ending. He can only manage a stunned what? His face says pure disbelief, mouth open, no words coming out. The screen washes out into light, and something reaches through toward him. Everything goes dark, then floods with light, like falling through static. He gasps for air, eyes snapping wide open. Still gasping, and above him, wooden rafters, not his ceiling. He's lying flat in some rustic wooden room that definitely is not his apartment. He clutches his head, dazed, trying to make sense of any of this. What's going on? His own hand looks unfamiliar reaching up in front of him. He slumps against the wall, trembling, and where exactly am I? His eyes go wide as it starts to sink in. He blinks hard like his eyes are lying to him. Wait, this appearance. He stares down at himself and it is not what he remembers looking like. Somewhere a voice rings out, Beak Yusial. He scrambles upright, heart pounding. Realization is creeping in fast and it is not a good feeling. He looks down at his own legs like they belong to a stranger. No way, there is absolutely no way. He digs through his pockets, frantic, looking for literally anything that makes sense. And there it is, an entrance certificate to Stello Academy, the Stello Academy from the game. He turns the torn paper over in his hands, tracing the runes, praying it's some kind of joke. It is not a joke. It's hard to believe, but this is genuinely Ether World, and of all people he could have woken up as, he had to be Beak Yusial. He buries his face in his hand and lets out a broken little groan. That mysterious voice told him to reach the true ending, but as far as he knew, this game never even had a true ending, just a pile of regular ones. He stands there turning that over in his head, still shaken. A long, exhausted sigh escapes him. Wait, could it be that? No one has ever actually reached the true ending in this game's entire 10-year history, not once. The weight of that starts to settle in. Damn it, this really isn't the time to be geeking out over lore theories. If his memory serves him right, there's something else he needs to worry about immediately. Because right after Beak Yusial wakes up in the story, he's supposed to be running for his life. And sure enough, he clocks movement outside the window. Hooded figures are trudging through the snow outside, unmistakably the dark demonic humans. He freezes at the window, breath catching. Damn it, they're already here. The cultists sweep forward through the blizzard, methodical searching. One of them, an older cultist clearly running the show, snaps to attention. There's a hut over there, he barks, pointing straight at Yusial's hiding spot. Go search it now. Yes sir, the underlings bark back, already moving. What now? Yusial thinks fast, there's only so long he can keep dodging them. What should I do? His thoughts are racing when suddenly a notification pings to life. A pale light spills through the dark hallway as something activates around him. The system flashes a message, you can use the skill blink. His only response, what? His jaw drops, I can use blink. Looks like 10 years of grinding a garbage character just became the only thing standing between him and certain death. Picture this, a guy named Beak Yusial, cursed with something called magic leakage syndrome, so broken he can't even hold a drop of mana in his body. And somehow, this is our hero. He's got exactly one hope left, and it's riding on this one glowing thread of light. The one spell he drilled his entire life for, and just like that we're snapped back to the present. Snowy peaks, dead silence, a blizzard rolling in. This is not where you want to be caught with your pants down. Cut to Yusial himself, strolling through the academy halls while a status screen flickers open right in front of him. It spells out the fine print on his one and only trick, blink. 9 meters max, 1 charge, 3-second cooldown, not exactly overpowered. A silver-haired girl nearby about loses it. You're telling me to use blink right now? Apparently timing is everything. Because we're suddenly back in that blizzard, and a pack of hooded cultists comes crashing through the snow after him. Yusial's eyes go wide. This is very much a life or death situation. His breath catches, there is nowhere left to run. Damn, they're already here, he chokes out. No time left to think, no time left to plan. So he grits his teeth and commits, the only thing I can do is try. And he's off, boots pounding through the snow like his life depends on it, because it does. A cultist spots him mid-leap. I found that bastard, chase him. Don't let him escape, they scream into the storm. Stop right there, welcome everyone to what the story cheekily calls the first part of the tutorial. Yusial keeps sprinting, jaw clenched, refusing to slow down. He's gasping for air, lungs burning, legs screaming. His pursuers are wearing enchanted boots that make them faster than him. Bad news for a guy running on empty. So there's really only one option left, use blink and use it now. Calm down, he tells himself. You've used blink countless times before, he reminds himself, just never with actual death on the line. A cultist's hand nearly closes around him. This son of a bitch, you aren't going to stop. Yusial's eyes flick sideways, calculating in a fraction of a second. They've caught up already, not the outcome he was hoping for. Here's the catch nobody mentions about blink. It has a nasty downside. Misjudge the distance even slightly, and you slam straight into a rock and die on the spot. Ice and debris shatter through the air around him, driving the point home. But then, however, a cultist lunges in with a burst of crimson magic, screaming, "Die, I'll send you to hell." Yusial's whole body locks up in shock. But something shifts behind his eyes. If I use it, it's different, he decides. The spell ignites, blink. And just like that, he's gone, teleporting clean out of the attack's path. A streak of light is all that's left where he used to be standing. He lands hard, but he lands alive, jaw set with grim determination. The cultist behind him freezes mid-swing, completely blindsided. Yusial can't help but grin. I did it. Wait, is that blink? One of the pursuers mutters, putting the pieces together. He's a mage, turns out being called useless doesn't mean useless. Small catch, after using blink, the caster is paralyzed for a full 2 seconds, which, weirdly, might actually work in his favor here. One cultist tilts his head confused, for us. Yusial doesn't wait around to explain, he's already sprinting again. The lead cultist snarls, refusing to lose the trail. Wait, how is that bastard still moving? He barks, baffled. More carefully, Yusial mutters to himself, eyeing the treacherous terrain ahead. He's got one edge left, using the uneven, icy ground to throw his pursuers off balance. Because apparently, most people who reach this stage never even learn to control their blink at all. Let alone survive long enough to see what comes next. No pressure. Turns out even the rare 1% who pass this part hit a wall, perfect distance control and chaining blinks back to back. The countdown begins 3, 2, 1 and blink ignites in his palm, golden light swallowing the storm. He launches himself off the cliff's edge without a second thought. Ice shears apart around him as he tears through the frozen terrain. Using blink in terrain like this, is that bastard insane? One cultist mutters, watching him from below. The pursuers close in regardless, unwilling to let him shake them so easily. Attack that bastard from a distance, the leader orders. 3 more hooded figures step forward, magic crackling violet around their hands. Anyone who can use magic, get to the front. Great reinforcements. Yusial's stomach drops. Are they trying to use magic? Cue round 2, the second part of the tutorial begins. Use blink to dodge a literal hailstorm of magic arrows raining down out of the sky. Casual. He's already moving, and here's the thing. Back in his game, you could always see everything behind you on the monitor. That habit apparently carried over, so he starts to realize. I could dodge it then, the gears are turning. A streak of blue light cuts past him as he weaves clear of another bolt. And there it is, the big reveal. His so-called curse, magic leakage syndrome, is quietly running 2 hidden bonus skills, sixth sense and cognitive acceleration. Turns out his so-called disability comes with some very handy side effects. He weaves through a volley of glowing green bolts, barely inches from getting skewered. Magenta energy slices past him on every side as he keeps threading the needle. The air itself seems to scream with magic. His face is a mask of pure focus now, teeth gritted, eyes locked forward. Now he snaps, planting his foot for the next move. Blink fires again, a perfect ring of light swallowing him whole. A wall of magic detonates right where he used to be standing. He tumbles clear through the blast, barely scraping past disaster. And he sticks the landing, crouched low in the snow, alive against every odd. The blast finally settles, leaving him a tiny, exhausted silhouette against the white. He's hunched over, gasping, hands on his knees. Phew, that was close, he breathes out, understatement of the year. But there's no time to rest, he's already forcing his legs to move again. Then the last part, the finish line, is not exactly in sight yet. He keeps pushing, breath ragged, body running on fumes. Every gasp burns colder than the last in this blizzard. Welcome to tutorial part 3, set against a canyon lined with jagged, snow-crusted rock. The task: cross the entire canyon using nothing but blink, no pressure at all. A massive boulder hangs suspended midair in the storm, just waiting to end anyone who miscalculates. The only way across is to control the distance of my blink perfectly, he tells himself, staring down the gap. Clear the canyon, link up with some passing mages, and this whole ordeal is finally over. Simple, right? But the cultists are still closing in behind him, and to pull this off he'll need to cancel his blink at the exact right instant, a window that lasts a tenth of a second. If I fail even once, I'll die right here, no pressure again. The storm swallows the canyon whole, boulders drifting silently through the white. About 20 of these floating rocks stand between him and the other side. 0.1 seconds, that's a lot easier said than done, he mutters, staring the gauntlet down. Just what freaking bastard made the tutorial like this? Honestly, fair question. However, he exhales, to be honest, this is just about doable. He studies the canyon, calculating every jump in his head before committing. The problem is, right in front of us, his pursuers haven't given up the chase. He's right there, the cultists call out, spotting him at the canyon's edge. My pursuers are closer than I expected, he realizes, glancing back at the pack closing in. The gap between them is shrinking fast, down to about 100 meters now. And here's the real problem: Blink's 3-second cooldown isn't nearly enough time to clear this canyon in one go. Still, it's the only shot he's got. It looks like the likeliest method, he decides. For my survival, he steadies himself, ready to gamble everything on one perfect chain of blinks. And with that, he throws himself into the canyon, magic blazing to life around him, right as the chapter cuts to black. Talk about a cliffhanger. A blizzard tears across the mountains, burying everything in white. Jagged cliffs claw up through the snow, the kind of place nobody comes looking for you. Down in the trees, a single figure stumbles through the drifts, running for his life. He collapses in the snow, chest heaving, completely spent. He can barely believe himself. How dare I think I can do this, he thinks, when I have never even been in a real fight before. Back in the game, there would have been a rule stopping his pursuers from ever landing a hit on him. Even he admits this plan is insane, but this is not a game anymore. Real life does not come with a rulebook. And if there is no rulebook, nothing says he has to keep playing defense either. Gripping his sword, he realizes something chilling about himself. The thought of killing does not bother him one bit. And it is not some noble revenge story either. These guys are not his parents' enemies, he just wants to live. Then it happens, they're here. He drops into a crouch, drawing his blade, bracing for what's coming. It's simple really, he just thinks he can win. Alone in the storm, he waits. The hooded figures close in, and his grip tightens on the hilt. That's him, one of them barks, spotting his mark. Catch that rascal right now. The leader roars and the whole pack surges forward. Yes sir, comes the eager reply, weapons cutting through the blizzard. A spear-wielding pursuer closes the gap fast, bearing down on him from above. One of them grins under his hood, clearly enjoying this a little too much. You dare fight us all alone, idiot, one sneers, you're done for. He doesn't flinch, if anything he looks almost calm. Everything narrows down to a single heartbeat. In his head, a cold, mechanical readout ticks off the distance, 7 meters to target. And then he blinks. In an instant he's gone, and the strike lands before anyone even sees him move. Is all the nearest cultist manages. By the time the shock fully registers, Yusial is already standing right behind him. His face is set, teeth gritted, cloak whipping in the wind as he commits to the strike. The blade goes in clean. The cultist chokes, blood spilling from his lips. Yusial stands there, blood spattered across his face, shaking. He can feel it, warm and unmistakable, running down his fingers. And the strangest part, he doesn't feel a shred of guilt. He tells himself it's simple, he only killed to survive. There's no time to dwell on it, he's already moving again, weaving through the storm. Another cultist goes down with a pained grunt. The rest of the pack snarls, realizing this fight is not going the way they planned. He's getting away, one shouts, and the chase is back on. Yusial bolts, sprinting flat out through the snow. Don't let him escape at any cost, the leader bellows while Yusial gasps for breath, legs burning. One down, but he knows the next hit won't come as easily. He needs a plan, and fast. He scrambles across the icy rocks, barely keeping his footing. Behind him, someone snaps back a denial. No, they haven't lost him yet. Yusial's stomach drops. Are they about to hit him with magic again? If he can just dodge it in time. Shit, then the order comes now. Two of them channel fire magic together, the spell building fast. It catches him mid-stride, and he screams as the blast tears through the air around him. The flames roar, consuming the space where he just stood. Somehow he's still standing inside the inferno, blade raised, refusing to go down. He cries out as the heat sears through him. The whole mountainside lights up in fire. The mage behind it curses, frustrated the spell isn't finishing him off as cleanly as planned. He shouts through the pain, and immediately someone spots him, there. The mountainside falls quiet for just a moment, snow drifting over the scorched ground. Then Yusial explodes back into motion, teeth bared, refusing to stay down. He blinks again, vanishing clean out of the blast radius. The fire detonates behind him, empty air where he used to be. The last traces of his teleport shimmer and fade into the storm. Smoke hisses off the melted snow where the spell hit nothing but ground. Serves him right for being so cocky, one cultist mutters, not realizing he's still very much alive. They fan out through the trees, weapons ready, scanning for any sign of him. Something moves at the edge of their vision. One of them squints into the storm. He's not, he starts to say. He's not here. Another whips around in alarm, magic flaring defensively. Nerves fray fast when your target can vanish into thin air. A flash of gold light snaps their attention, and their fear into overdrive. Right behind them, an eye opens in the light. He's already back. Blade already in motion, he closes the distance in a blink, literally. Here's the trick nobody has caught onto yet. His teleport keeps whatever momentum he had going in and coming out. One more blink and he's airborne, closing on his next target. The mage grits her teeth, forcing an ice spell to life, sweat beading despite the cold. Jagged crystal spikes erupt from the snow, growing by the second. Then a scream rips through the blizzard. The rest of the group trudges on, exhausted, no idea what just happened behind them. While what happened, they stumble on the scene and freeze. Their mage lies skewered on her own crystal spikes. Yusial turned her spell right back on her. One of them can only gape, the air knocked clean out of him. Yusial steps calmly past the fallen mage, dagger still dripping, expression unreadable. He's breathing hard now, the toll of the fight finally starting to show. Two left, he tells himself, just two more. The last two square up against him, weapons drawn. He needs to finish this fast, before the stragglers who fell behind catch up too. Exhausted or not, his eyes stay locked, dagger raised. The wind howls between them, the calm before the next clash. One of the cultists eyes him warily. What a weird guy, he mutters, uncanny reaction speed for a mage. Little do they know, he isn't really a mage at all. In his head, Yusial admits his reflexes really are faster than most pro gamers, and that's about as fast as a human body gets. But that only counts for games. He can't keep dodging real attacks forever, not at this range. Time to end this. He launches forward, closing the gap in a heartbeat. The cultist starts, catching on too late. Figured out your fighting style, he crows, thinking he's cracked the code. All this guy uses is blink and that dagger, he sneers, sizing Yusial up. As long as I protect my face and neck, that dagger won't even scratch me. Famous last words, probably. Yusial slips past the first swing like it's nothing. Come on, bring it on, the cultist roars, working himself into a frenzy. He unleashes an ice wave, magic surging out in a freezing arc. Yusial answers with another blink, timing it perfectly. And just like that, the cultist's own ice spell comes crashing right back down on him. Shards of ice explode across the battlefield. Alright, Yusial grins, I've got you now. Now let's watch that face of yours wrinkle in pain, he says, and the cultist groans through gritted teeth. Something makes the cultist's eyes go wide, Yusial doesn't even bother turning around. The cultist staggers up out of the wreckage, still defiant. Damn it, he growls, blood trickling down his face. Earlier you were running around like some rat who's never fought before, the cultist spits, and now. Yeah, Yusial answers simply, standing calm amid the carnage. Thanks for helping me get better at it, he adds, with a grin that isn't exactly reassuring. That grin lights a fuse in the cultist's temper. You little brat, just because we went easy on you, he snarls, I'll kill you this time. He charges, magic crackling around his weapon. Yusial meets him head-on, footsteps hammering through the snow. A spear thrust cuts straight for him. The weapon crackles with blue energy, the cultist's focus razor sharp. The spear whips through the air in a blur. But the cultist is already thinking 3 steps ahead. Using blink head-on puts him at risk of getting countered. Is he trying to bait me into guarding my front then hit my side? He realizes, I won't let you have your way. The two collide in a burst of clashing energy. Steel and magic tear through the storm. Alright, the cultist thinks, now I just need to hit him while he's still beside me. Yusial's eyes narrow, tracking every twitch of the fight. The cultist's confidence cracks. No way, he breathes, realizing the plan just fell apart. Blood sprays across the white snow. Was he planning on attacking me at? The cultist gasps out, piecing it together too late. The front, from the very beginning, the realization hits just as everything goes dark. Somewhere in the chaos, the game system still finds time to ping him, EXP gained. Battered and half-frozen, he tumbles out of the blizzard, barely clinging to consciousness. He hits the snow hard, limbs sprawled every which way. For a long moment he just lies there, sucking down ragged breaths. Even his own blade seems to be trembling in the snow beside him. He's still catching his breath, staring blankly out at the storm. His hand is scraped raw, caked with frost and blood. He lets out a long, shaky sigh. His face says it all, exhausted, and not just from the cold. Then the memory hits him like a slap. Blood everywhere, a body dragged through the snow. The fight he just survived was uglier than any tutorial ever prepared him for. His first blink, his first real fight. And his first murder. He stands there in the wreckage, letting it sink in. His hands won't stop shaking. I killed a person to survive, he tells himself, and somehow that doesn't make it feel any lighter. The tremor in his hands takes a while to fade. Alone in the ruined snowscape, he finally steadies himself and gets moving. Something catches his eye. He mutters. Wait, he doubles back. He thinks it over for a second. It leaves a bitter taste, but he's broke and broke people can't afford morals. Time to get practical. He searches the body and finds a stash of credits. Around 2,000,001, better than nothing, he shrugs. Now the problem is, he says, eyeing what's ahead. Jagged ice towers rise out of the storm like broken teeth. There's no way around this frozen maze, only through. I have to cross this cliff, he decides. The wind howls across the exposed rock, and the drop looks brutal. Is anyone there? He shouts into the storm. A voice calls back, this way. He recognizes them, the group of mages from the tutorial. A handful of cloaked figures wade across the gorge, one waving him over. I'm over here, there's no bridge nearby, can you even cross? They call out. Yes, I'm on my way, he shouts back, and the group settles in to wait. 2 of them turn, catching sight of him for the first time. One of them blinks, clearly not expecting this. Without a running start, he just blinks straight across the gap. Gold light bursts around him as he lands. Another blink fires off, carrying him further across the ice. He's practically skipping across floating chunks of rock like they're stepping stones. What was that? The group murmurs, watching the trail of light he leaves behind. Is that some kind of jumping magic? One of them asks. A blink, someone answers, recognizing it instantly. One of the mages watches him closely, sharp-eyed and clearly intrigued. That's a blink, but you can't normally aim one of those, someone mutters, confused. How is that even possible? Another asks, watching the glowing trail he's leaving in the snow. He keeps leaping, gaining confidence with every jump. Then one of the mages tenses. Ah. Two unfamiliar cloaked figures are watching from a distant ridge. Are they with him? Someone wonders. Yusial tenses to something about those two feels very wrong. One of the mages catches on first. Ah. Fire erupts out of nowhere, screaming toward him. The blaze swells into something massive. It's a full-on explosion, and he's standing right in its path. Hey, watch out, someone screams. Shit, he slams the blink button just in time. He teleports clean out of the fireball, snow and flame ripping past where he used to be. His jaw clenches, that was way too close. He lands on a shard of floating ice, the two strangers still stalking him from a distance. Below, the mages whisper nervously, are these two with that mercenary from before? This is bad. His mind races through the math. Blink's cooldown is a brutal 3 seconds. He can't dodge everything with it, he needs another foothold fast. One of the strangers starts channeling something big. The spell keeps building, crackling with power. He braces and even the mages watching flinch. Ugh. He grits through it, straining against the shockwave. The ice beneath his feet splits with a sickening crack. It's going to fall, he's thrown upside down, plummeting off the ledge. He's in freefall, gasping, the ground nowhere in sight. Damn it, all the floating stones are too far from me. He twists through the air, scrambling for any option at all. The blink prompt flickers, almost ready. It fires and gold light swallows him whole. He catches the edge of a ledge, hauling himself up by his fingertips. He hits solid rock with a heavy thud. I survived, he breathes, relief washing over him. He climbs to his feet, shaken but alive. Or maybe not, because of course the fire comes right back for round 2. He's caught square in a fresh blast, no time to dodge. Watching from the cliff, one of the mages gasps in horror. Then something cuts through the flame fast, and nowhere near his own doing. Bolts of lightning tear straight through the fire like it's nothing. Shards of ice follow right behind, slicing the air apart. The crystals settle, fizzling out into the storm. Smoke clears over the battered cliffside. A hooded figure stands behind it all, having just cast the whole thing herself. What was that magic just now? Someone breathes, an ice spear wrapped in. Lightning, 2 attributes in one spell in the middle of the tutorial, and the trajectory was calculated perfectly. Who could possibly pull that off? Someone wonders, stunned. A silver-haired mage lowers her staff, calm as anything, like she just swatted a fly. Impossible, one of the attackers chokes out. The other cloaked figure crumples, groaning in pain. With a final scream, one of them goes tumbling off the cliff. He falls and doesn't stop. Phew, it seems I live anyway, Yusial mutters, slumped against the rock. Far below, the fallen attacker disappears into the snow. The blizzard keeps howling, indifferent to any of it. Eventually the group regroups and pushes on together through the snow. Yusial tries to thank the mage who saved him, but she waves it off before he can finish. I didn't do it for gratitude, so don't mind it, she says flatly, already walking off. Okay, is all he manages. He can't help thinking she's got the prettiest voice he's ever heard. Shame she's about as approachable as a glacier. Still, his mind drifts back to the bigger problem. Anyway, those guys. Officially, they're bandits blamed for raiding nearby villages. In reality, most of that carnage traces back to the so-called dark demon cult. His fist clenches at the thought of them. But even that ends here, he tells himself. The moment he crosses this cliff, he's inside mage territory and the dark demon cult can't follow him there. Lights glimmer in the distance as he finally trudges toward civilization. Is this the second episode already? He wonders, pushing the door open. A thin crescent moon hangs over jagged peaks, the only calm thing left in the sky. Far below, a lone wagon creaks along the frozen pass, hauling him away from the wreckage he left behind. Inside, a hooded stranger keeps watch by lantern light while he sleeps off the fight of his life. Yusial's slumped against the wagon wall, wrapped in a cloak, completely wiped out. He stirs with a groan, dragged straight into a memory that isn't even really his own. A small voice calls out from somewhere dark, Mom. It's a memory, a little boy chasing after his mother, book clutched in his arms. I'm gonna be a mage when I grow up, he declares, proud as can be. It's a second-hand spellbook, the one his parents scraped and saved to buy him. He buries himself in it, vowing to study hard enough to make them proud. His mother pulls him into a hug, and for a moment everything is simple and good. Then the memory turns. Somewhere dark his mother's voice cracks, "Do doctor." Her face crumples. "Did you just say my son has manhwa leakage syndrome?" The family stands frozen together, the weight of that sentence settling over all three of them. The dream jolts, present-day Yusial recoils, "No, no." His mother's denial echoes on, and a colder question surfaces in his mind. Are these actually Beak Yusial's own memories? The scene dissolves into a blur of infancy, a baby's cry swallowed by static. He jerks awake for real this time, gasping like he just surfaced from underwater. He drags himself upright, joints stiff from sleeping crammed in a wagon. Ugh, he rubs his head, in no mood for whatever that trip down memory lane was. He notices the light first. It's morning and the mountains outside are glowing pink with sunrise. A voice chirps beside him, "Oh, you're up, I was just about to wake you." He blinks, caught completely off guard by how close she's leaning in. "We're going to arrive in Lezoicha, the satellite city of Arcanium, soon," she tells him. The wagon door rattles open and the cold rushes in. They've made it. Yusial stretches out the stiffness, finally standing on solid ground. He takes a second to just breathe, gathering himself for whatever comes next. Nearby, a second companion waits, hood up, wrapped tight in her traveling cloak. He shoots her a puzzled look, clearly still trying to figure her out. All he gets back is a flat one-word verdict: "That's cold, tough crowd." Still, he thinks to himself, things are going better than he'd feared. At least, he figures, he's glad this timeline leans modern instead of medieval. Magic runs through this whole world, and in the safe cities it's wired straight into daily life. Trains, warp holes, the works. Even flying ships exist here, built just to make long-distance travel painless. Lezoicha, it turns out, is just a waypoint. The real destination is Arcanium. Because the real story starts in Arcanium, the city of magic itself. Between the Mage Knight orders and 5 legendary academies, one school towers above the rest. Stella Academy, home to the strongest mages and the sharpest students in the world. Which is exactly why it's packed with geniuses and nobles from every corner of the map. Nearby, students whisper, baffled how someone like Beak Yusial ever got in. He barely registers it. "Ah, I still haven't checked my own skills yet," he finishes, pulling up his status screen. Manhwa leakage syndrome, level 1. It robs him of magic, but it sharpens his senses into a built-in danger detector. Honestly, without sixth sense and detection acceleration, he'd already be dead twice over. His mind drifts back again, to the moment that diagnosis first landed on his family. Young Beak Yusial's face, caught somewhere between confusion and fear. The curse is brutal, but it comes with a loophole. It lets him feel mana moving all around him. It even warns him about attacks he can't see coming, slowing the whole world down around him. When danger closes in faster than a normal person could react, this is what saves him. The catch: he can't hold sixth sense open for long before it costs him dearly. Next up, stats, he mutters, pulling up the next screen. Strength, agility, sensitivity, stamina, all laid out, and right there, blink, level 0. Weirdly, the original Beak Yusial's low sensitivity seems to have absorbed some of the stats from the character he'd built in the game. Skills level up in numbers, stats, it turns out, are measured in stars instead. 9 stars is the theoretical max, and reaching it is basically a fairy tale. In 10 years playing this game, his best was 8 stars in stamina and sensitivity. So sensitivity's getting the investment now for sharper sixth sense and faster reflexes. Stamina and flexibility, he figures, he can build the old-fashioned way instead. That stat point sorted, the real problem is still manhwa leakage syndrome itself. If he doesn't reinforce it soon, he won't last long out here. It needs to become something called Secrets of Nature Physique and fast. And wouldn't you know it, the only place to pull that off is inside Stellar Academy. So that settles it. If he wants to stop the end of the world and fix what's broken in him, Stella isn't optional. Phew, I already don't want to go, he sighs. A little help right about now wouldn't hurt. Something catches his eye, but before he can look closer, a voice calls him over. Hey, let's get going. Okay, coming, he calls back, filing the mystery away for later. One companion waits at a distance, cloak snapping in the wind. The quiet one just watches him, saying absolutely nothing. Sails snap taut overhead as they board something far more impressive than a wagon. A full-blown flying ship, gleaming and enormous, waits to carry them the rest of the way. "We are now leaving for Arcanium," comes the announcement as other passengers file aboard. Yusial gets shown to his seat, doing his best impression of someone who belongs here. Nearby, a cluster of nobles size him up. Has he never been on a flying ship before? Must be some country bumpkin. "TCH, I don't get why Stella has to let peasants in," one of them sneers. "They're sullying the waters with these lowly folks," another adds, not bothering to lower his voice. Yusial just walks past, not even bothering to look their way. He doesn't say a word, which somehow offends them even more. One of them jabs a finger after him, practically vibrating with indignation. A hand grabs his coat. "Did you just sigh at us?" The noble's face twists with fury, nose to nose with him now. "That little," someone shouts, and suddenly the whole cabin is in an uproar. Across the room someone groans, "Ugh, what the hell, why is everyone being so loud?" An eye goes wide, something or someone has just walked in. Long pink hair sweeps into view, tied off with a huge red bow. Princess Bion," someone stammers and Yusial's head snaps up. "Huh. Did they just say Bion?" Footsteps click closer across the floor. The name comes with a title of its own, Princess of the Adolbit Kingdom, Hong Bion Adolbit. Petals seem to drift through the air around her, like the room itself is holding its breath. A nervous murmur ripples through the crowd of nobles. The one who grabbed Yusial's coat bows so fast he nearly faceplants. "Yo, your highness." "Ooh," is all he manages as her dress sweeps right past him, completely ignored. She simply walks on, footsteps sharp and even, with Yusial falling in step beside her. Behind them, the same nobles who were sneering seconds ago are now bowing like their lives depend on it. Yusial glances sideways at her, still not quite sure what just happened. Up close, her dress is even more elaborate than it looked from across the room. And then it clicks for him, she's this world's villainess. Hong Bion, he remembers, is one of the actual main characters of the game he used to play. In the story, she and the female lead never stop clashing, and in the end, she dies. No matter which route you take, her ending is bad. In some, she's murdered outright. In another, she's humiliated so badly she never shows her face in public again. It's like the developers had a personal grudge against her, he thinks, wincing a little on her behalf. Alone with his thoughts now, he figures she's clearly popular with the guys, gorgeous even. "But I feel like she'd kill me if I even tried talking to her," he decides. Fair enough, honestly. His stomach growls, loudly enough to interrupt his own train of thought. "Maybe I should eat something," he mutters, heading down toward the lower deck. Something up ahead catches the light, warm and golden. It's a bakery counter, stacked with pastries and cakes that look almost too pretty to eat. One glance at the price tags, and he breaks into a cold sweat. "Why's everything so expensive?" he mutters, wallet staying firmly shut. A chime rings out through the cabin, and he looks up. An announcement for everyone, comes the voice, as the princess glances toward the window. The quiet one reads it off calmly. "We will be arriving in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the first floor," comes the follow-up, and nearby passengers start to stir. I repeat, the announcement continues, as Yusial settles back to listen. The message loops once more, echoing through the ship. He allows himself a small smile. Is it finally starting? Well, either way, he tells himself, this right here is my reality now. Sometime after his brush with death, Yusial stands alone by a window, coat hanging off his shoulders, replaying everything that's happened so far. Arms crossed, he broods in the dark, the golden-eyed gamer turned academy student, still trying to figure out if he actually belongs here. He lets out a dry, humorless laugh. Yeah, surviving was the easy part, thriving is a whole different question. He tells himself he's already made peace with his choice. But can a guy who can barely cast a single spell actually survive Stella Academy? Then the doubt hits like a punch to the gut. No, not that easy. His mind drags him back to the nightmare that almost ended him, some monstrous, fanged horror lurking in the dark, and the question echoing in his skull. Can he actually survive in this world? And right behind that memory, the hooded cultists who hunted him through the snow, eyes glowing, closing in for the kill. A notification pops up. The game system is offering him a reward, a downgraded item, a downgraded skill, or straight-up experience points. He can't help but scoff that even a cosmic game system has some business ethics. He leans in to study his options, mentally rubbing his hands together. First swing, could he snag returning light or praise of the flash, two of the flashiest items he remembers from his playthrough? Nope, too high grade. The system tells him they'd get gutted beyond recognition. So he pivots. What about a hyperspace version of his own signature move, Blink? Denied again. That's an advanced form of Blink he simply hasn't earned yet. Best the system can do is juice up his existing Blink a little. He asks, only half joking, if the downgrade is really necessary. The system's answer stings a bit. He just doesn't have enough narrative power yet to unlock the good stuff. Narrative power, that's a new one. He wants details. Turns out it's the force that drives the whole story forward, and if he keeps chasing down unknown plot branches like he did yesterday, it'll keep piling up. He goes quiet, turning the options over in his head. Then it hits him, what about the bulbul glasses? The system runs its check and confirms, yes, that one's on the table. Decision made, he commits to the glasses and light floods around him as the reward locks in. He holds the glasses up, almost laughing at himself. He genuinely never thought he'd be the type to actually wear these. He slides them on. The bulbul glasses, he explains, store every scrap of information he ever picked up while grinding through the game. Back in Ether World proper, there was no way to pull up old notes on monsters you'd hunted or knowledge you'd earned. It just wasn't built that way. So players got creative and built their own memory tools instead. And yeah, he was one of them. He straightens the frames, looking every bit the smug nerd who just found his cheat sheet. The glasses' full description flashes up. Never forget a single piece of knowledge you've ever seen, complete with a bulbul folder and a seal feature. Just don't forget it. Burns through his mental energy to use. He gives the command open folder, and the bulbul folder blinks open in front of him. A menu unfurls, alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, characters. His entire game knowledge filed and searchable. He scrolls through the entries and nods to himself, yeah, this'll more than do the job. As he walks through the halls, he reminds himself this is real life now. There's no telling how much of his old grinding still even applies here. Still, with these glasses on, he figures he can claw back roughly half the edge he used to have. Then a whisper from a passing group of students catches his ear. Hey, isn't that Azel? Another voice sneers back, oh, the traitor Duke Malf's eldest daughter, you mean? A third student mutters under her breath, scandalized that the girl would even dare show her face around here. The name rattles around his head, Azel, now that he thinks about it. He remembers one of the bulbul glasses perks. It can pull up a full profile on any character tied to the story. Her file loads instantly. Azel Malf, the fake heroine, an ice lightning mage who apparently eats pizza pickle juice first, eldest daughter of the fallen Malf duchy and grimly marked to die later on. So this is the girl they call the fake heroine, huh? There's one wrinkle in her story he needs to explain before any of this makes sense. This world he's stuck in runs on the game Ether World, sure. But that game was built on top of an actual romance novel he used to read. And in that original novel, Azel was the true heroine, a girl who loses her entire family and has to claw her way back. In the book, she rises by facing down the story's villainous Hong Bion and even gets her happy ending with one of the leading men. Except the novel actually flopped. Her whole revenge arc got written out. The men just swoop in to protect her, and readers hated the ending so much it went down as a failure. Problem is, the game world only borrowed the novel's skin. The actual plot plays out completely differently. The game invented a brand new character, Flame, and handed her the heroine role outright. And Flame, it turns out, has quite the backstory herself. She started out as an ordinary woman back in the real world, the kind who used to curl up with that very novel for fun. Somehow she got pulled straight into this world, and just like that, Azel got demoted to fake heroine while Flame took over as the real one. He recalls how the whole player base threw everything they had at fixing Azel's fate. Didn't matter, in every single route anyone ever found, she never made it out alive. Losing the heroine spot to Flame apparently sealed her fate for good. He shrugs it off, not his problem, right? But something nags at him. Is he just imagining it, or does that feel like foreshadowing? Cut back to a little earlier. That same silver-haired girl walking off beside some guy, completely unaware she's just become the subject of campus gossip. He shakes it off, has to be nothing, he tells himself. Time to snap back to reality, he's got somewhere to be. And that somewhere is Stello Academy itself, its towers catching the light against the mountains. The campus sprawls out below him, fountains, manicured grounds, the whole prestigious package. A cluster of freshly uniformed students gathers nearby, waiting for the ceremony to start. An elder in ceremonial robes steps up to address the crowd. As you are already aware, he begins. He lays it out plainly. The dark demonic humans are mages who gave themselves over to otherworldly power and warped into monsters. Even now, he warns, they're still pushing their invasion, tearing open persona gates and cracking loose ancient dungeons to bleed the back world into this one. One bored student mutters that the whole ceremony is dragging on forever, right as the next name gets called. It's the oath ceremony for the top 4 entrance scorers, plus the freshman representative, and they're being called up to the podium one by one. They descend the stairs together, every one of them looking like they stepped out of a hero's introduction reel. The show practically stops to spotlight each of them in turn, petals and all. Every glowing, camera-ready face gets its own dramatic close-up. He can't help but notice every single one of them looks like they were built to be a main character. He, meanwhile, just watches from the sidelines, thoroughly unbothered. But the brightest star of the bunch, hands down, is announced, freshman representative Ma Yuseong. All eyes land on him, dark hair, sharp red eyes, the kind of presence that fills a room without trying. So this is the famous Ma Yuseong everyone keeps talking about. Even his intro card looks like a boss reveal. The guy practically radiates main character energy, the type who'd casually claim he's the one true center of the universe, and somehow you'd believe him. A honor rating of 9 stars, power brushing up against godhood itself, a genius among geniuses who can bend every element to his will. Yuseal's already scheming. Even if the perfect ending's out of reach, the bare minimum goal is dodging every bad one. Step 1 of that plan, talk this walking apocalypse into fighting for the good guys. Easier said than done, though. Because whether that actually happens comes down entirely to someone else. It all rides on Flame. Everything hinges on which way she decides to steer things from here. If Flame ever pegs him as a threat and shuts him out, this whole plan gets a lot messier. Good thing he's holding the information advantage. She's a novel possessor, he's a game possessor, different playbooks entirely. Played smart, he shouldn't have to risk a thing. He half jokes to himself that his importance to this story probably ranks somewhere below a random shopkeeper NPC in some background village, but he solemnly swears to play it careful anyway. His expression hardens for a beat, the joke fading into something more serious. There's more to worry about too. Flame's signature power lets her purify dark demonic humans outright, which means she's about to be right in the thick of every fight that matters. On top of that, apparently just being near her can drain the luck and fortune right out of everyone nearby. Which means sticking close to her is going to cost him too, one way or another. From a distance, the ceremony rolls on without him noticing how long he's zoned out. And with that, the elder announces, we conclude the entrance ceremony. Applause breaks out across the courtyard as the new class officially begins. One student pumps a fist in the air with a gleeful shout, hey, at least somebody's excited to be here. We're back at Stello Academy, folks, all spires, sunlight, and secrets. Yeah, it's every bit as fancy as it looks, try not to trip on the marble. Inside, our boy Yuseal is back at his desk, blending in with the other students like he belongs here. Mostly. In his head, he's still adjusting. Last he checked, he was a college graduate, not some high schooler stuffed into a blazer. It's been a wild ride since he woke up in this body, but some things are finally starting to feel familiar. Still, there's one thing that's kept him grounded through all this chaos. He pulls out an old pocket watch and just holding it settles something in him. Sentimental, right? Don't get used to it. They call it the Stella Pocket Watch, and trust us, that little heirloom is going to matter later. Turns out this watch isn't just sentimental junk. flash it around and you get treated better than most licensed magic warriors. Naturally, Yusial's already scheming about how to actually use the thing, maybe sneak out with it while he's at it. Before he can finish daydreaming, the classroom door slams open. In walks a stone-faced proctor with silver hair and zero patience, barking at everyone to sit down. Then comes the real gut punch. Exams starting right now, no exceptions, and anyone wearing glasses gets checked first. Yusial's brain short-circuits. Wait, there's a test on the first day. Nobody mentioned this entrance ceremony had a hazing round. Turns out Stella Academy's curriculum makes college look like a nap. Rigorous doesn't even cover it. Yusial just stares at his desk, quietly losing it over a pop quiz on day one. This particular gauntlet has a name, the Class Organization Exam. The proctor doesn't waste time, then begin the exam, he says, and the countdown starts. The papers hit the desks with a dramatic thud, because apparently even test day needs sound effects around here. One glance at the questions and Yusial's already sweating. I have no idea what this says, he mutters. Rough start. Welcome to the infamous class placement exam, the thing that decides which class you're stuck with. Across the room, a blonde classmate chews her pen in silent panic. This test, by the way, has nothing to do with how anyone got into the academy in the first place. Score well and you land in the coveted S-class. Score badly and well, say hello to F-class. A cool, white-haired classmate doesn't even look up. Of course, she says flatly, most of the important players end up in S-class. And then there's Yusial, who scraped into this academy dead last out of over 1,000 students. His genius plan, hand in a blank page and call it a day. He stares down at the exam, gears turning, refusing to give up quite that easily. Around him, the rest of the class is already hunched over their papers, scribbling away. Fine, if everyone else is trying, Yusial figures he might as well put pen to paper too. But a few rows over sits Ma Yusiang, silver hair, tired red eyes, the kind of guy who looks bored just existing. He barely glances at his own exam, pure lazy confidence, zero visible effort. Yusial clocks it immediately. Of course he's already like that, he thinks. Sure enough, Ma Yusiang's paper is already done. The guy blitzed a brutal exam like it was a grocery list. No wonder life's boring for him, Yusial thinks. When everything's this easy, what's even the point? Because that's Ma Yusiang's whole deal. Pure, world-class boredom, courtesy of being disgustingly talented. With the sharpest mind and rawest talent around, literally nothing has ever been a real challenge for the guy. And apparently his whole personality hinges on how a certain female lead treats him, flipping him from hero to villain depending on her mood. Yusial's mind drifts somewhere darker, though, to the dark demonic humans, the cult hellbent on dragging humanity down with them. And somewhere out there, a grinning, red-eyed figure tied to that same cult is watching the board. A guy with Ma Yusiang's raw talent, that's exactly the kind of piece a cult like that would love to recruit. Yusial shrugs it off for now. Honestly, his biggest problem is his family, not some cult, he thinks, filing that away for later. Watching all these prodigies fly through the test does a number on his self-esteem, though. Comparison really is the thief of joy. Then it hits him, wait, could he actually use his bulbul glasses on this exam? Back in his gaming days, he leaned on those glasses constantly to farm bonus skill points at the library. Worth a shot now, right? Before he can even try, the proctor's eyes lock right onto him. Wait, what are those glasses? Yusial nearly jumps out of his skin as the man grabs his shoulder from behind. I specifically said any glasses need to be checked beforehand, the proctor snaps, clearly not in a forgiving mood. Yusial's stomach drops. Oh right, he did say that, whoops. I'll examine them, the proctor says, plucking the glasses straight off his face. He turns them over, studying every angle. HM. Yusial breaks out in a cold sweat, watching his whole scheme hang in the balance. Ah, now what? He panics internally. If anyone finds actual magic on these things, he's getting expelled on day one. The proctor squints harder, clearly picking up on something. Inside his head, Yusial is basically begging his own gamer status screen to shut up and behave. No, stay still, system. The proctor goes dead silent, studying him a beat too long for comfort. Finally, I can't feel any mana coming off this, just ask permission next time. Crisis averted apparently. Yusial takes the glasses back with the most casual yes, he can fake. Inside though, he's sweating bullets. If those glasses had actually worked like they're supposed to, he'd be toast right now. Still rattled, he slides the glasses back onto his face. Alright, deep breath, let's actually try this. And just like that, actual answers glowing right there on the page. Jackpot doesn't even begin to cover it. Pen flying now, Yusial lets himself dream a little. First place, escaping F class entirely, maybe even landing a real claw. Then everything goes sideways, A strange blue glow flickers around his hand, and Yusial freezes mid-answer, completely thrown. Papers ripple like something just tore straight through the room's magic. Across the room, even Ma Yusiang looks up, genuinely rattled for once. I just finished 3 questions. Whatever just happened, it wasn't only Yusial who felt it. The proctor stands frozen, exam paper in hand, clearly sensing something's off. Yusial's expression goes rigid too, dread creeping in. He'd been so close to finally clawing his way out of F class. Please, not now. The proctor mutters grimly, that must have been too much for Beak Yusial. Not exactly the reassurance he was hoping for. Then the shouting starts, you, give me those glasses right now. Yusial barely gets out a confused pardon, before they are yanked clean off his face again. The proctor holds them up to the light, scrutinizing every inch. There's no way, he mutters, stumped by whatever he's not finding. Not satisfied, he orders a nearby classmate to fetch reinforcements. You, go bring Dr. Gray in. Yes, sir. Whispers ripple through the room. What on earth is going on with the new kid all of a sudden? Yusial's spiraling now, replaying every step he wrote out just to avoid looking like a cheater. Was that it? Did they actually catch him? Down a dim hallway, someone's already asking the expert for a verdict. Enter Dr. Grayin, the Academy's magic engineering professor, called in to settle this once and for all. His first read, this is definitely suspicious. He strides in with the proctor, Yusial trailing behind like a kid marched to the principal's office. So did he cheat? Grayin cuts himself off. I can't feel any magic tool energy off these glasses or anything else on him. He didn't cheat, he solved it with his own ability. Yusial nearly collapses with relief. Somehow, dumb luck just saved his skin. Grayin chuckles, delighted. Ho ho, how interesting, didn't think I'd see this in my lifetime. Then, to the proctor, Professor Lee Hanwal, apologize to the boy and guide him properly. So that stone face's actual name. Professor Lee Hanwal grits out an understood, clearly not thrilled about it. I made a misunderstanding. I apologize, he finally forces out. Meanwhile, in Yusial's head, honestly, I totally cheated. Would have been so much worse if the glasses actually worked right. Picture this, Stello Academy, the fanciest magic school in the land, standing tall like it has never had a single scandal inside. Tucked inside is Professor Lee Hanwal's office, where grading exam papers apparently doubles as a full contact sport. Buried under a mountain of papers, Lee Hanwal digs in like it is the least fun day of his year. One answer sheet gets circled in red, and just like that, something has caught his eye. He leans back with a low HM, the kind of sound that means trouble for somebody. Before he can chase that thought, someone greets him from the doorway and his eyes snap up. In walks Professor Edeltamen, all smiles, pointing right at the stack. Are those the exam papers for this year's freshmen? Meet Professor Edeltamen, one of the Academy's Council of Elders, cheerful on the outside and absolutely nosy on the inside. Apparently, Lee Hanwal mutters, already regretting that she noticed. First up on the gossip list, Hong Bion, Princess of the Fire Kingdom, Adolbit and heir to the most famous bloodline in fire magic. Then there's Jeremy Scalvin, who muscled his way to Crown Prince of the Scalvin Empire at just 12 years old, purely on raw magical talent. He did not just beat his older brothers for the throne, he trained at the world's greatest magic tower while he was at it. And rounding out the pedigree parade, He Wondryong, heir apparent to the magic tower master himself. Edeltamen practically claps her hands together. With this much talent walking in, this year's exam had to have some juicy surprises. Turns out she is right. This year's placement test threw in a brand new kind of question nobody saw coming. The first 3 questions were built to wreck anyone who just memorized the textbook. They were not random either, each one had a very specific purpose behind it. Question 1: If you hit a problem you cannot solve, can you cut your losses and move on fast? Question 2: What do you even do with a problem that is not in any textbook at all? As far as this exam is concerned, the days of pure memorization are dead and buried. Here's the twist though, those 3 questions were never actually meant to be solved. What mattered was quick thinking and creative judgment under pressure, not landing the right answer. And it showed. Out of 1,141 students, over 1,000 just left those questions blank. Of the handful bold enough to try, only 3 freshmen actually nailed all 3. First name on that very short list, Ma Yuseong, already whispered about as a prodigy. They are calling him the genius of the century, a kid who showed up out of nowhere with no one able to explain where he came from. Second name, a commoner nicknamed Flame, personally recommended by the principal and nearly matching Ma Yuseong's score for score. And the third name on that list, Baek Yuseol, which, considering everything else about his file, raises a pretty big question. Lee Hanwol cannot wrap his head around it. Baek Yuseol had the lowest admission score of anyone, could not touch a single other problem, and somehow nailed the 3 unsolvable ones. Edeltamen catches him staring and teases him for getting so invested in a bunch of freshman scores. There is just one score that does not add up, he admits, and honestly neither of them can explain it yet. Do you think this kid might actually be a genius? She asks, leaning in for the real gossip. Lee Hanwol shrugs it off. Could just as easily be a coincidence, he says, not sounding very convinced himself. Still, he cannot quite let it go as she wanders off, and he heads for the records to dig deeper. He starts flipping through files, hunting for anything that explains this kid. And there it is, Baek Yuseol got in on special admission, all because of his control over a spell called Blink. Lee Hanwol taps the photo in the file, studying the kid's face like it might give something away. A combat mage who specializes in nothing but blink. That is not exactly a normal resume. So the principal's personal pick really is something different, huh? He mutters. Guess we will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, across campus, a fresh crowd of students is buzzing down the hall toward the one thing on everyone's mind. Word's out, class assignments just went up on the bulletin board and Baek Yuseol is heading straight for it. One kid nearby is sweating bullets, muttering that his own mom banned him from coming home if he does not land Class A. Yuseol just sighs. Back home this would have been one click on a screen, here he actually has to walk over and look. Old habits die hard, part of him still expects a game menu to just pop up and hand him the answer. Instead it is just a crowd of nervous teenagers, all funneling toward the same glowing board. Somebody in the crowd clocks him immediately and points him out by name. Word going around is that he scored a flat 0 on the magic application section, and the whispers start right up. He tunes it out, let them talk, he just wants his class and an exit. Not like it matters much anyway, he figures, scanning down toward where he expects his name to land. He starts working down the F class list, bracing for the worst. His eyes dart across the names and his stomach starts to sink. His name is not there, not in F1, not anywhere close. He rechecks F2 line by line, still nothing. His name has straight up vanished. For one horrible second he wonders if failing means literally getting cut, not just downgraded. Wait, does that mean I actually die now? Yeah, apparently in this world flunking out is not a metaphor. While he is spiraling, somebody nearby is staring at a completely different board, whispering his name in total disbelief. Even Kyle only managed Class A with a perfect theory score and rank 17, the guy mutters. So why is his name up here? Yuseol has no idea what is happening 2 boards over, he is still stuck spiraling over his own missing name. Something about the murmuring nearby finally catches his attention though. Curiosity wins out, and he drifts over to see what all the fuss is about. One look and his whole expression freezes. Right there, glowing on a board he never even thought to check, is his name under a rank nobody expected, S0. Why is my name written over there? He chokes out, eyes welling up in pure confusion. He just stands there frozen, still trying to process that he is apparently not dead and not a failure either. This can't be right, he keeps repeating, like saying it enough times will make it make sense. Turns out that board belongs to Class S, the tower where only the school's most special students ever set foot. Every other grade splits into a bunch of classes. Class S does not bother, there is exactly one and only 41 seats in it. And somehow one of those 41 seats has his name on it. He is already convinced it is a clerical error. Because if this is real, he is about to be stuck in a classroom with the actual main characters of this world every single day. And in his book, cozying up to the protagonist is basically a fast pass to an early grave. No way to swap out either. His only move now is to slink through Class S and pray nobody notices him. Easier said than done, apparently, judging by the classmate already sizing him up from a few feet away. Still, he squares his shoulders and tells himself he will figure it out, one day at a time. Whether Class S is ready for its new secret weapon is honestly the bigger question. We open on the Etherian Magic Academy, marble spires and manicured grounds, the kind of place that screams old money and older grudges. Inside, a professor already has a student on her knees, magic crackling in her palm like she is about to make a point the hard way. You got 3 questions wrong, the professor sneers. Even Princess Azel of the fallen Malf Duchy got 2 right. She is not just annoyed, she is furious, and she is not holding back in front of the whole class. Turns out this is Hong Yil, the Academy's fire element professor, and her verdict is brutal. You could not answer questions that even insects got right. That makes you lower than an insect. The girl on the floor does not argue, she just takes it, hurt written all over her face. Yes, mother, she answers quietly. Turns out this scorched earth professor is actually her own mom, so much for a safe home life. Mom is not done. She looms over her kneeling daughter, laying out exactly how disappointing she finds her. You cannot afford to become like me, she says, someone chased out of the kingdom, clinging to some pathetic professor job. You cannot become the shame of the kingdom, she warns. You have to become a better person than your sister, she snaps, so apparently there is a sister in this mess too, and the bar is already set impossibly high. You understand what I mean, right? Her mother presses. Of course, mother, she answers out loud, but inside a very different sentence is starting, I do not understand, she finishes, only to herself. The truth is, she has just been solving problems the way she was taught, with the magic she was taught. Except these tests are built from spells and formulas nobody ever showed her. Why, she wonders, quietly falling apart. Why are you tormenting me? It is the question she cannot ask out loud, only to herself, as her composure scatters like ash. Cut to a packed lecture hall, buzzing with students, and one guy who very clearly does not want to be here. Ha, I am screwed, he mutters, head in his hands. Of course he would get dropped into a room full of antisocial weirdos, not that he was exactly planning to make friends with a bunch of overachieving teenagers anyway. Around him the whispers start, just how is he even here? Apparently his own parents protested his placement, and the only answer anyone got back was, Beak Usial has what it takes for the S class. That does not make any sense, someone else fires back, fair honestly. So yeah, meet Beak Usial, self-declared class outcast. He gets it though, these kids have been grinding since they were kids, so of course they are salty about a known dunce sitting in their precious S class. Still, rankings shuffle after every test, and even the S class is not exempt, so nothing is set in stone yet. A strange thought nags at him. Somewhere down the line, a guy from a class is supposed to climb all the way up to S class. He figures he will find out who eventually. Still, looking around this room, he cannot help but be a little amazed. Here is the thing nobody else in this room knows. To him, these are not just classmates. They are characters straight out of a game he has already played, and now they are standing right in front of him. In a few years, most of the people in this room are set to become famous across the entire world. And a handful of them, he knows at least 5, have the potential to turn around and betray the entire magic world. One of them is sitting right there, a guy named Ma Yuxiang, filed away for later, he figures. If Flame could stop that from happening, that would be nice, he thinks to himself, and whoever or whatever Flame is, it is clearly a name worth remembering. Before he can chase that thought further, the room gets called to order. "It is nice to meet you all," says the man walking in, unhurried, footsteps echoing through a suddenly silent room. "I am sure some of you have already seen me around, but let us do this properly," he says. "I am the S-Class homeroom professor, Lee Hanwal." The whispers start immediately. The Lee Hanwal, the one whose kill count against dark, demonic humans has nearly hit quadruple digits. They call him the 7th class magic warrior, and by every account he is simply playing a different game than everyone else on the field. "Everyone settle down," he says, scanning the room. "Looks like there is a lot of real talent gathered here." Then his eyes land on Beak Usial, and a very unique student as well, he adds, which is not exactly the kind of attention a guy trying to lie low was hoping for. "As you all know," he continues, "this academy exists to raise combat mages. As magic warriors, you will go through a grueling 3 years of training. I do not expect any questions," he finishes, letting the silence answer for itself. "Good, then let us begin class," he says, turning to the board. That is when the door creaks open, late. And of all people, it is Hong Bion standing there, the girl who follows the rules more than anyone else in this school. She is late. Usial can barely believe it. That is just not something Hong Bion does. Professor Hanwal studies her for a beat too long. "Did something happen?" he asks. There is a fresh mark near her eye that says the answer is very obviously yes. Then Usial quietly pulls up her profile like she is a character in his old game. "Villainous, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy. Occasionally burns herself. Only drinks espresso brewed exactly one way, has an evil mother," and then in bold, "guaranteed to die." "This is not it," he mutters, staring at that last line like it just punched him in the gut. Guaranteed to die, the words just sit there, ugly and undeniable. As it turns out, Hong Bion's story ends because of 2 people. Someone called Flame and that Princess Azel her mother loves to throw in her face. "You could say that," Bion replies, like she already knows exactly how this ends for her. Just the inevitable fate of a villainess, apparently, and Professor Hanwal does not linger on it. "Go take your seat," he tells her. Usial watches it happen and hates that he cannot do more. He would like to save her if he could, but he can barely hold his own life together, let alone someone else's. For now, all he can do is keep his distance. She crosses the room anyway and drops right into the empty seat beside him. She glances his way for a second too long, like she is turning something over in her head. Then something happens. Usial flinches. What is this? Whatever he just felt, it was not nothing. And somewhere in her own head, Bion is thinking the exact same thing, that this whole thing has felt twisted right from the start. Homeroom kicks off with a curveball. Before any lesson starts, Professor Hanwal announces today is the staff succession ceremony, no warm-up, straight into the good stuff. And it is a shared show. The S-class and the A-class go through it together, so everyone gets to size up the competition at the same time. In his own head, Usial is already narrating it back. A ceremony, sounds fancy for what is basically picking out office supplies. "It's a bit annoying," he grumbles. Classic Usial, complaining about the homework while secretly caring. Because underneath the grumbling he is actually kind of hyped, but I'm looking forward to it, he admits. Turns out Stella Academy runs 2 massive events every year, and first on the calendar is what everyone calls the familiar contract, better known around here as picking your staff. Picture the ceremony itself. A senior conjures a burst of raw magic the instant a new staff answers their call, the exact bond every student in that courtyard is chasing today. Being the top academy on the map, Stella does not do this small. Their version of the ceremony is a whole production. Out on a glowing, frozen platform, Professor Hanwal checks the roster. Is everyone here? Students spread out across the shimmering courtyard, all waiting to find out which stick of wood is about to change their life. Hanwal lays out the rules. The staves here range from bottom tier all the way up to middle-high class, no pressure at all. All you have to do is walk up to a staff you like and grab it, he says, and half the room lights up at the idea of just picking whatever they want. Switching staves later is a nightmare, so choose carefully, Hanwal warns, and for once, Yusial actually listens. Except here's the part nobody says out loud: you are not really choosing your staff, the staff is choosing you. Translation: you cannot just waltz up and grab a top-tier staff because it looks cool, it has to want you back. So Yusial drifts toward a floating staff on display, muttering to himself, anyway, I wonder which one I should choose. Old him would have grabbed whatever was cheapest, something built for the bottom-rung F-class. But he is not that guy anymore. I have to think carefully now that I'm in the S-class, he reminds himself. His conclusion: the wand is the smart pick for someone in his position. Quick lesson for you at home: staves basically split into two flavors, the short wand for quick bursts and the long staff for the slow, heavy hitters. Those long staves belong to the bishop types, the ones who take forever to wind up but hit like a truck once they finally do. Nearby, a couple of classmates size Yusial up. Since he's in the S-class, he shouldn't have any problems causing a resonance effect, right? Translation: watch the dunce embarrass himself. Yusial does not even flinch. Whatever, you guys can think what you want, he shrugs, already checked out of the conversation. That is when a new guy strolls over with a smug hey, clearly here to start something. Arms crossed, chin up, this one radiates main character energy on a budget. Yusial just blinks, huh. Me, I'm Uslek, he announces like the name is supposed to mean something. Yusial's brain comes up completely empty, never heard of the guy. I see, so, Yusial replies, giving him absolutely nothing to work with. Uslek presses on, which staff do you plan on picking? Yusial, still not invested, goes just anything. And there it is, the real reason he walked over. You should pick a staff that fits your status as a commoner, Uslek sneers. Don't make a ruckus and cause trouble for the professors, he adds, real generous with the unsolicited advice. His buddy tags along for the pylon. Yeah, you shouldn't cause any trouble either. Very brave, the two of them together. Yusial's patience finally cracks, and it shows all over his face. Are you picking a fight? He snaps, done playing polite. Uslek waves him off like Yusial is the unreasonable one here. Ha, so annoying. Meet Uslek Chekbalin in full. Son of a marquis errand boy for Prince Jeremy Scalvin, and by the story's own description, a certified third-rate bully. Yusial pulls up his own mental notes on the guy. This is all the information, barely a footnote. How much of an extra is he wonders, filing Uslek away as background noise in his own story. Uslek, blissfully unaware he just got demoted to side character, points himself toward Glory. Anyway, I'm going to pick that one, so you should watch carefully. Yusial's eyes go wide the second he clocks which staff Uslek is aiming for. That staff is the Edmure Edamiri. Even Yusial knows that name, and knowing it is not exactly good news for Uslek. By every measure, it is the strongest staff on the entire field, solid middle-high class. Normally, that kind of staff belongs strictly to seasoned professional magic warriors, not students fresh off the bus. We are talking battle-tested, career mage territory, the kind of power a first year has zero business reaching for. Even a middle-low-class staff is supposed to be the ceiling for anyone still in school. Especially since even professional magic warriors can barely get a middle-low-class staff to work with them, Yusial thinks, doing the math on how badly this could go. Turns out there is exactly one other middle-high-class staff on the field besides the Edmure Edamiri. And here's the catch: that showcase staff is not really here for anyone to take home. It is here to be looked at, not touched. Everyone, go stand in front of the staff you like, Hanwal calls out, and the real ceremony finally gets underway. First up, Prince Jeremy Scalvin, all confidence, calling his staff like he already knows it is going to answer. Then Hong Bion steps up and claims hers just as smoothly, the staff glowing warm in her hands like it had been waiting for her. Yusial watches the whole show, quietly impressed despite himself. The crowd loses it. Isn't the staff he won picked the Haddon Amikoten? That's a middle-class staff. Prince Scalvin also picked a middle-class staff, 2 middle-class bonds in a row, and the whispers are getting loud. Just how many people can even wield middle-class staves that only certified magicians handle? One classmate mutters. This year's crazy. Uslek, watching everyone else outshine him, mutters through gritted teeth, "Damn it." So of course Uslek marches straight for the flashiest option on the field and heads start turning. Isn't that Uslek? Could he possibly be trying to resonate with a middle-high-class staff? Someone whispers, already smelling disaster. Uslek plays it up for the crowd. Hey, watch carefully. I'll show you what a true S-class talent looks like. Famous last words if there ever were any. He reaches out, fist clenched, forcing the connection with everything he's got. The staff answers, all right, just not the way he was hoping. The whole platform lights up in a violent burst. Uslek goes down screaming, and the crowd gasps in horror. Usial just watches it all happen with the specific calm of a guy who saw this coming from a mile away. Uslek ends up sprawled out, arm bandaged, very much not the flex he was going for. Oh no, he seems to have gotten hurt pretty badly. Classmates panic. Somebody call a professor. Watching the fallout, Usial shrugs to himself. Guess a middle-high-class staff really is impossible, and someone nearby practically tells him the same thing. Yeah, better to just give up now. Hey, get a hold of yourself, somebody tells him, clearly expecting him to be shaken by the whole disaster. Usial is not shaken in the slightest. If anything, he looks like he is holding back a smile, quietly humming to himself. Because unlike Uslek, Usial never needed to force anything. He steps up with his staff already in hand, looking every bit like it was made for him. Ceremony over, and the so-called class dunce just walked away with the coolest reveal of the day. Word spreads fast, some legendary staff's owner has already been decided. And judging by that smug little smirk, someone's about to prove everyone right. Enter Ma Yuxiang, striding up like he owns the place because in about 10 seconds he's going to. That grin right there, that's not confidence. That's a guy who already knows he's the main character. Word ripples through the crowd, it's him, the transfer student everyone's already whispering about. Students start murmuring, edging closer. Is this newcomer really about to try for the staff nobody else could budge? One kid mutters that not even a prodigy could handle a weapon called Edmuri Edamiri. Yeah, that's a scary name for a reason. Ma Yuxiang doesn't even hesitate, he just reaches right in and grabs it. The air itself starts screaming. And just like that, the staff rips itself open into a full-on glowing blade. No struggle, no strain, like it was made for him. Somewhere in the crowd, a stunned classmate nearly chokes on his own gasp. Eyes go wide, nobody saw that coming. Meanwhile, the guy holding a literal sword made of light just looks mildly pleased with himself. That's the face of a genius who was never actually worried. His grip tightens around the hilt like he's already decided this thing belongs to him. The whispers turn into full-blown disbelief. A first year just casually claimed a high mid-class staff. Is that even possible? Great question. Apparently yes, if you're built different. Watching from the sidelines, Usial can't help but think, well, now everyone's going to know exactly how talented this guy is. Which, from the look on his face, is not exactly the outcome he was hoping for. His mind starts turning, gears grinding on a plan only he can see. What the hell? Yeah, that's the sound of a plan falling apart before it even started. Or maybe just the sound of him briefly doubting his own sanity. See, there's another player in this, a mysterious student called Flame who happens to own her own high-mid-class staff, Teravan. And Usial knows exactly why that detail matters. This, he realizes, might be exactly where the story splits in two, if Flame grabs Teravan herself. Ma Yuxiang takes notice of her raw talent, and suddenly a whole new alliance becomes possible. But pick the wrong staff, and the entire story veers off somewhere else completely. So Usial makes up his mind, he's going to use Flame to pull Ma Yuxiang onto their side. A quick scan later and there she is, found her. He starts closing the distance, eyes locked on his target. Somewhere nearby, Teravan itself is practically glowing, waiting to be claimed. That's exactly where the staff is, sitting right in Flame's path. A blade of pure light, humming quietly, just waiting for the right hands. The only question is, what's Flame actually going to do with it? Usial watches, holding his breath for her next move. Flame herself doesn't look interested in staffs at all. If anything, she looks bored. Yeah, Usial thinks, willing it into existence, grab Teravan. Do that, and Ma Yuxiang is basically guaranteed to take notice. And just like that, they'd be one step closer to a happy ending. Flame walks right past the glowing blade like it's furniture. What? Yusial's whole plan just did a nosedive. She's genuinely not interested in Teravan, at all, not even a little. What's going on here? Does she seriously not even know the staff exists? Maybe she just doesn't have the information. Either way, this is bad. What if she wanders off and grabs some completely random staff instead? Then every good outcome he's been counting on goes right out the window. At this point, there's only one option left. He's just going to have to push Teravan into her hands himself. Time to actually use the one power he's got. Reality bends for a split second, and he blinks the one trick up his sleeve, closing the gap in an instant. One heartbeat he's yards away, the next he's standing right beside her. He grabs for her hand, trying to steer her toward the blade, which, understandably, startles the absolute hell out of her. When did he, hi is apparently the best Yusial can manage. Smooth recovery, he just casually asks which staff she's planning to pick. Why do you want to know that? I just wanted to help. You looked lost, not his best lie. Flame isn't buying it for a second. It's none of your business. And with that, she's already walking off. Bye then. Wait, subtlety was never really an option here. Something about all this is bugging him. Because in every version of this story he knows, Flame is supposed to be warm and friendly with everyone. But giving up isn't an option. His whole plan depends on this. Hey, wait. I really just want to help you pick one, he insists, chasing after her. She turns unimpressed. Mind your own business. But I really feel like there's a staff here that's perfect for you. Subtle, Yusial, real subtle. Before Flame can even answer, a new voice cuts in. What the hell do you know about staffs? A sharp-eyed girl with rose-pink hair has clearly been listening in, and she does not look convinced. Yusial, already sweating, wonders if he screwed something up or if he's just being written off as a background extra. I've heard a lot about you, the newcomer says to Flame, nodding at the blade. Don't you think you could grab that one? For once, Yusial's plan just got some unexpected backup. Teravan, yeah, Yusial jumps in eagerly. That one. He lays it on thick, hyping the blade up like a salesman. Then something shifts, a low hum, only he seems to notice. Somewhere across the courtyard, even Ma Yuxiang's head snaps up. What is this noise? The air around Teravan starts crackling, magic surging out of nowhere. Yusial freezes. That is not supposed to be happening. Light erupts around him in a blinding flash. Whatever just triggered, it's already too late to stop. Yusial doubles over with a pained groan as the magic slams through him. Across the yard, Ma Yuxiang's eyes narrow at the sudden surge of power. And when the light clears, Teravan isn't floating in midair anymore. It's in Yusial's hand. His own eyes go wide with disbelief. Why is this in my hand? This was very much not the plan. Flame was supposed to be the one holding it, not him. Shit about sums it up. He turns around slowly, already bracing for the awkward explanation. Flame just stares at him, completely speechless. And somewhere off in the distance, a certain fire-haired princess watches the whole thing unfold with a very different look in her eyes. No nothing, Yusial squeaks out, plastering on the most unconvincing smile in Academy history. Yeah, he's fucked. Royally spectacularly, there's no coming back from this fucked. We're back at Stellu Academy, and the whole campus is buzzing about something before class has even started. A couple of students cut through the halls while the rumor mill spins into overdrive all around them. Hey, did you hear? Someone whispers, leaning in like she's got the juiciest gossip of the semester. The word going around. This year, not one but two students managed to grab and resonate with high mid-class staffs. Only 5 people in the school's entire history ever pulled that off, and now it just jumped to 2. But get this. One of those 2 apparently only used Blink during the whole exam. Wait, Blink? That's supposed to be basic throwaway magic. Some parents flat out call it garbage. How does garbage magic land you a top-tier staff? Somewhere in the crowd, one girl just looks worried. Did something go wrong? She wonders quietly. By evening, the gossip finally starts to fade out near the self-study hall. A girl slips down the stairwell alone, breathing out. Phew, it finally got a bit quieter, she mutters, grateful for 5 minutes without hearing that name. She keeps walking, footsteps echoing through the empty hall, trying to shake the whole thing off. But her face says she's still turning it over in her head. Because all day, wherever she went, it was the same story. Two new students just grabbed high-mid-class staffs and the whole school lost its mind about it. That's all they talked about today, no matter where I went, she sighs, but I just can't wrap my head around it. Word is someone in this school grabbed Teravan itself, a staff nobody was even supposed to be able to touch. No way, she breathes, disbelief written all over her face. He grabbed Teravan, just who is he? Yeah, hey, that's the exact question everyone wants answered. Here's the kicker though, a certain Beak Usial has never once shown up on the list of important characters she knows by heart. And nobody was ever supposed to be able to grab Teravan at all, let alone resonate with it this easily. It's as if, she trails off, the pieces almost clicking into place. Cut to one of the actual staff grabbers replaying his big moment with an ego the size of the academy. He's trying to show off to me, somebody mutters, unimpressed. Flashback to the exam, a hand closes around a glowing staff, cocky as ever. Some people really do peek in front of an audience. Well, it's pointless to think about it now, she decides, propping her chin up by the window and letting it go. For now, anyway. Flame, someone calls out, and just like that the whole mood shifts. She jumps a little, caught off guard by the sudden shout. It's her friends, already closing in. Are you going to study on your own again today? One of them teases. She just looks down, half smiling, busted. You kids, do you think I'm a nerd or something? Flame huffs. No, comes the deadpan reply, you just always say there's nothing to do and then you end up studying anyway. It's not like that, Flame insists, stomping off in mock offense. But Flame, why do you always call us kids? We're literally the same age, someone points out. Oh, that's because, Flame hesitates. Habit, where I used to live, I was always treated as the older one, she admits. She laughs it off, so I guess I just can't act like a kid anymore. And under her breath, our girl adds her own private punchline. She's technically living inside a novel from the present too, so acting her age was never really on the table for her either. Anyway, she asks, are you going to study alone again today too? Before anyone can answer, a pink-haired girl wanders over. That's Jackie, I think? She guesses, then can't resist a little dig, wondering why Jackie's style suddenly looks a bit too similar to her own. All right, let's go to a cafe together next time, Jackie says, waving her off with a grin. Walking off alone, she finally lets out a breath. Ha, girls at this age, she mutters, sounding like a woman twice her years. It's honestly kind of hard being a student at this age, she sighs, way too tired for a teenager. Head down, mind elsewhere, she plows straight into somebody. Ouch. She looks up right into a familiar face, Flame. And just past her another familiar face catches her eye, He Wondryong. Yeah, I'm fine, she says quickly, waving off the collision like it's nothing. Wondryong doesn't look convinced. Your expression doesn't look good, he says, is something up? He waits for an answer, watching her a little too closely. Not particularly, she deflects. I see, heading to self-study, he asks. Yup, and you're off to the S-class training hall again, I take it. For a second she wonders, is he actually worried about her? You can't slack off on training, not even for a day, he says. You're unnecessarily sincere about this, she shoots back. That's not something you should be saying, he replies flatly. Ah, is that so? She grins, not backing down. He flicks her forehead lightly and she yelps, hand flying up to block the next one. See you later then, he says, already walking off with that same easy smile. She heads off in the other direction, footsteps echoing down the now empty hallway. Alone again, she keeps walking, still replaying the conversation. How bland, she thinks to herself, already missing the banter. Something catches her attention. A flash of pink pops out from behind a pillar, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. Jackie, why is she still? She wonders, trailing off. Yeah, she starts to call out, hand raised, only for Jackie to blink back, confused. Huh. She catches herself mid-thought. Ah, this isn't the time for this, she mutters, shaking it off and refocusing. She heads for the self-study hall, except tonight it's not just self-study waiting for her. There's a special supplementary meeting tonight, and she's not going in blind. Because according to the story she knows by heart, both she and Hong Bion are supposed to show up at this exact meeting. It'll be important, she reminds herself, to watch how the female lead and the villainess of this whole romance fantasy face off. Book in hand, she climbs the stairs toward the meeting room, bracing for whatever's about to happen. Inside, she scans the room. All the important characters are here, she realizes. Let's see, she thinks, cataloging every face in the crowd. Up at the podium stands the host, A-class Kyle, running the whole show. He looks a little rattled himself, like even he wasn't expecting this turnout. This meeting's supposed to be for students who need to improve their grades, Kyle explains, but with famous S-class students showing up, I guess that was inevitable. Her eyes narrow, taking it all in. To think even Ma Yuseong would be here, she thinks, genuinely stunned. And there he is, grinning ear to ear and radiating way too much charm, sidling right up next to a certain someone. Turns out Ma Yuseong, the closest thing this world has to a male lead, has taken a very personal interest in Baek Yuseol. And here's the twist nobody saw coming. Baek Yuseol didn't solve a single question on that brutal placement exam except the so-called 3 questions from hell. Maybe, just maybe, that wasn't an accident. A fist clenches on the desk, tension crackling in the air. Because Baek Yuseol knew exactly what he was doing from the start. Solve those 3 impossible questions and the S-class door opens right up. And there he is, cool, sharp, and smirking like a man who's already 3 moves ahead of everyone else in the room. This garbage magic dunce might just be running the whole show. Picking up right where we left off, we're back inside one student's head as she turns something over. What if Baek Yuseol knew what was coming the whole time? She keeps chewing on it. Baek Yuseol really did know beforehand and he was playing it off like nothing. Her verdict lands cold. If that's true, this guy is dangerous. Cut to the man himself. Yuseol lets out a long, tired sigh like he's already had a day. Nearby, a certain grinning classmate mutters that he wishes somebody, anybody, would take Yuseol off his hands. That's Ma Yuseong flashing his trademark megawatt smile as he strolls up. Yuseol, why did you come here? He asks. Yuseol just grins and shrugs it off. Haha, no special reason, he says. I was just told to show up because my grades are apparently bad. His eyes narrow just slightly at that, like even he's not totally buying his own excuse. Privately, Yuseol's still stuck on the real question. Why does this guy keep taking such a personal interest in him anyway? He straightens his tie as the room settles down. Somewhere up front, a voice calls for quiet. Yuseol and Ma Yuseong fall in line together as the class pulls itself together for the lesson. Up at the podium stands their instructor Kyle, announcing today's session, a full review of the placement exam questions. Kyle reminds everyone just how brutal that exam was, especially the 3 problems everyone nicknamed the 3 questions from hell. One proud student pipes up that they actually managed to crack one of those 3. But in his head, Kyle's seething. He only took this teaching gig to lord it over a bunch of spoiled nobles and now he's stuck with actual geniuses in the room. Rough gig. Then he hears the rumor that changes everything. Word is Baek Yuseol scored the lowest on the whole exam. Kyle's eyes light up. This, he thinks, is his chance. He can't help the smug little smirk creeping across his face. Then I'll show him, Kyle vows to himself. I'll prove I'm better than him. Chalk in hand, he strides to the board, announcing he'll demonstrate his own solution first. This problem's basically a trap, he explains, working through the steps. The trap, he says, was designed to bait careless students into a wrong answer. A row back, someone leans in, curious where this is going. Pencils scratch across paper as the class dutifully copies his method down, Ma Yuseong watching with quiet interest. A ripple of whispers runs through the room as Kyle sets up his next point. Then every head turns toward Yuseol. Does he think the professors got it right? One classmate mutters they don't even understand what Kyle's on about in the first place. Yuseol, meanwhile, is stuck on something else entirely. What the heck even is a 3 questions from hell? He's never heard the nickname before. Whatever he decides, I'll just be honest. So when Kyle asks if he agrees, Yuseol just says it straight, no, I don't know. Kyle freezes mid-shock stroke as a low murmur rolls through the classroom. What? Someone gasps and heads start turning toward the guy who just casually torched the professor's confidence. The whispers connect the dots. That's Baek Yuseol. Is he seriously implying the professor's wrong? Kyle's fist clenches, humiliation flashing hot across his face. Yuseol, blissfully oblivious as ever, just wonders why the entire room is suddenly staring at him. I'm doing it wrong, Kyle repeats, stung. He rounds on Yusial directly, dead serious now. Then why don't you come down here and solve it yourself, he challenges, daring him to back it up. The two lock eyes across the room, and for a second nobody breathes. Yusial's jaw drops, why not exactly the reaction of a guy with nothing to hide. Off to the side, Ma Yusiang just smirks, thoroughly enjoying the show. The class starts egging him on, you can do it, Yusial. Something clicks, Kyle's obviously trying to get a little petty payback and Yusial, grinning now, decides fine, let's play. Ugh, oh well, he mutters, and heads down the steps toward the front of the room. Unnoticed in the doorway, a familiar white and pink-haired figure watches in silence. Hong Bion quietly taking notes of her own. Yusial joins Kyle at the chalkboard, and the whole class leans in. He even pulls out a pair of glasses for the occasion, tapping his chin. 3 questions from hell, huh? Honestly, he says, this is basically a pun quiz. He lays out his example. A mage casts a spell shouting "Dear Earth, shed tears," and somehow ends up with double the dirt. Kyle, baffled, asks why on earth that would even happen. The answer, Yusial says with a grin, is simple. If dirt cries, it's just in a state of decomposture. Yeah, it's that kind of pun. Somewhere a writer is very proud of themselves. Even Yusial admits it's ridiculous, muttering he'd love to know who came up with these questions in the first place. Zooming back out, Kyle had solved his version of the problem like a straight math equation. His method was technically wrong, but he'd stumbled into the right answer anyway, pure luck. Yusial calls it, change the setup even slightly and that method falls apart completely. I can't really show you the intended way to solve it, he admits, but I can show you exactly where you went wrong. He points it out, the problem specifically said Earth. So what if it had been water or wind instead? You really think your method still works? Kyle stammers, backpedaling, then I'll just use a different method. Except then, Yusial points out, you'd have to redo the whole thing from scratch every single time. The verdict lands hard. Kyle only got the right answer because he got lucky, not because his method actually worked. Kyle's face falls as it finally sinks in, You're right, he admits quietly while Yusial privately winces, wondering if he took it a little too far. So Yusial pivots and actually walks the class through it properly this time. Anyway, this is supposed to be, he starts. A quiet beat passes as Kyle and Yusial stand side by side at the board. Behind them, the entire class is now scribbling notes, dead serious, hanging on every word. Back in her seat, Azel's eyes go wide watching it all unfold. She studies him closely, still turning her private theory over in her head. How is this even possible? She wonders, genuinely stunned. The whole room is still hunched over their notebooks, chasing down every word out of his mouth. Azel almost lets herself believe he's just some distracted kid who got lucky on one question. But the nagging thought won't quit, is this really okay? Just how much is this guy actually hiding? Evening settles over the academy, towers glowing gold against the sunset. Just another day winding down, or so it seems. Yusial's wrapping up with Ma Yusiang, who calls out one more cheerful "see you tomorrow." Yusial flashes back a grin and a wave, all teeth and zero sincerity, playing the friendly classmate to the hilt. The two head off together, Yusial keeping the act up step for step. The second Yusiang's out of earshot, that grin drops like a rock. Inside, he's screaming. Getting tangled up with someone like Ma Yusiang is the last thing he needs. Forget tomorrow, honestly, he'd love to never see the guy again. He lets out a long, tired sigh, clearly done with people for the day. A stray thought needles at him. It's probably something to do with that telephone call earlier, he figures. Because the truth is, he can't figure out why Yusiang sought him out at all. As far as he knows from the game, nobody but a character called Flame ever used that particular trick. Lost in thought, he almost doesn't notice a familiar figure lingering by a pillar in the fading light. A flash of pink and silver hair catches his eye. It's Hong Bion, red eyes and all, clearly waiting for someone. Yusial clocks her immediately and wonders who she's got her eye out for. Deciding it's none of his business, he figures the smart move is to just slip past unnoticed. No such luck, she calls his name before he gets 3 steps. Footsteps close the distance fast as she catches up to him. I have something to ask you, she says, and Yusial already knows this isn't going to be simple. What is it? He asks, bracing himself. Turns out she's not here for small talk. She wants to know why he never explained how he solved a certain problem in class. In his head, he's already defending himself. It's not that he wouldn't explain it, it's that you can't logically walk someone through a quiz that makes zero sense. They fall into step together, Yusial clearly thrown by the ambush. I just didn't have anything to say, he offers, which is technically true and also not remotely helpful. Bion looks caught off guard by that, cheeks coloring slightly. I understand, she says quietly, seeming to take it the wrong way entirely. You just didn't want to announce your solution in front of everyone, right? She guesses, giving him way more credit than he deserves. Yusial tries to protest that's not it, immediately regretting every choice that led to this conversation. What? She's already moving on. I'll compensate you fairly, she says, all business. Whatever's in your head, just explain it to me, she presses, not taking no for an answer. She holds her ground, arms crossed, clearly waiting him out. Yusial's face does about 5 things at once, none of them comfortable. Why, that's the reaction he can't quite hold in. Later, the two of them end up in the academy library, lamplight pooling over the shelves. They settle at a table, Yusial arms crossed like he's bracing for a lecture, Bion wrapped in her cloak across from him. Handwritten notes get spread out between them, the infamous quiz laid bare. Yes, yes, of course, my lady, Yusial drawls, sarcasm dripping, but you only got 3 questions wrong. He can't resist twisting the knife. Aren't you a little embarrassed asking me for help when you missed everything else? Not at all, Bion shoots back, completely unbothered. The only embarrassing thing, she says, is that these 3 answers still elude her, and she's willing to do whatever it takes to get them. Yusial has to admit, grudgingly, that she sounds like exactly the model student everyone expects her to be. But why him specifically, she wants to know, eyes narrowing. He deflects, you're a princess, surely you've got plenty of friends who could help. She hesitates. Out of all 141 freshmen who took the so-called 3 questions from hell, only 3 people actually cracked them, and he's one of them. These weren't just hard, she explains, they were designed to be completely unsolvable. Somehow Ma Yuxiang, someone called Flame, and Yusial himself all found the answer, which leaves her in a seriously awkward spot. Yusial reaches for the paper like he's trying to take it all back. No, wait. These were trick questions? Nobody was supposed to solve them. Bion just shrugs. Yeah, hey, didn't you catch that while you were solving it? Yusial mutters something about these being flat-out insane. It finally clicks. This is exactly why he landed in the S class to begin with. And probably why someone called Flame has been holding back around him too. Across from him, Bion's still rattling off the lore basics, stuff she just assumes everyone already knows, genuinely stunned trick questions like this even exist. But Flame, Yusial thinks, is built different. She's clearly steeped in this world's setting, practically fluent in its own rules. But Yusial's an extra, someone who was never even supposed to exist in this story, and his presence alone has been throwing things off. Enough that this Flame character has had no choice but to sit up and acknowledge Beak Yusial as somebody real. Why do you look like that? Bion asks, catching his expression. Privately, Yusial's putting the pieces together about why she's been acting the way she has. Don't worry about it, he mutters. He rubs his temple, clearly turning something over in his head. You haven't forgotten you owe me a favor for helping with this, right? She reminds him. Yeah, he admits. Her request turns out to be refreshingly simple. She wants her staff reforged into a magic sword. He tries to wriggle out of it. Your kingdom's blacksmiths could handle that easily enough. Except only low-level mercenaries carry weapons like that, she counters, and suddenly the royal blacksmiths make a lot less sense. What he's really not eager to admit is that he's basically magically crippled, not exactly blacksmith material. So are you doing it or not? She presses, done waiting. She just stares him down in silence, arms crossed, patience running thin. Sure, I'll do it, should be easy enough, he shrugs, her whole face lights up, nice. Deal struck, she gets down to business, walking him through the answer to the quiz. The method is, she begins, and Yusial leans in, actually curious now. The trick, he realizes, comes down to one thing, a change of perspective. A change of perspective, she echoes, yup, he confirms. This, it turns out, is the crack in Hong Bion's armor, her one real weakness. One she won't actually recognize until her second year. And only after getting badly beaten by Flame in a fight that really matters. Yuseol knows he can't just hand her some game-breaking secret right here, right now. But he can nudge her a little closer to figuring it out herself. Do you, he starts, choosing his words carefully, know what a nonsense quiz is by any chance? He asks, and just like that he's about to hand her a lot more than she bargained for. Out of nowhere, Yuseol gets a look on his face you should probably be worried about. In that case, he starts, and you already know this is going nowhere good. He leans in and asks Hong Bion straight up if she knows what a nonsense quiz is. Her guard drops for a second, curiosity winning out. Finger raised like he's about to drop ancient wisdom, he gets ready to fire off riddle number 1. Her eyes go wide. Turns out she's actually heard of these silly games before, and now she's curious where this is headed. Nonsense, I think I've heard of it, she admits, arms crossed, still not totally sold on this being a good use of study time. I'll give you an example, he says, then hits her with it. What's between a knee and a knee? Bion actually stops to think about it, dead serious, then guesses the back of the knee. Bless her, she's trying. Nope, the answer's just the word, and it's literally the word between the two knees. Yuseol cracks himself up while her expression goes ice cold. You can practically see the storm clouds rolling in over her head. Come on, don't glare at me like that, he backpedals, but those red eyes are already burning holes through him. Trying to smooth things over, he switches gears and points her to a question that actually looks serious. The trick, he explains, is that this one's full of formulas she's never even seen. She can't just memorize her way through it, she has to actually think. She fires back with a genuinely sharp question of her own. Can you even memorize creativity in the first place? Girl's got a point. She's dead serious, turning the idea over in her head like it's an actual magical theorem. Her own answer after a long beat, no you can't. Yuseol just watches her work through it, quietly impressed she's actually engaging for real. But for a mage, he continues, the most important thing is to look past the boundaries of your own thinking. Around her, the idea itself seems to shimmer into a glowing golden circle. Magic grows from the smallest shift in perspective, he tells her, but right now she only sees things exactly as they are written. Spells aren't just formulas you memorize and cast, he adds. For once, Bion doesn't have a comeback ready, she just listens, actually taking it in. You're probably sharper than me at analysis and judgment, he admits, giving credit where it's due. But you're missing the one thing that actually matters for a mage, creativity. Ouch, straight to the point. Something snaps into place in her head, you can practically hear it click. A spark of something new crackles around her, like her whole way of thinking just shifted gears. Yuseol suddenly panics, realizing he might have just rambled through an entire lecture. You understood all that, right? Even though it sounded pretty complicated. He rubs the back of his neck, bracing for her to call him out. Of course I did, she says instantly, chin up, not about to admit otherwise. Which is hilarious because plot twist, even Yuseol has no idea what he was just talking about. Glad you understood, he says, way too smoothly, already moving on to round 2. Next up, why did the man say something to the horse while putting it to bed? Bion's brain just about short circuits. She actually leans into it, treating a dumb riddle like a life-or-death exam question. Eventually she taps out, I don't know, she admits, arms crossed. The answer, apparently, is it's past your bedtime. Before she can even groan, he's already onto the next one, why don't beds work hard? Something about scissors entering a race, apparently, and her patience is officially wearing thin. I don't know, she says flatly. Turns out rock started rolling in the race, but paper and scissors stayed put because get it, they're stationary. Yuseol is way too proud of himself. The laughter dies real quick when he clocks the look on her face. Her fist is clenched so tight you'd think she's about to cast something extremely unfriendly. Full villain arc energy radiating off her right now, and not the fun kind. Yuseol quietly clocks the danger, yeah, she's about to blow. Somehow, instead of exploding, she jumps in with her own attempt. Then what did the clouds say to the ocean? Turns out that's actually his next question too, word for word. Guess great minds or desperate ones think alike. She just stares. This is either working or she's plotting his demise, hard to say. Yusial silently begs the universe for her to actually land this one. And she delivers. I'm getting a bit emotional. Yusial's jaw hits the floor. Yoyu actually got it right, he stammers, staring at her like she just cast a forbidden spell. And there it is, the tiniest, proudest little smile creeping onto her face. Then it breaks wide open into an actual, genuine laugh. And Yusial just sits there stunned, because between the game he used to play and real life, this is the first time he's ever seen her smile like that. As expected of a princess, he teases, chin resting on his hand, your creativity really is on another level. Flustered, she waves it off and demands the next question before he can catch her blushing any harder. Then the next one he grins, more than happy to keep this going. Hours melt away and by the time they are done, the sky outside has gone full midnight. The academy towers sit quiet under the stars. Yusial finally heads out, footsteps echoing through the empty halls. He cuts a lonely, tired figure making his way back across the courtyard. He lets out a long breath, absolutely wiped out. Turns out what was supposed to be one quick joke somehow burned 3 whole hours with Hong Bion. He never expected to actually believe the nonsense he was spouting, but old memories of his own past screw-ups keep flooding back. His thoughts drift inevitably back to her. Hong Bion, he thinks, is genuinely brilliant, a sharp, excellent magician. Her real weakness is just how rigidly she thinks. Even knowing she's flagged as this story's doomed villainess, he can't shake a little guilt. Which is exactly why he needs to hurry up and turn his blade Terravan into a proper magic sword so he has more options on the table. Still, what's done is done, he tells himself and keeps walking. Shaking it off, he refocuses. Enough overthinking, he's still got textbooks to track down before class. He picks up the pace through the quiet streets. Is it around here somewhere? He mutters, squinting at the buildings. He can't quite remember where the place was. He wanders further down the block, scanning every storefront. Then something catches his eye. Found it, he says, breaking into a satisfied grin. We open on a quiet, rundown house at dusk, a small bookstore that has clearly seen better days. Inside, the shelves are stacked floor to ceiling with old, worn spines, not exactly the fanciest place in town. Yusial steps inside, sizing the place up. Rundown or not, he already knows this shop's got exactly what he came for. He knew better than to judge a bookstore by its crumbling doorframe. In the corner, the shopkeeper keeps bobbing his head like he's nodding off mid-sentence. Word is, this guy has a habit of faking sleep while quietly clocking every customer who walks in. Don't let the snoring fool you. In this nameless, half-forgotten little shop, something is about to light up. He's hunting for the legendary study notes of Mela, the student who graduated top of her class at Stella Academy a decade ago. Back in the game he used to play, signing up for a class was as easy as tapping yes on a menu. Out here in the real world, though, you actually need the physical textbook for your major. And not just any textbook, the one you use changes how fast your grades climb. At first, Yusial stuck to shopping at the big-name bookstores. Turns out the real gems were hiding in unmarked little shops nobody bothers to advertise. Get his hands on Mela's notes for his magical engineering class, and he's basically guaranteed a perfect score. Sure, just wearing his so-called bulbul glasses would land him decent grades on their own, but he wants to crack the hidden recipe too. He scans the shelves with laser focus, hunting one very specific spine. Here it is, he mutters, finally spotting it buried in the clutter. His fingers close around the cover, just as something catches him completely off guard. Azel, he freezes, staring at someone he clearly wasn't expecting to run into here. The girl in front of him, long silvery hair, sharp violet eyes, looks just as thrown to see him. She pats him on the head like he's a lost puppy and asks straight up if he even knows who she is. Of course, aren't you famous? He shoots back before admitting he actually remembers her from the supplementary study group. She squints, placing the name. Your name was Beak Yusial, right? He blinks. Didn't they already meet before he even enrolled? Guess not everyone remembers him. I did enjoy our debate, she adds, with just enough edge to sting. Shame you never got to finish your point. Anyway, nice meeting you, she says, already turning to go, cool as ever. Yusial watches her vanish between the shelves, filing the encounter away. He breathes easy, clutching his prize. Thankfully, nobody snagged it before him. Then he clocks her again, still browsing nearby, and a question nags at him. Why is she even here? She's checking the price tag on a stack of second-hand books, 73,000 and counting. She lets out a tired little sigh, like that number matters more than it should. Yusial peers around the shelf, quietly watching her make her decision. Was it that one, he wonders, trying to piece together what she's really after. This place mostly trades in second-hand books, which explains exactly why she's here. Yusial's mind flashes back to something he knows about her past, her father. It was almost certainly killed by the dark demonic humans. His expression hardens as the weight of it settles in. A princess reduced to worrying over the price tag on second-hand books because she genuinely can't afford better. That's rough. And it gets worse. In the story he remembers, Azel doesn't even make it that far. She dies before Flame, the actual hero of this world, ever takes the stage. If you had to name the single unluckiest character in the whole game, it might just be her. She has no idea any of this is running through his head, of course. Without really thinking it through, Yusial grabs the whole stack off the counter. "Please, give me these," he blurts to the shopkeeper, beaming a little too hard for someone who just torched his whole book budget on her pile. Azel's eyebrow twitches, not quite sure what to make of this sudden generosity. She fidgets, clutching her own book a little tighter, bracing for whatever he's about to say. "You just looked like looks like you picked out some interesting topics," he backpedals, catching himself mid-sentence. She just stares at him in dead silence. He's suddenly very worried she was about to call him something unflattering. "What?" she asks. "Like what?" He fires back, already regretting the question. She holds up the stack. All of them, apparently, and she wants to know why he's even bothering with something as obscure as advanced ceiling theory. She explains it's an old branch of magic built around enchanted items, mostly obsolete now that alchemy and magical engineering have taken over. "Oh, this?" he shrugs. "Yeah, not exactly practical." "So you do know your stuff," she says, giving him a second look. Turns out she signed up for that exact same class. His jaw drops. He figures if it's an easy class to ace, he can coast through without breaking a sweat. "Anyway, I'll get going first," she says, leaving him standing there mildly confused. Just like Azel said, hardly anyone signs up for the theory of ceiling. Which, in Yusial's mind, is exactly the loophole he needs. Less competition, less effort, same shiny grade. With this he grins, this semester's basically a breeze. He tucks the book under his arm, looking pretty pleased with himself. Azel watches him go, saying nothing, filing away something of her own. She lingers a moment longer among the shelves before finally heading out too. Cut to the next day, back at the towering halls of the academy. Azel tells herself this class should be an easy win too. She walks in and freezes. This supposedly obscure, nobody-wants-it class is somehow packed wall to wall. "Huh, you're taking nihility too?" Yusial calls out, just as blindsided as she is. "Yeah, but I think I messed up," he admits. The secret's out, every overachiever in school heard the same rumor he did. "I'm doomed." Azel echoes the sentiment right back at him, equally horrified. "Can't be helped now," she sighs. "I'll just have to make it up in my other classes." Up front, the professor wraps the lecture for the day. Yusial heads out with a classmate, already thinking about lunch instead of grades. "I'll figure it out once I get to the cafeteria," he says, breezing off without a care. Azel's stomach growls loudly. Keeping that scholarship alive means every single meal has to be budgeted. "Should I grab food first?" she wonders, pulling up her meal ticket balance. 60 meal tickets total for the whole semester. That's all she's got to work with. "I'll just get some bread today," she decides, quietly making do with less again. Then something across the hall catches her eye, that person. A classmate with glasses clocks the two of them from a distance and does a double take. "Isn't that Beak Yusial?" he mutters, and just like that, word's about to start spreading. In a mostly empty academy hallway, a classmate spots Yusial walking just ahead of her and freezes mid-step, like she's seen something she wasn't supposed to. Wait, is that Beak Yusial, the academy's infamous genius dunce, just strolling in like it's nothing? She can't wrap her head around it. What is the school's most talked about problem student doing all the way out here? Ah, right, the lecture. Turns out they're both here for the same low-key class, one you'd almost forget existed. The room's practically empty, just a handful of students scattered among the desks. Turns out this is where you land after bombing the subject, and yeah, that apparently includes Yusial. She studies him for a beat, clearly still trying to make the pieces fit. With numbers this low, there's a real chance this class gets scrapped before it even gets going. Her own reasoning is ice cold and practical. Breeze through an easy elective, bank the extra hours, and pour them into subjects that actually pay scholarship money. She turns the math over in her head one more time, making sure the plan holds up. His name rolls back through her mind, and suddenly him being here doesn't feel like an accident at all. Did he already clock this class as an easy score before anyone else did? In her head, the picture gets bigger fast. What if he mapped out his entire schedule for maximum efficiency? Suddenly class dunce doesn't sound like the right label anymore. Her own eyes go wide at the thought, unsettled by how well it actually tracks. She catches herself and shakes it off hard. No way, there's no way she's overthinking a guy who's supposedly bottom of the class. She talks herself back down, has to be a coincidence, nothing more. Up front, Professor Layden kicks off the lecture with the basics. You all know where magic came from, right? The founding mage, the legendary mage in white, spread magic across the whole world, and that's how every race first learned to wield it. That's Layden for you, the Academy's professor of divine moon studies. Yes, that is an entire class about ancient moons. The elves got their nature magic straight from him, according to the legend. Next in the history lesson, the dwarves, forged tough by their own brand of magic. Turns out dwarves got matter magic, shaping raw material like it's clay. Humans got elemental magic, and once his work was done, the founding mage supposedly ascended straight to the heavens. The room goes quiet for a beat, like even the lecture is holding its breath before the next reveal. Yusial, meanwhile, is quietly panicking about surviving 3 whole years of this. But underneath the panic, his mind's already working overtime. Because to him, this dusty little elective might actually hold clues to the world's true ending. Just a hunch for now, he admits to himself, but one worth chasing. Then his brain snags on something else entirely. Wait, has Azel always been sitting in this class? As far as he remembers from the game, none of the story's key players ever set foot in here. She just sits there, completely unaware she's become someone's biggest plot hole. He shrugs it off, not like it changes anything for him either way. Up front, the lecture rolls on. Humanity's curiosity never stopped at just elemental magic. People wanted more, Layden explains, but that was the hard ceiling on what any race could learn. Before vanishing for good, the founding mage left behind something extra, the 12 divine moons. A shadowy figure wrapped in wind and drifting feathers, that's about all the legend gives you to go on. Even Layden looks half swallowed by his own myth as he tells it. He turns it into a pop quiz. Anyone actually know anything about these 12 divine moons? Azel answers without missing a beat. Guardians who kept the continent's balance of power, scattered across the world doing their duty, right up until they all went quiet 1,000 years ago. Layden nods, impressed. Each one carried its own special power built to protect the continent. Take the one tied to summer, for instance. Meet the 6th moon of the red summer, a being wrapped entirely in living flame. Legend says those flames are still burning somewhere, centuries later. Layden adds, almost casually, that you can still catch a glimpse of them if you swim into the deep sea of Alamanca. Feel free to go check it out yourselves, he says, and Yusial's face just short circuits. Is he serious right now? Because last Yusial checked, wandering into the sea, King Alamanca's domain gets any living thing killed on the spot. Some field trip. Layden, blissfully unbothered, just keeps right on lecturing. Next stop on the tour, Levian's coast. A monster whirlpool out in the open ocean got frozen rock solid, courtesy of the 12th moon of the blue winter. Each moon carries its own unique power, and legend has it something bigger happens if they are ever brought together. A miracle, supposedly. One student pipes up, okay, but what actually is the miracle? Layden's answer is a flat shrug. Nobody knows. That knowledge died with the last 1,000 years. All 12 of them went dormant a millennium ago, and Yusial quietly has to agree. That much checks out. Small comfort, back when this was just a game to him, he actually crossed paths with a few of these moons himself. A flash of memory, blade in hand, cutting through one of those legendary encounters. 5 of the 12, and only because he'd mined every scrap of intel the player community had on those limited time events. Back in his old life, glued to his monitor at 2 a.m., nobody else on the server came close to matching his count. Which brings him to a working theory. These 12 divine moons are almost certainly tangled up in the true ending, the same ending literally no player found in 10 straight years. Which means the answer is hiding exactly where nobody else ever reached, and even getting the 5 he has cost him his neck more than once. If he wants that ending, there's no shortcut, he's just going to have to throw himself back into danger again. Cut to a training field roaring with fire, because this world never really does subtle. A blast of flame tears clean through a practice dummy like it's nothing. The whole yard lights up in the aftershock. Striding through it all, completely unbothered, is Professor Hong Yil. Her lesson for the day is blunt. It doesn't matter how strong your attack is if it never actually lands. Raw power alone, she says, was never going to cut it. Yes, that's Bion's mother, running her fire class exactly as terrifying as you'd expect. Her eyes track the next attempt like she's already grading it before it even lands. Someone winds up and lets loose with everything they've got. The result is a full-blown fireball ripping straight across the field. Even Hong Yil has to track the shockwave with her eyes. Smoke swallows half the field, and her expression doesn't budge an inch. Whatever just got hit, it is not walking away looking pretty. The dummy takes the full brunt of it, arms still spread like it never saw it coming. What's left of it is barely recognizable. Hong Yil just sighs it out, how terrible, not exactly a glowing review. All that firepower and still nowhere near what she's actually looking for. She lets the flames die down, already thinking about who's up next. Our story picks up with Hong Bion sitting alone in an empty hall, firelight flickering behind her, looking like her whole world just came crashing down. Her face says it all, red eyes glassy, jaw tight, clearly replaying something painful over and over in her head. I showed mother a sorry sight again, she thinks. She must be disappointed, rough thought to be sitting with all alone. Someone reaches out and takes her hand, gentle and quiet. Princess, comes a soft voice right beside her. Bion looks up, startled, like she wasn't expecting anyone to notice she was hurting at all. It's a fiery-haired classmate crouched beside her, orange eyes full of concern instead of the usual bravado. She leans in, clearly debating whether to just sit in silence or actually say something. "Are you okay?" she finally asks, smile a little uncertain. Honestly, that's the least prickly move you'll see from a rival all week. The two of them end up sharing the same bench, and this fire mage classmate genuinely isn't here to gloat, she just wants to check in. "You're so amazing, princess," she gushes, and Bion, still rattled, just blinks. "What do you mean?" "You used the exact same magic as me, but yours was several times stronger," the redhead admits, no jealousy in her voice at all, just pure awe. Bion brushes it off hard. "So what? I couldn't even aim right. Old habits of self-doubt die hard, apparently." "But your magic itself is incredible," the redhead insists, practically vibrating. "It was super cool." "To be honest," she admits, quieter now, "I've been hearing about you since I was young." Turns out Bion's reputation precedes her for better or worse. Word around the academy has it this girl is a fire-type mage too, and there's even a rumor floating that her name is Arshwang. "I think I've heard of her," someone murmurs, feeding the gossip mill right on schedule. Apparently the word on the street is that a next-level genius of the fire attribute has shown up. Funny thing is, she's sitting right there getting humbled by Bion. In her head though, she's still insisting Bion has to be nothing compared to her own magic. Old pride dies hard, even mid-compliment. "It must be nice to have such high accuracy," she adds out loud, still fishing for a real reaction. "But if you practice more, I won't even be comparable to you," she says, and Bion, done with the flattery, cuts her off flat. "Enough with the rubbish." Bion glances back over her shoulder, unimpressed, but there's the faintest crack in that icy exterior. "Still, talking to you has made me feel better," Bion admits quietly, that fresh mark near her eye a reminder of just how rough her day already was. "Goodbye," the redhead calls out, and Bion heads off alone, footsteps echoing through the quiet hall. The redhead lingers behind, watching her go, that earlier bravado fully melted into something more sincere. She stands there a moment longer, alone with her own thoughts before finally heading off herself. Meanwhile, Bion makes her way back toward her own quarters, robes trailing behind her like she's trying to outrun the whole day. The door swings open onto her private room, a small potted plant sitting quietly on the table, the one normal thing in her very not normal life. She lets out a long, tired sigh, home at last. Heading down the hall inside, someone greets her with a respectful princess. Bion's expression barely shifts, still processing everything from earlier. Waiting for her in the sitting room is her personal guard, standing at ease like she's been there a while. "Welcome," she says warmly. "Meet Yi Terran, Hong Bion's exclusive bodyguard and unofficial tea supplier." And there's her official title for the record, exclusive guard to the princess herself. Terran sets out a hot drink and a plate of ginseng candy. "Thanks," Bion says, already reaching for the good stuff. Then straight to business. "The staff remodeling commission you asked of me before," Terran starts, launching into her report. Bion nibbles on a candy while Terran warns there's something slightly questionable about the results. "Questionable?" Bion asks, ears perking up. Terran picks her next words carefully, clearly bracing to explain something weird. "I heard that normal staves continuously suck in the owner's mana," Bion recalls, unsettled by where this might be going. "What, isn't that basically a dark demonic tool?" she presses, genuinely alarmed at the comparison. "It's a bit different from that," Terran clarifies. "It's consistently in resonance with nature's energy instead." "No way," Bion breathes, clearly not expecting that answer at all. "The thing pulls in the user's mana and resonates it with nature's own, which raises an obvious question. Why is such a garbage staff rated middle-high class?" Bion wonders aloud. "That's precisely why it's simply middle-high class," Terran says, like the ranking system itself is just as baffled. "What do you mean by that?" Bion shoots back, not following the logic one bit. Then the actual weapon gets shown off, glowing with power, and both of them freeze. High class?" Bion stammers. Turns out garbage was a bit premature. "How can a mere student wield that?" Terran mutters, thoroughly unsettled. "I'm confused about that too," Bion admits. "I know it wasn't even there for us to resonate with in the first place. But I don't think most people would use that kind of staff even if you handed it to them," she adds, "unless you've got a crazy amount of mana or none at all." Weirdly, suspiciously specific description that. "I don't get it," she sighs. "I'm sure that commoner will figure it out eventually. Somebody's clearly talking about a certain mana-less transfer student and they don't even know it." Bion takes a slow sip of tea and lets the mystery go. "Anyway," she says, moving on. "He sure is unique," she murmurs, gazing out the window, unknowingly closer to the truth than she realizes. The academy halls sit quiet in the golden evening light, one day folding quietly into the next. Morning comes, clear skies overhead, and a whole new class period is about to start. Cut to the S-class, everyone seated and settled in for another lecture. Off to one side, a glasses-wearing, brown-haired student does his best impression of paying attention. Attack magic needs to be manipulated in more detail than any other kind, the professor drones on. Enter Professor Carlime, the resident mana orbitology teacher, chalk in hand and diagram already sprawled across the board. "That's why this class is mandatory," he declares like he's said it 100 times before. He probably has. "From today onward for your PvP battles," he continues, while a blue-haired classmate quietly listens, clearly the type who actually takes notes. "The lesson breaks into two ideas: shooting magic fired straight from your own body and target magic aimed at a fixed point. Riveting stuff, truly." Chalk in hand, Carlime gets ready to lay out the day's orbital formula for everyone to suffer through. And here it is in all its glory. Some guy named Chialsu running 760 meters away while someone named Yonghi has to calculate the water magic orbit to nail him with water air force. Gotta respect the commitment to word problem tradition, even in a world with actual magic. One unlucky student is visibly sweating bullets trying to work it out at the board while Carlime watches, arms crossed. Around the room, the whispers start. Of all the attributes, it's water, someone mutters, side-eyeing our glasses-wearing slacker. If you're not a water attribute, yeah, this is about to get awkward for somebody. That somebody is Beak Usial, and his internal monologue is not exactly academic. This is so boring, he thinks, propping his head up like the lecture personally wronged him. He turns around to whine to a classmate about it, because misery apparently loves company. Okay, he mutters, freezing mid-complaint. Damn it, I got caught. Why are these classes harder than Korean? He grumbles to himself, a genuinely strange thing to be thinking in a magic academy, but old habits from another life die hard. Student Beak Usial, Carlime calls out, not messing around, please stand up and solve it. Usial drags himself up to the board, chalk in hand, staring down the problem that just wrecked half the class. Shortly after, though, he's done. All done, he says, casual as anything, and Carlime just stares at the board like it personally betrayed him. Go, good job, the professor stammers, you solved it quite easily. To organize the Ritty-Hibork equation that simply, Carlime mutters, still processing, then asks the obvious question, is your first major of the water attribute? Usial just shrugs. Nope. Nice, Carlime says, recovering fast, then we'll continue these questions next class. Somewhere in the back row, the blue-haired girl is watching this whole thing very, very closely. Class lets out, students filing past the old stone walls and back into the hallway. Usial slips out after them, and so does that same blue-haired classmate from earlier, books tucked under her arm. Excuse me, he calls out, and there's something sharp behind those yellow-green eyes of his, like this is not just small talk. Huh, she blinks, caught off guard as he turns to catch up with her. She keeps walking a beat, hugging her books a little tighter, clearly not used to being flagged down. Up close, she's got striking pale blue hair and quiet, guarded eyes, the kind of look that says she'd rather be anywhere else right now. I have a question for you, Usial says, and given everything you just watched him casually pull off in class, you have to wonder exactly what he's really after. We open in the halls of Stellar Academy, catching our guy Usial mid-stride, clearly lost in thought. Across the room, a sharp-eyed classmate looks up like she's already read his mind. Something is clearly bugging her. She's clutching her notes tight, the wheels turning behind those sharp purple eyes. Because she's just worked something out about him, and it has nothing to do with his grades. He's smart, genuinely, unsettlingly smart, even standing next to the top-ranked students. Cue the flashback, he casually announces he's already finished the exam. Way ahead of schedule, like the test was just a light warm-up for him. The girl next to him nearly falls out of her chair. That question was brutal, not exactly something you just breeze through. So now she's marching up, slamming a hand on his desk, demanding answers. Sure, Stella's where the geniuses gather, but just what exactly is this guy? At first she chalked it up to a fluke. Now she's positive there's something more going on. This isn't just talent, she decides, this is a strategy, and if that's true. She catches up to him in the hallway to bring up his next class. What is it? He asks, all innocence, while quietly plotting to pry some information out of her too. He gives her one long, deliberate blink, playing it way too cool. She deflects hard. Why do you ask? Are you interested in me or something? What? That's gross, he fires back without missing a beat. It grossed me out more, thanks, she snaps. She's not letting this go, though. She actually did her homework on his class picks, and every single one is an easy course. He just stands there, hand on his chin, playing dumb. I'll just ask you straight up, she says. That strategy, where did you learn it? Because this actually matters to me, she adds, and he's almost relieved. That's all she wanted to ask. Learn it? Nah, pure coincidence, he laughs it off. Sure, buddy, totally believable. Then he just turns to leave. If that's all, I'm heading out. She's floored. What? Wait, she reaches out, but he's already walking off. Left standing alone, all she manages is a small, deflated ah. A little flustered, a little stung, this one's going to bug her. Except he doesn't actually get away. Caught, he freezes mid-step. Hold on a second, she says, having followed him after all. Why did you follow me? He blurts. Go learn that kind of thing from someone else, there's plenty of smart people here, he tells her, then grudgingly adds, or just copy what I've been doing since you said you already looked it up. Booba, she starts cut off mid-thought. Anyone who takes Divine Moon Studies gets an automatic A+, so it wouldn't matter if I took it too, she reasons. But if I sign up for your other classes, it could actually hurt your grade on the curve. And there it is, she's the one who stands to lose the most if she skips the scholarship track, and she's still worried about tanking his grades. He can't help but think, yeah, she's annoying sometimes, but this girl really is the real deal, the female lead through and through. Anyway, he says, shaking the thought off. Weird, he teases, usually looking at my own face melts all my stress away. Smooth, dude, real smooth. Are you for real? She deadpans, then cracks a grin, kidding, knew you'd say that, so I brought compensation. Compensation? She goes a little red just saying it out loud. He can't help but grumble to himself. Why do these kids always want to pay for everything? Who raised them to be this proper? Then she drops the real question. Do you know anything about the ghost story of the Seventh Tower? He blinks, caught off guard. Yeah, I do, he admits. Really? Not many people know that one, she says, genuinely impressed. It's an abandoned building that just disappeared, he explains. And there are barriers keeping anyone from even getting close to where it used to stand, but... Everything okay? She asks, watching him clutch his own head. I'm gonna go insane, he mutters. Because what she just handed him is huge. Genuinely game-changing information. Since with this, his thoughts start racing. This little scrap of lore is the kind of thing that can massively boost a certain someone's bond with the male lead. Which means in the original story, it was Azel who knew it, and she was only ever meant to share it with the real male protagonist. Not some side character like him, that's the part that gets him. Out loud, though, she's already backpedaling. It's a scary story, right? Never mind, don't want to hear it, doesn't sound interesting. It's really not that scary, he needles her. Why, you scared of ghosts? At your age, he adds with a smirk, then relents. Fine, I'll just tell you for free. Moreover, he thinks to himself, it's genuinely enough that Azel wanted to give him something out of pure sincerity. Anyway, this won't help your grades, but it'll be seriously useful to you, he tells her. Take Meditation Journey into the Abyss as your liberal arts elective. Meditation as my liberal arts class, she echoes, unsure. On top of Divine Moon Studies too, are you secretly into cultivation or something? Not at all, he says, scrambling for an explanation. My old master held a bishop rank just like you, he tells her, and meditation alone massively boosted her magic power. Just through meditation, she asks. He nods. In reality, though, this technique isn't even known yet, not by anyone in this era. Meditation matters more than people think, he explains, since precise spellcasting really comes down to formulas and equations. But ultimately it all traces back to the mind, since the mind is what actually moves mana. I don't usually share this with just anyone, he adds with a grin, but you're an exception, since you're cute. Smooth talker strikes again. You called me ugly earlier, she reminds him, not letting that one slide. Still, she can't quite hide the small, genuine smile creeping onto her face. Thanks though, she says. Shame it won't help my grades, but I'll sign up for it anyway. Whatever you want, he shrugs. The two of them walk on together, footsteps echoing down the corridor. Then he suddenly stops in his tracks, something clicking into place. Because this whole exchange has him seriously weighing how it could change everything down the line. If he just sits back out of fear. Azel dies a tragic death all over again, same as before. That's the future waiting for her. It'd be nice if this meditation trick could actually help her survive it. He stands there a moment, turning the thought over. Something else occurs to him. Wait a second, he's a mage too, isn't he? Why has he never once thought about actually training himself? In the game, this version of Yusial trained his body relentlessly, unlocking a delayed magic revelation physique that let him grow by insane leaps. Back then, leveling up just took a button press. Now he can chase that growth for real. He allows himself one small, satisfied smile. Honestly, he should be grateful to Azel for this. Yusial wanders into his new dorm room and just stares. Not bad digs for a guy the whole school's written off as a dunce. In Stella, every single student lives on campus, packed into a towering dorm that lights up the night sky. For Yusial, though, this room is more than just a dorm. Ever since his home village burned to the ground, it is basically the only place left he can call home. Rooms are assigned by class and every S-class student gets the same modest space, no more, no less. In the game, decorating your room was just a cute little side feature. Now it is real and Yusial is the one standing in it. Sitting alone on the floor, he admits it has been a little lonely. But tonight, he is finally about to put this second chance to good use. He settles in, closes his eyes, and murmurs to himself, "Then I'll start." Stats were never the real story, he reminds himself. This is reality now, not a screen. He needs to relearn how to move in this exact body. See, back in the game, the character Beak Yusial was secretly a genius, one who actually found a way to manifest real sword aura. He pulled it off by tapping into the mana constantly cycling in and out of his own body. A trick nobody else in the game ever managed to figure out. And because nobody ever paid him any attention, nobody ever found out just how far he had taken it. That Beak Yusial was the only person in that entire world who ever reached the true peak of swordsmanship. So Yusial sits down cross-legged, ready to walk that exact same path all over again. Breathe in, breathe out. His breathing alone now steers the mana flowing through him. Skills do not level up just by racking up experience, he reminds himself. The only way up is repetition. Use it again and again, time to actually train. So the clock starts ticking literally. Hours bleed by outside his window as the sky slides from afternoon into evening. He does not move an inch, locked in total focus. Then finally something shifts. His eyes snap open. This is the same sensation Beak Yusial must have felt, he realizes. A rush of light floods through his hands as the feeling finally clicks into place. It's really faint, he breathes, but I can definitely feel it. A notification flashes before him. Skill, Mana Leakage Syndrome, has leveled up. Right behind it another one, Skill Blink, has leveled up too. Alright, Yusial pumps his fist, grinning like an idiot. One step closer to his goal, he tells himself, jaw tight with resolve. Whatever it takes, he is finding the true ending this time. Cut to daylight, a wide open grass field ripples in a warm campus breeze. This whole field is supposedly conjured by magic, but it feels completely real to the students walking through it. They are all headed for the Stella Dome, a pocket dimension built right into the academy grounds. Inside, professors can freely reshape the terrain, stretching or shrinking the space however they like. Every school sporting event plus every scrap of dungeon and monster training happens right here. A crowd starts gathering out on the grass, murmuring. Hundreds of uniforms dot the field, all waiting on the same thing. One girl in the crowd runs the math in her head. A total of 141 people present and accounted for. 3 classmates fall into step together, cutting across the grass toward the group. That head count actually matters to her. This is Class S and she expected exactly 40 people in it, herself included. But somehow one extra name got added to that roster. Off to the side, a green-haired classmate eyes Yusial with open suspicion. Where did Beak Yusial even come from, he wonders. The girl puts it together in her head. There were 140 students in the story she knows by heart, and with her own arrival, that became 141. Which means, somehow, Beak Yusial was already written into the original story too. She steadies herself. I'll figure this out slowly, she tells herself. It's fine, I can handle this. After all, she is the only person alive who actually knows how this story is supposed to go. Lessons about to start, she figures, cutting across the field with the rest of the crowd. A cluster of well-dressed boys catches up to her, led by a grinning blonde charmer. We signed up for soft magic research, he says smoothly, because we heard you did too. Really, he beams, framed by a burst of golden flowers. Let's have fun together. He flashes her a grin that is just a little too polished to be innocent. She jerks back, startled, as he leans in way closer than personal space allows. This, she realizes, is Prince Jeremy. In the story, she remembers, this guy gets obsessed with a girl named Azel and gets flat-out rejected. And by the end of that story, he turns straight into a villain. He looks sweet enough on the surface, but every single move he makes is calculated. Best policy, she decides, keep her distance from this one. Meanwhile, Jeremy just keeps beaming away, all golden light and flowers, thoroughly pleased with himself. Ugh, she admits privately, he is annoyingly good-looking though. I get why everyone kisses this guy's ass, she thinks. His little clique is probably the flashiest crew in the entire school. The most conspicuous group on campus, hands down. Get it together, she mutters to herself and marches off across the grass. This world is her real life now, whether she likes it or not, and she has got a future to prepare for. Nearby, a spell flares to life with a hiss of raw flame as more students file in for the lesson. Attention, a sharp voice calls out, and every student snaps into formation. The professor, dark-haired and all business, looks the crowd over. I need to know your skill level to teach you properly, he says. I will be the one directing this training, he adds flatly. If you don't like that, keep it to yourself. As you already know, he reminds them, we professors have the right to add to or take away your points. Fall below a certain number and you are expelled. Now, let me explain the training. We're running a mock dungeon, he announces. I will be using real dungeon phenomena, traps, and monsters to put every one of you to the test. Take down a risk level 1 monster, you earn 4 points. A risk level 2 monster is worth 8. And grab the so-called point stick, and you walk away with 20. He raises a hand, and magic crackles to life around him. If you're worried about failing or going in alone, you may team up, he continues. Just know any points you earn get split between you. And if you manage to take out another student outright, you claim every point they had. Lightning cracks across the sky as a massive portal tears open above the field. That's it, good luck, the professor says, and the students brace themselves. The ground itself starts to tremble. What? Someone yelps as the grass splits open beneath their feet. The ground is, someone shouts right before the whole field gives way. The field tears apart in streaks of light, swallowing the entire class whole. Somewhere in the pouring rain, the girl lands hard and looks around, stunned. This is, she starts. Overhead, thick jungle canopy blots out the sky, sunlight cutting through in long golden beams. And there it is, a beanstalk taller than the school itself. This is the Jack and the Beanstalk map. Vines as thick as tree trunks coil around the group as they push deeper in, and the real test begins. We drop into a hushed, overgrown dungeon, vines curling everywhere and dead silence hanging over the place. Thick jungle canopy, mossy vines creeping in from every angle. This dungeon feels very much alive. A whole crowd of academy students files in for their dungeon practical exam, murmurs echoing off the trees. But one of them has decided she's had enough of the group and starts peeling off on her own. All right then, I should get going too, Flame says, hoisting her staff and turning to leave. A voice cuts through the trees behind her. Flame. Are you gonna be all by yourself for the practical then? Jackie asks, catching up to her. Oh, Jackie, Flame says, turning back, because going solo on a dungeon exam like this actually pays a lot better. Alright, you'd have to split points with teammates, guess that can't be helped, Jackie says, and Flame can't quite tell if that's a jab. Let's go together next time, Jackie offers, a little too breezy for comfort. Okay, Flame shrugs back, then takes off running into the dungeon alone. She can't shake the feeling Jackie's just echoing everything she says, while back at the entrance the gossip's already flying, Flame's going in alone again. The rumor mill keeps right on grinding behind her back. Probably just a phase, Flame tells herself, shaking it off. 1 hour later, deep in the ruins, the real exam kicks into gear. A burst of magic rips through the undergrowth as Flame tears into the dungeon. When is this stupid practical exam gonna end already? Flame grumbles to herself. Something catches her attention, HM. She whirls and blasts through a monster vine lunging straight for her, staff crackling with light magic. For a second her mind flashes to Stella, the class's certified prodigy, lighting up the dungeon with raw power. Flame creeps forward carefully, every sense dialed up. Another vine whips out of nowhere. Great, it's not just the monsters trying to kill her, the terrain itself is out for blood too. Figures, even the dungeon knows better than to go easy when Stella's around, Flame mutters. Still, she's racked up 18 points so far, not bad. That gap could vanish the second she picks up a single point stick though. Gotta keep moving, she tells herself, pushing on deeper into the ruins. Suddenly she freezes, there's a presence nearby. A monster maybe. No, it's a person, standing dead still in a shaft of light. Flame can't wrap her head around it. How is a fellow student hiding their presence this well? She goes dead silent, watching, holding her breath. Then again, she reminds herself she's pulling off the same trick, cloaked with her own stealth spell, one with nature. Between her bind, destruction, defense, and healing magic, she's basically built for exactly this kind of ambush, and this setup looks perfect. The mystery figure keeps wandering, totally oblivious he's being watched. Flame locks in, eyes sharp, focus dialed all the way up. And there he is, unmistakably Beak Yusial. Wait, is he out here solo too? She wonders, watching him glance around warily. She remembers the rumors. Half the school tried recruiting this guy into their little factions and he shot down every single one. No clue what's going on in that head of his, she thinks. Then she spots it, he's already holding a point stick. He already got one that's actually impressive. Her grip tightens on her staff, this is her shot. Time to test this guy, she decides. She whips her staff up and lets a spell fly, light cluster. 15 meters between them, she calculates, plenty of range. No way he pulls off a defensive move from that far out, she figures. She goes all in, golden light roaring around her like a small sun. A glowing magic circle blooms overhead as she locks eyes on her target. Light bullet, a second spell fires off right behind the first. The blast detonates right where Yusial was standing. But as the light clears, he's fine, not a scratch on him. Somewhere in that fading glow, a pair of sharp eyes narrows, taking it all in. Because Yusial just casually blinked clear out of the blast radius. One flash of teleportation, and he's already somewhere else entirely. Flame's jaw drops, wait huh. Yusial lands cool as ever, like dodging a magic bomb is just a Tuesday for him. He's already walking off while Flame is stuck sputtering, ho how. Her hand is actually shaking on her staff. How did he dodge a second-class spell from that far away? She demands, completely stumped. He slips off deeper into the dungeon meanwhile on his side of things. Yusial bolts, putting serious distance between himself and whatever just tried to fry him. Whoa, is she actually trying to kill me? Just lobbing light bullets out of nowhere, he thinks, more annoyed than scared. Thank goodness his magic leakage syndrome's been acting up more lately, or that hit would have actually landed. Quick peek at his blink stats, class 1 skill, 12-meter range, 2 charges, 3-second cooldown, not much but it just saved his life. 2 blinks left, if I play the terrain right I could probably take her on, he thinks, weighing his odds. But honestly, ducking out is just the smarter move, he decides, letting the teleport charge up. Another flash and he's putting even more ground between them. Yeah, this should be far enough, he figures, glancing back over his shoulder. My goal right now is just top 5 anyway, no reason to risk my neck for a fight I don't need, he tells himself. Realistically, the top 4 spots are already locked in for the story's actual main characters. He just needs 3 more point sticks for his own. He keeps trudging on through the ruins, alone again. Then a new voice cuts in, dripping with attitude. Oh, look who it is. Yusial spots movement up ahead through the trees. If it isn't Beak Yusial from the almighty S-class, the voice sneers. A cocky blonde guy steps out of the trees, backed by a whole squad of classmates who clearly came looking for trouble. Yusial's expression goes flat, and yeah, this is about to get complicated. Yusial gets cornered deep in a forest dungeon by a whole squad of upperclassmen, and their leader wastes no time gloating that he's found S-class own Beak Yusial. He walks up to face them solo, quietly sizing up whoever's running this little welcoming committee. Yusial clocks him instantly, this guy again. Word around school is this is Raiden, a name that's been getting real popular lately for all the wrong reasons. One of his hangers-on, some lackey of a lackey, sizes Yusial up like he's trying to solve a puzzle. Something about this supposed nobody clearly is not adding up to him. Raiden waves off the small talk. Whatever this kid's got, he's about to find out the hard way. Word is this so-called nobody has quietly been hoarding way more loot than a nobody should have. Rumor has it he only weaseled into S-class by fluking his way through 3 oddball questions on the entrance test. Stella's standards have really slipped, they sneer, before admitting even their own insults are getting stale. Raiden finally cuts the small talk and calls him out directly, hey, Beak Yusial. Since they've crossed paths, Raiden figures Yusial should just hand over his point stick right now. He presses the stick right up against Yusial's collar to make sure the message lands. Yusial's answer is short and flat, don't wanna. That kind of nerve clearly was not on the menu today, and Raiden does not love the surprise. Raiden leans in with a smirk, asking if he really thinks he can take all of them by himself. Yusial quietly does the math. 3 against 1 is not exactly a fair fight on paper. They keep needling him too, pointing out he can't even use magic, let alone swing that fancy staff. Yusial just tilts his head, quietly running the numbers on what to actually do here. Raiden comes from a name-brand family, so picking this fight carelessly could bite him later. He briefly daydreams about having 3 whole blinks stocked up instead of just the one he's actually got. Still, he reminds himself he's not completely out of options here. That variable is sitting right in his own hand, the point stick they want so badly. And the fact that this whole fight is happening inside a dungeon changes the rules completely. He squares back up to the 3 of them, plan already locked in. Yusial just holds the stick out and says here, handing it right over without a fight. Raiden reaches in to snatch his little prize without a second thought. That's what I'm talking about, he grins, feeling like he just won without breaking a sweat. He's already savoring the moment, completely sure he's got the upper hand here. Then he swings straight for Yusial, magic crackling down the stolen stick, ready to teach him a lesson. A whole magic circle flares to life around the strike, way more firepower than a stick should carry. Yusial's eyes go wide as the attack comes screaming in. But that shock melts straight into a grin. This is exactly the opening he was hoping for. He fires off his one and only trick, blink. Space folds around him for a split second, and just like that, he's already somewhere else. Raiden's big finishing swing connects with absolutely nothing but air. You motherfucker, he snarls, realizing he just got played. I'll get yo, he starts to shout, before the words just kind of trail off. Because Yusial's already perched safely up on a ledge, way out of reach. Gone, his buddies sputter, completely blindsided that he just vanished mid-fight. Yusial calmly straightens his collar and strolls off like nothing happened. That was a little too close for comfort, he admits to himself before offering a sarcastic thanks for the free stick. Turns out Raiden's crew is not the only squad Yusial's been relieving of their gear tonight. He mutters to himself that these point sticks are honestly turning into a pretty efficient little racket. He picked up this whole trick just from watching how other players used to abuse the system back in the game. Turns out these point sticks are basically a bug item, way stronger than they have any right to be. They're absurdly durable, tough enough to shrug off student spells and match real magic tools blow for blow. And since he can't sling spells like everyone else, a weapon with pure attack power works at full strength for him specifically. One of his marks grits his teeth over just how thoroughly he got hustled. The group keeps pushing forward, furious about their stolen sticks. Someone barks at the group to quit standing around and just attack already. The chase spills through the rain-soaked dungeon, everyone scrambling to keep him in sight. Raiden panics that the dungeon's terrain is shifting again and orders everyone to get it together and load up their spells. Do not lose that motherfucker, he snarls right before the order to strike goes out. Now. Beak Yusial's making a break for it, someone yells, watching him bolt along the ridge. You bastard, where do you think you're going? They shout, closing in with spells already crackling. A spell rips through the air, right where he was standing a second ago. Yusial grudgingly admits this bunch is sharper than he gave them credit for, but... Damn it, blink again, one of them groans, watching their shot go completely to waste. Where did he go? He's too fast, we can't find him, they shout, scrambling in every direction. Damn it, we just need to land one hit on him, someone growls, patience wearing thin. Raiden, the dungeon is, a classmate tries to warn him about something shifting nearby. Calm down, he's still close, someone insists, ordering everyone to wait for the terrain to settle and then hit him all at once. Attack, comes the order, though not without a warning that a missed spell could rebound right back on whoever cast it. Magic starts gathering fast, a wall of spells building up all at once. One of them freezes for a second, bracing for what's about to happen. The whole group unloads everything they've got in one coordinated strike. Yusial's eyes go wide as the combined attack comes barreling straight at him. Someone screams out in pain as the spell actually connects with something. Except that something was not Yusial, It was their own mist spell rebounding straight back at them. The whole squad gets zapped by their own magic bouncing right back into their faces. Sparks keep tearing through the group as their own combo attack finishes wrecking them. Yusial, who was never actually standing where they thought, just steps calmly out of the blast radius. "It's over," he says simply, watching the smoke clear. The bullies groan in a heap, thoroughly zapped by their own teamwork. Raiden curses his name through gritted teeth, still smoking from the rebound. Yusial strolls over and calmly helps himself to yet another point stick while they're down. His little collection is really coming along nicely now. "Wait, when did you even?" one of them sputters, only now noticing what he just pulled off. "Give that back," they demand, while Yusial just wiggles his fingers at them, clearly enjoying himself. Grabbing the last one honestly sounds like more trouble than it's worth, so he decides that was fun enough and calls it a night. One battered student weakly reaches after him, completely out of gas. Somewhere behind him, someone just screams a very colorful word into the rain. Everyone else just stands there in stunned silence, not sure what else to say at this point. Yusial wanders off pretty pleased with himself. Hee, I struck the jackpot. Normally he'd be the one getting robbed out here, but inside a dungeon, apparently the rules flip completely in his favor. He twirls his stolen stash and calls it, completely straight-faced, an adult's experience. Somewhere else entirely, a stranger with fiery red hair suddenly perks up, sensing something strange in the air. Their eyes narrow with sharp curiosity, clearly intrigued by whatever they just picked up on. Fire magic flares to life around them, crackling and ready. And they start walking straight toward it, like whatever's out there is about to have a very bad night. He's picking his way through the trees and something about the air just feels off. Is he imagining it, or is trouble already stirring nearby? The feeling won't quit. Somewhere close by, something is very clearly not right. Where, he mutters, scanning the tree line with that cocky half-grin creeping onto his face. Looks like he just found it. A spell rips through the canopy and lights up the whole clearing in fire. Instead of running the other way, he walks straight toward the blaze, cape snapping in the heat. Right in the middle of it he freezes. What is all he manages to get out? The whole thing detonates, swallowing the clearing in fire and light. He clears it just in time, ducking low as the smoke rolls past him. "Phew, that was close," he mutters, strolling off like he wasn't just standing next to a fireball a second ago. Still, that spell has him rattled, burning through 2 blinks back to back just to dodge it wasn't easy. Still catching his breath, he wanders past a massive tree, right into someone waiting for him. "Hey, commoner," a voice cuts in, ice cold. "Why didn't you take the other stick from those bastards?" He turns, and there she is, Hong Bion, the Academy's fire mage villainous, staff in hand and clearly not here for small talk. Why is she here, he thinks, thrown for a second. She closes the distance through the trees, staff glinting, dead set on settling this. "I think you've got the wrong idea," he tells her. "It's not that I didn't take it, I couldn't." He shrugs her off. "What's it to you whether I grab their sticks or not anyway?" "Quiet," she snaps, staff raised, clearly not in the mood for his lip. He blinks, genuinely thrown by how seriously she's taking this. Turns out she's furious, convinced he hung back on purpose so he could scoop up every last stick once she wore the enemy down herself. "I even taught you that trick, how could you?" "I am of royal blood," she announces, and he can't help but think, well, would you look at her. "If you're so sure," he shoots back, "come at me then." She's already moving. Apparently robbing a mere commoner is beneath her royal dignity. So instead, she's going to beat him properly and take his sticks the hard way. "Dignified, my ass," he laughs. "You just like picking on people weaker than you." "A weakling," she echoes, unimpressed. She watched him joking around with those thugs like the whole fight was beneath him. "You didn't even bother using real magic on them," she points out flatly. With that, she turns and stalks off through the trees, point made for now. Not far off, she suddenly freezes, voices nearby and they don't sound friendly. "Beak Yusial's running away," someone shouts. "You bastard, where are you going?" Looks like he's already found trouble of his own. "That's," she murmurs, catching sight of exactly who's chasing him. 6 against 1, Beak Yusial, cornered by Raiden's entire crew. She weighs jumping in should I attack, but even she'd struggle taking on 6 mages alone. Smarter play, she decides, let them wear each other down, then scoop up every stick herself once the dust settles. Nothing like a little opportunism among classmates. One of the crew sizes him up with open contempt. That commoner, he mutters. Can't get over the fact he hasn't cast a single spell, just dodged everything with that one weird blink trick. 6 mages close in at once, and the fight erupts for real. Watching from the bushes, Bion has to admit it. These guys are weaker than her, sure, but they're still trained elites from real mage families. Watching him toy with them anyway grates on her nerves. Something in her snaps. If he's actually that good, she's not holding back either, full power, and this time she means to burn him. A massive fire circle ignites beneath her feet, magic roaring to life. The spell detonates, a wall of flames swallowing the whole clearing. Somehow he's still moving, weaving clear of the inferno by a hair. For 1 second even he looks rattled. That one was closer than he'd like to admit. Once the smoke clears, he actually compliments her. As expected of Hong Bion, that was genuinely dangerous, relieved his trained instincts, and 2 blinks back to back were enough to save him. She's not satisfied. There has to be another way to actually pin him down. You're not even going to pull out your staff, she asks, half annoyed. What are you talking about, he deadpans, you took my staff. She reminds him he's still got the basic starter staff from his entrance ceremony. Oh right, that thing, he admits, genuinely having forgotten it existed since he never planned on using it anyway. You are joking, as always, she deadpans, thoroughly unamused. Her eyes narrow, unconvinced, and clearly done laughing along. In her head she's already decided. He's a brainless joker like always, but if he's actually hiding real skill, he'd better go all out against her. Because this time, she's not pulling any punches either. A furnace-hot roar rips through the clearing as her magic circle blazes back to life behind her. Wait, I was being serious the whole time, he protests. I genuinely can't use magic if you don't believe me. He doesn't get to finish because the sky itself starts raining fire down on him. She stands dead center of her own firestorm, staff raised, completely serious now. He braces as the heat closes in from every side. I'll really kill you, she says, and for once it doesn't sound like a joke at all. Fire rains down out of a blood-orange sky, and somewhere below, someone's about to be caught right in the middle of it. Beak Yusial walks straight into the inferno, calm as you please, like this is just another Tuesday. Across the flames, Hong Bion grips her staff and swears she is going to crush this so-called commoner today. Her spell rips open into a wall of fire and light. The blast throws a figure tumbling through the air, twin magic runes still burning in its wake. He grits his teeth against the heat, refusing to back down an inch. His eyes go wide as the fire roars in closer, that unmistakable spark of a fight he refuses to lose. The flames roar louder, swallowing the ground where he stood a second ago. Somehow he's still on his feet, embers raining down around him like a movie finale. A flash of heat catches him off guard, and his eye snaps wide with a jolt of alarm. Another wave of fire crashes down right where he stood a heartbeat ago. He freezes for half a second, blindsided by how fast this fight has escalated. Damn it, he thinks, even dodging this with blink won't help, her attacks spread way too wide to outrun. Wait, he realizes that sound, he's heard this exact thing before. A crackling shockwave rips clean through the trees behind him. He's thrown clean through the firestorm, scrambling to find his footing midair. Green light flares, blink kicks in, and he's gone before the flames even catch him. The fire detonates right where he used to be standing. Bion leaps through the blaze, hunting for him in the smoke. A beam of raw fire magic tears clean across the clearing. Another explosion rips the air wide open. He lands hard in the underbrush, catching his breath for just a second. Lucky escape that time, he admits, but the next one is going to be a whole lot harder. Even if he gets close to Hong Bion, he thinks, that's not going to be the easy part. Her whole body is wrapped in flame that explodes the second anyone gets near, and he knows this trick well. He's lost to plenty of fire mages back in his gaming days. She's a lot stronger than she looks, he admits, watching her clear the ridge in a single leap. On flat ground, he figures, he'd have been done for in under a minute. Her long hair whips through the firelight like a warning flare. No, she says flatly, staff raised, her red eyes locked dead on him. This isn't even a fair fight in the first place, she scoffs, not against him. Another slash of fire tears through the air straight at him. The blast swallows the whole clearing. But he thinks through the smoke she hasn't seen anything yet. He cracks his knuckles, ready to make her eat those words. He darts forward, weaving straight into the firestorm. The flames erupt again, chasing his every step. Another burst of fire tears the ground wide open. He whips past the blaze, faster than the flames can even follow. Something shifts, and for one strange second, everything around him slows to a crawl. Blue light traces every arc of the coming attack, like the world just handed him the answer key. The pattern locks into place in his head, clear as day. I see it, he says, and for the first time he actually believes it. He surges forward, blade drawn, riding that borrowed sixth sense straight into the fire. The beam rips past him, close enough to singe his collar. Bion's jaw drops. No way, she breathes, is he really deflecting magic with a plain old weapon? That's not even supposed to be possible, she stammers, gripping her staff tighter. He weaves through her assault, blade flashing, done with just playing defense. My senses are fading the longer this drags on, he thinks, forcing himself to stay sharp. This feeling moving his own body, standing toe to toe with a real mage. It's nothing like the keyboard and mouse version he used to grind through back home. It's vivid, sharper than anything he's ever felt before. He can feel the mono itself, like he could reach out and grab it with his bare hands, this borrowed sixth sense now as familiar as sight or sound. Across the field, Bion eyes the tree line. This ground favors her fire, she decides. If that's how it is, she murmurs, she'll just have to hit him with something stronger. Her staff flares white-hot, resolve hardening across her face. Fire erupts into jagged spikes, tearing straight toward him. He crashes through the crossfire, blades singing against the flames. I can't just keep dodging forever, he tells himself. He needs these enchanted sticks to crack her shield somehow, he figures, eyeing his makeshift tools. He darts through writhing lines of fire, closing the distance fast. Steel meets flame in a shower of sparks. Blink flares to life again and he vanishes. He reappears right in her blind spot, blade already swinging. Bion flinches, caught completely off guard. She staggers, gasping, the hit landing a lot harder than she expected. A blast of pink light erupts around her, lighter crash, her point-blank finisher. She grabs him at close range, a crimson magic circle blooming beneath both their feet. This is the same spell fire class bishops use in close combat, he realizes, and it never ends well for whoever's standing next to it. For a second, the whole clearing seems to hold its breath. It triggers a knockback explosion for anything within 2 meters, he realizes, and his stomach drops. But he reminds himself this isn't exactly new territory either. Her circle detonates right in his face. Bion's eyes go wide, waiting for the smoke to clear. Her breath catches, cheeks flushed from the heat, or maybe something else entirely. Sparks scatter as his blade goes flying from the force of the blast. The fireball rips outward, weapon and all caught in the blast. A burst of violet light answers back, raw and blinding. No, Bion whispers, static crawling across her skin. No way, her eyes go wide with disbelief. Light floods the clearing as the final blow lands. She hits the ground hard, staff skittering away. She gasps. Footsteps close in on her, slow and steady. He stops just short of her, blade lowered but still pointed her way. I won, he says simply, standing over her in the quiet clearing. The forest goes still around them, smoke curling up into the canopy. Bion's face goes red, equal parts shock and something she can't quite name. Hyuk is all she manages, too stunned to argue back. Just who are you, she finally asks. He just shrugs it off, what else, just a normal student. He turns to stroll off like it's nothing, completely missing the eyes watching him from the tree line. A new face steps into view watching him go. Flame, she murmurs to herself. She studies him a moment longer, brown eyes narrowed in quiet calculation. Fresh off besting one of the academy's best in the exam's overgrown jungle course, Yusial isn't walking alone anymore. I wasn't hiding, he blurts out, a beat too fast to sound convincing. She isn't buying it, she wants to know exactly how he clocked her hiding spot in the first place. Well, I just had a feeling, he shrugs, playing it cool. Truth is, that feeling is his secret sixth sense, quietly working overtime behind that easy grin. A feeling she repeats, flat and clearly unconvinced. Then she cuts to the real question. How does a glorified practice stick crack a mage's shield when sword-swinging knights vanished from this world ages ago? Was that just a feeling too? She presses, refusing to let him off easy. Somewhere close by, quiet as anything, someone can't help thinking this exact glitch never showed up in the story they know. It's really sturdy, she says, turning his practice stick over in her hands. A training device has its limits, he offers, playing dumb. You thought you could use that to break a magic shield? Why do you think normal knights disappeared from this world? She presses. She's right, and he knows it. For once, he's got absolutely nothing to say back. She just laughs it off, admitting she'd already pegged him as the weird one long before today. Then just like that, her tone flips serious. But, Beak Yusial, she starts. Just who are you? The question lands heavier than she probably meant it to. Not far off, Hong Bion watches quietly, still stinging from her own loss to him today. So this is what it's come to, she mutters to herself. Yusial weighs it for a second. Should he just come clean about who he really is? No, he decides. Too risky, at least until he knows for sure Bion isn't holding a grudge over today's loss. I must look suspicious to you, he tells her carefully, but I promise I'm not a bad person. What? She blinks, caught off guard. What does that mean? She presses, and for once he actually looks like he's thinking it over. It's just as I said, I want to help you if anything, he tells her. Help me, she echoes, thrown completely off balance. Just who? She starts again, still not able to finish the thought. Somewhere behind them someone yells now, and it is very much not a good sign for Yusial. I want to tell you more, but I don't have time. Bye. She's gone before he can even ask what that meant. Nice, now I just have to take my leave. Famous last words. A practice stick catches him square in the back before he can even finish the sentence. He spins around to find Bion standing there, sticks in hand, looking extremely unbothered. Hey, if you had complaints, you should have used your words, she says, while he rubs his head looking thoroughly caught out. I figured you'd just catch them. You can dodge traps and magic just fine, but not these, she needles him. There's no helping it, even sixth sense has its limits, he admits, wincing. Ouch, that actually really hurts, he mutters. Turns out sixth sense runs on his mind power, and his has completely bottomed out, which means his head is currently pounding. So why'd you throw these at me anyway? He asks, rubbing the sore spot. I lost, so take them, she says flatly, tossing him the rest of her sticks. Is that really just sore loser pride talking? He's not entirely sure. He scoops the scattered practice sticks up off the ground while both girls look on. It's fine, I'll just take one. You keep the rest, he says, looking way too pleased with his own generosity. Then I'm off, he says, giving them a lazy wave goodbye. His footsteps fade off down the path, leaving the two of them alone. Even to me that was pretty cool, he thinks to himself, positively glowing with self-satisfaction. Is he an idiot? The classmate deadpans, watching him go. Maybe it's because he's a commoner that he has no common sense, she adds, walking off alongside Bion. Bion's smile fades into something more thoughtful, the humor draining out of her expression. Beak Yusial's identity, she wonders quietly, unable to let the question go. Meanwhile, far from the exam grounds, a beam of light projects the whole thing live for a very important audience. Tiny figures flicker inside the projection, replaying every hit of the duel in real time. Keek, the S-class students are incredible this year, one of the elders chuckles. Behind him, a stern official watches on in near silence, arms crossed. It was worth coming all this way just to watch, the old elder admits. It sure is fun. Back in my day I was even more impressive, of course, he adds with a wink. That's Jarina Elon, representing the Blue Mage Tower's board of directors, and she is not here to be impressed easily. Word is both the Magic Council of Elders and the Blue Mage Tower sent people down just for this exam. So many big shots showed up just to watch a bunch of students in a practical exercise, someone remarks. Well, they've got to if they actually want to scout real talent, comes the reply. I'm sure most of the other professors are watching this too, Jarina adds, eyes locked on the projection. Darn, someone mutters, watching the feed shift to a different matchup entirely. The projection zooms in on two more S-class students squaring off. He Wondryong and Ma Yusiang have finally crossed paths in the exam, and neither one looks like they plan on holding back. Both of them go dead still for a second, sizing each other up. Wonryong raises his blade and channels a burst of ice straight at his rival. Jagged ice shards come raining down across the clearing. Yuseong barely has time to react before the ice closes in around him. The clash detonates in a burst of light and frost. Yuseong answers back with a slash of his own, tearing straight through the frozen air. That's possible at the age of 17, one of the watching elders gasps. Wow, back-to-back third-rank power jumps like that, another mutters stunned. For context, a normal mage needs to be well into their mid to late 20s before they can even touch third-rank magic. But Yuseong's throwing around third-rank spells at 17 like it's nothing, Jarina mutters, unable to hide her shock. I honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing, she admits. Watch closely, they've both got 3 elements each, someone calls out and the whole gallery leans in. Fire, ice, and lightning collide in one massive, blinding clash between the two of them. Most mages only ever get one element their whole lives, the crowd reminds each other. And it takes serious grinding effort just to unlock a second. 3 apparently is basically a myth. And these two have had that kind of talent since the day they were born, someone marvels from the gallery. A crow's shriek splits the air and Lee Hanwal's head snaps up. That's, he says, going tense all over. Something huge starts pulling itself together out of raw magic, right in the middle of the exam course. A massive shadow unfurls overhead, dwarfing both duelists standing frozen below it. A hidden boss, someone shouts, and just like that, this exam gets a whole lot more dangerous. The creature shrieks and lunges, claws raking through the air. It rears back to its full, terrifying height, wings crackling with raw energy. Out of nowhere, someone drops straight into the fight, cutting clean between the monster and the 2 boys below. "Oh, were you two in the middle of a fight?" she asks, breezy as anything, like she just wandered into a coffee shop. Wind whips around her as she squares up against the creature without a second of hesitation. "Sorry for interrupting," another classmate chirps, perched right on top of the monster like it's no big deal. She grips her weapon tight, all business now, whatever calm she had a second ago burning off fast. "Azel Malf," one of the officials murmurs, recognizing the name the second she steps in. A hidden boss, it turns out, is a rare event that only triggers once a student's power crosses some very specific threshold. To hunt one of these things solo, the official trails off, clearly impressed despite himself. Shem, the eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Malf, the old elder murmurs, recognizing her at last. Such a shame, if it weren't for her father's disgrace, that talent of hers would really get to shine, he adds. Jarina's brow shoots up, practically crackling with surprise. A wall of fire erupts across the field. "That's the Adolbit princess for you," someone remarks, watching her tear into the beast. "Wait, who's that she's fighting alongside?" "I don't recognize him at all," one of the officials asks, squinting at the feed. Jarina leans in closer, eyes narrowing at something in the projection. "Wait, that spell," she gasps, recognizing something she never expected to see again. A golden practice stick lights up with raw green energy as its wielder cuts loose, and suddenly this whole VIP gallery cannot look away. Every legend needs an impossible feat. This one starts with a spell called Blink. For hundreds of years, the greatest scholars alive tried to master it. Every last one of them failed. They died, they were crippled, or they simply gave up. Blink, they all agreed, was a spell that was flat out impossible to control. But somewhere out there is a student who wields it like it's just another limb, like Blink is literally his hands and feet. Even this old professor can't quite believe it. Picture it, a crowd holding its breath, an old professor spinning the legend, and then a blade of pure light rips through the dark. Just who is this kid? His name is Beak Yuseol. Word spreads fast among the officials watching him fight. Blink is literally his specialty, one mutters, because this isn't raw, overwhelming power like Ma Yuseong, He Wondryong, or Azel throw around. This is something else entirely. Why's he cracking jokes instead of just blasting his opponent? One judge grumbles. Because another points out if he actually used real magic, this fight would have ended long ago. Down on the floor, he's toying with his opponent, blade and staff clashing in the dim light. Then the doors swing open and a new figure steps into the hall, flanked by the hooded officials. The room goes dead quiet, somebody clearly recognizes exactly who just walked in. It's Eltwin, and just hearing that name sends a ripple through the whole crowd. He strolls in looking every bit as sharp and self-assured as his reputation promises. "It doesn't seem that way to you all," he asks, cocking an eyebrow at the officials. "He's been serious from the start," comes the answer. Eltman just grins, interesting. Down below, the duel flares back to life in another burst of light. Their homeroom professor Lee Hanwal turns a word over like he's tasting it. "Chivalry, you say? The kind that vanished along with cold steel. A student this young carrying that old knight's mindset, I see," he murmurs. "Chivalry. By chivalry he means the old knight's code, the mindset of warriors who still fight with a blade in a world that moved on to magic centuries ago. Heroes like that used to exist, storming out to protect the world from evil with nothing but steel. Legend says they never needed anything more than a single sword to fight and win in a world built entirely around magic. A sword, that's supposed to be a fantasy these days," the old administrator mutters. "And yet right now that kid is out there swinging a scoring stick like it's a blade. And if that's the kind of thing catching a literal great sage's attention, then maybe it's worth remembering exactly who Eltwin is. A 9th rank master mage, one of only 10 great sages on the entire continent, no pressure or anything. So when someone at that level starts paying this much attention to one kid, yeah, that means something." Down on the floor, the officials close ranks around their instructor, waiting to see what happens next. Eventually, the first dungeon practical exam wraps up for good. Everyone files back to the S-Class exclusive training hall to lick their wounds. Well, almost everyone. Some of them aren't done training for the day. Case in point, Won-ryong, still out on the field, hacking away at a training dummy like it personally insulted him. He's breathing hard, but he doesn't stop. "Damn it," he mutters through gritted teeth. "I'm almost out of mana," he admits to himself. "Not yet, I'm still far behind," he growls, gripping his sword tighter. Turns out this exam was brutal. 39 of the 141 students who took part got eliminated outright. The final rankings in. Azel takes first after single-handedly downing some kind of mystery bird, and Won-ryong lands second. Ma Yuseong, for what it's worth, walks off with 6th. "I don't really feel like I won though," Won-ryong admits, and you can hear exactly how much that ranking is bothering him. His mind won't stop replaying the fight. "If Azel hadn't interrupted, I probably..." He can't even finish the thought. Because honestly, this has been the case since the very first time he saw the guy fight. The guy in question is Ma Yuseong, a walking case study in not trying. He half-asses literally everything, and somehow still walks away with above-expert results every single time. Even this exam, Won-ryong thinks, I laid magic circles across the whole field and calculated his every move in advance. And he still shrugged off every single attack I threw at him. Can I really not beat this guy, no matter what I do? Was the wall of talent always this tall, this thick? Ouch, somebody get this man a hug. For a second it actually gets to him. He swallows it down, jaw tight. No, there's no time to blame myself, I just need to work harder. Meanwhile, across the field, Hong Bion strolls by with a very fancy new staff in hand. Back to the grind, Won-ryong lunges again, blade cutting clean through the air. The wind practically bends around him. Bion clocks him going full beast mode and can't help but comment, the guy who's always so calm sure is spiteful today. Well, that's not really something I should be saying, she adds, catching herself. Because right about now she's got her own fire to deal with, literally. She winds up and lets the spell rip. The whole field lights up in a wall of flame. Even Won-ryong has to stop and stare at that. Smoke and embers drift across the training ground. Another strike, another burst of raw heat. Turns out, even after being handed the scoring stick outright, she still only pulled 3rd place, and that stings. Her mother was satisfied enough, but if she hadn't placed, there'd have been consequences. So she keeps pushing, staff blazing. A mere commoner acting like he's all that, so annoying, she snaps, and yeah, we all know exactly who she means. The smoke clears around her. Watching all that firepower, Won-ryong can't help but wonder, did something happen to the princess too? I don't know if it's just a feeling, he thinks, but her spells seem to be landing way cleaner than before. Just as explosive as ever, but somehow way more accurate than even a little earlier. That kind of control is supposed to be almost impossible to pull off. There's no way she improved this much in such a short window. Is it really just a coincidence, he wonders. Bion for her part just mutters a guilty, damn it. Because she knows exactly why. I don't want to admit it, she thinks, but Beek Yusial's lessons have actually been working. Ever since he switched me over to those ridiculous pun quizzes, my results have shot up like crazy. Soondir as ever, she'll never say it to his face, but the results speak for themselves. There's also a small matter of a weapon. I'm sure Beek Yusial is the only one who actually knows how to cover my weak points, she admits to herself. But I'm still upset about it, she grumbles. Apparently pride dies hard. Someone calls out to her, princess. Turns out our fire mage comes with a royal title attached. She turns to listen. It's her attendant Yi Taran holding a long wrapped case. The staff Taravan which you requested remodeled is complete, she reports. Turns out Taravan isn't a staff at all, it's a blade and it's glowing. Taran asks if she should deliver it to Beek Yusial right away. Yes, that'd be good, comes the answer. Understood, then I'll be. Taran starts to go before someone else cuts in with a startled, wait. Taran turns back, cautious. What's wrong, your highness? Well, we're just going to have to wait and find out. Over at the Academy's second main tower, home to the faculty's private research wings, someone's about to make an entrance she really does not want to admit to. That someone is Hong Bion, and she is already having regrets, muttering to herself that she only came because she heard Beek Yusial was somewhere around here. This is faculty territory though, so maybe he's just here to see a professor, she reasons, marching forward and trying very hard to convince herself she is not stalking anybody. Then she catches herself and panics. Wait, why did she even come here? She could have just handed this off to literally anyone else. Pride wins the argument for about 10 seconds. Fine, she decides, she'll drop it off at the training hall herself because apparently trailing after a commoner all over campus is beneath a princess. Immediately she second guesses the whole plan. Nope, this is a terrible idea, she should just turn around right now. And that is exactly when a new voice catches her off guard from behind, purring out a very knowing, "Oh my, princess." Enter Professor Hammerl, a former royal tutor turned academy staff, arm bandaged in a sling and clearly delighted to catch her old students sneaking around. Bion catches the old habit halfway out of her mouth, correcting teacher to Professor Hammerl as they fall into step together. Hammerl teases that it feels like just yesterday she was tutoring magic back at the royal castle, and here Bion is already all grown up. Then casually she asks what actually brings her here. Bion deflects fast, claiming she just had some business here and is already on her way out. Hammerl just smiles and notes campus is a bit of a mess right now anyway, so leaving might be for the best. Bion is not following, pardon. Turns out the second tower is in an uproar because magic officials showed up over a student named Beek Yusial, and that name lands on Bion like a slap. Her eyes go wide. That is the name she absolutely was not thinking about all day. Hammerl adds, almost too casually, that Bion herself fought that commoner and can confirm it. He really did not use a scrap of magic, did he? Bion can only manage a quiet yes. So the old teacher already knows she watched that whole fight go down. Hammerl softens, telling her not to beat herself up over it. Her opponent gave it everything he had. Bion cannot quite let it go, even though he did not use magic. Hammerl just smiles wider, clearly enjoying dangling the answer in front of her. Turns out it is all because of his personal creed, Hammerl explains, a line she is borrowing straight from the headmaster who watched the fight himself. Apparently Beek Yusial genuinely believes he is reviving chivalry, a whole code of honor that vanished generations ago. Bion's jaw drops, him bringing back chivalry. It sounds completely ridiculous to her, and honestly we will allow her the eye roll on this one. But then she flashes back to their actual fight, and yeah, he really was swinging that practice stick around like an honest-to-goodness sword. Which suddenly explains a lot. Is that why he was so dead set on getting his hands on a real magic sword? She swallows hard, the pieces clicking into place. Hammerl lays out the cold math. Skipping magic entirely at a magic academy comes with brutal penalties, docked points in every practical class among them. And yet he is choosing that path anyway, fully aware of the cost. Isn't that just incredible? Hammerl muses. Bion goes quiet, thinking about how he keeps pushing himself even after already pulling off something as insane as mastering Blink. It is starting to make her think this whole creed thing of his might actually be real. Alone now, she cannot shake the thought. If anyone else said out loud they dreamed of reviving chivalry, they'd get laughed out of the room. A knight in this day and age, and yet. Sunset finds her at the training hall, still stewing over how hard she snapped at him earlier for joking around. Right on cue, Yusial pops up and cheerfully asks what she is doing here. Quick flash to a memory neither of them mentions out loud. His 5th place finish in the practical exam and the prize that came with it, a rare item called the roots. Caught off guard, Bion flinches. She blurts out way too defensively that she is absolutely not here because of him. He just blinks, he never said she was. Cue one very awkward beat of silence between them, and we are just going to let that one speak for itself. Flustered, she shoves a wrapped package into his hands and tells him to just take it already. He unwraps it and grins, his old blade Teravan freshly serviced, a genuine thanks for once. There is a bonus tucked in too, a strange, shapeless magic sword, and even Yusial recognizes the craftsmanship. This is Adolbit work, unmatched in the business. Ever the opportunist, he asks if he can keep the box too, figuring he can flip it for some quick coin. She just sighs and tells him to do as he wishes. He celebrates like he just won the lottery while she mutters under her breath about commoners and their money problems. But her irritation does not quite mask what is actually eating at her. She finally says his name properly, and something in her tone makes him actually look up. He waits. Are you really? She starts to ask. Not ever going to use any magic besides that sword, she finally gets out, voice trailing off. He just waits, clearly not following where this is going. And that is as far as her nerve gets her. She groans at herself, mortified. Never mind, forget it, I'm leaving, she blurts, bolting off while he stands there completely baffled. He watches her go, thoroughly confused. Still, her half-finished question sticks with him as he heads off on his own. Other magic, huh? Come to think of it, Professor Lee Hangwall said something oddly similar not long ago. He flashes back to the professor telling him flatly that he has chosen a difficult path. Yusial just shrugs it off now the same way he did then. What's good is good. In his head, he is already spinning it into a win. People think he has got some noble knightly creed going on, fine by him, and with a magic sword like this backing him up, he should be plenty safe for whatever comes next. Curiosity gets the better of him, time to actually see what this sword can do. He heads out to an empty stretch of the academy grounds as the sky burns orange. Let's see here, he mutters, drawing the blade. Alone on the field, sword in hand, he squares up to test it out for real. The blade answers immediately, crackling to life with raw energy. He swings it once and blue lightning rips through the air around him. Whoa, even he is stunned by the power in his own hands. This thing is way better than he expected. He turns the blade over, studying it against the darkening sky. Then a stray thought crosses his mind. Honestly, this would have suited Flame even better than him. Because Flame, he reminds himself, is genuinely special, the game's actual female lead. Even though she is fully human, she can channel elf, dwarf, and angel magic all at once, using a staff that continuously drains its wielder's mana just to function. Most people could not handle it. Flame gets around that by drawing mana straight from nature itself, which is exactly what turns that wand into her signature finishing move. Back to his own sword, it works by absorbing mana that his body can never actually hold onto anyway thanks to his weird mana revelation delay condition. Waste not, want not. Curious now, he pulls up his status window for a proper look. The readout is not exactly flattering, mostly 1-star stats across strength, agility, and stamina, but his blink skill and that mana revelation delay trait are both sitting right there in black and white. That trait has leveled up to 2 now too, quietly boosting his stats and unlocking a passive called Sixth Sense. It scans for mana in an 18-meter radius and kicks his reflexes into overdrive whenever danger is near. He notes that fifth-place prize from the practical exam, the Roots, already nudged his strength up a notch. And now that he has actually got a real weapon, he can pump his stats straight through gear instead of burning through EXP for it. New plan locked in, it is time to actually learn how to use this thing. He walks off into the sunset, already resigned to a much busier training schedule ahead. We're back on campus, morning fog still clinging to the towers another day at magic school. The S-class gets marched out to the courtyard for a brand new lecturer, who wastes no time laying down the day's agenda. From today, he tells them you'll actually be practicing real magic. No more theory hands-on defense drills starting now. He barks for everyone to spread out and grip their staffs. Training's about to get physical. Students start throwing up magic shields left and right under his watch. Basic Defense 101, or so it seems. Watching the class spar, the lecturer has to admit there's some real talent in this batch. Then his eyes land on one particular student standing off to the side, doing absolutely nothing. Whispers ripple through the group, that's him, the infamous S-class transfer everyone's been talking about. The lecturer sizes him up with a raised eyebrow, so this is the so-called commoner S-rank. The kid who supposedly bonded with a mid-tier staff and squeaked into 5th place on the dungeon exam. Not exactly awe-inspiring on paper. A grinning classmate saunters over and calls him out. "Beak Usial, why aren't you doing anything?" Usial just kind of shrugs it off, stalling for a second. "I'm working on my own defense technique," he grins, "so I don't really need the basics." That gets the lecturer's attention. "Oh, your own technique, now I'm curious," he says, and not in a nice way. Internally, he's already fuming. What an arrogant answer. Maybe if the kid were learning royal succession magic like Princess Bion, sure, but a random commoner, please. So he decides to put that arrogance to the test. Then can you show an example of that incredible defensive technique to the other students? He asks, all fake curiosity. Your opponent will be, he says, already scanning the crowd for the perfect pick. He settles on a name. Yes, B-class Morso would be good, he decides. He waves Morso and his little entourage over. Enter Morso Dordan, all smirk, all swagger, clearly thrilled to be picked. He struts up, chest puffed out, ready to make an example of the new kid. Truth is, the lecturer's got an angle. Morso's family is tied to the Scalvan Empire, and staying cozy with foreign nobility never hurts a career. If Morso can put an S-class student in his place, that's good press all around. Everybody wins except maybe Usial. Please step onto the platform, the lecturer says, all fake politeness. The whole class gathers around the practice arena, buzzing to see how this plays out. Morso squares up across from him, grinning like he's already won. Usial just stands there, unreadable as ever. Morso's buddies start hyping him up from the crowd, squash him, embarrass him publicly, the whole 9 yards. Of course Morso smirks back, just watch. Usial clocks the crew watching. One of Uslek and Raiden's little gang. Kids never change, he thinks. Honestly, he's not even invested, he's only in this class because it's mandatory. And since he can't cast a lick of real magic anyway, there was nothing else to do here but show up. Still, if a fight's on the table, he's not backing down. Let's do this, he thinks, eyes narrowing. Time to see exactly what all that secret training has actually earned him. Right here, right now. The lecturer lays out the rules, defense turns only and absolutely no magic outside of them. Morso goes first, he announces. Morso's already channeling something with way more punch than a beginner drill. Onlookers murmur that he's clearly been training offensive earth magic on the side. That's not exactly fair play. Good luck defending against that, someone mutters nearby. Ready, the lecturer calls out. Begin the duel. Morso doesn't hold back for a second. Massive stone and light magic erupts straight from his staff. The whole arena lights up gold and green as the spell rockets forward. Gasps ripple through the crowd. That's second-rank magic, way above what a basic practical calls for. There's an unspoken rule: everyone sticks to first-rank spells in these drills. Morso clearly skipped that memo. Somebody worries out loud, will Usial actually be okay? He just stands there, calm as ever. Morso spits an insult his way, sneering as he closes in. "Eat this Dordenstone Pierce," he roars, unleashing it point blank. The spell slams straight into him in a blinding wall of green light. But wait, a flash of blue cuts right through the chaos. That's Blink, and this time, it's got a blade attached to it. Yusial's already moving, sword drawn, eyes locked dead on the incoming spell. He lands clean on the other side like nothing even happened. Both the lecturer and Morso's crew freeze. Something's very wrong here. "My magic," Morso stammers, staring down at his empty hands. "It just vanished into thin air." Yusial doesn't even look winded. Students nearby swear they saw him slice clean through the spell with his blade, but does that even make sense? The lecturer shakes his head, slashing a spell shouldn't just erase it. That's not how magic works. And yet he definitely just watched it happen. See, every spell follows a path of mana. And in theory, if you sever that path with pinpoint precision, the spell just dies, in theory. Which raises one very uncomfortable question: did this so-called nobody just pull that off? Yusial, for his part, just keeps walking like it's Tuesday. Inside, though, he's sweating it. He can just barely cut third-rank magic right now. Good thing he pulled a few all-nighters in the training hall to get here. Turns out the gamble paid off, and now he's closing the distance fast. "How dare a commoner cut my magic?" Morso snarls, badly rattled. The lecturer isn't exactly thrilled about this either. If his golden ticket to the Scalvan Empire loses this badly, that's a headache he really doesn't need. So he steps in with a backhanded compliment. "Your defensive technique is good, Beak Yusial." Morso grits his teeth, humiliated. "But there's a limit to swatting away every attack one at a time," the lecturer adds, conveniently. "Say, for example, a whole barrage came at you at once." Subtle, Morso catches the hint immediately and starts charging something much, much bigger. Yusial feels the shift in the air and tenses up. His focus sharpens to a razor's edge. Dozens of glowing stone shards materialize around Morso, ready to fire all at once. Yusial shifts his stance, bracing for impact. Morso lets it rip with a savage grin. This is the move meant to finish it. Even the crowd flinches. Wait, isn't that seriously overkill for a classroom drill? Someone shouts that he's going to get hurt, so why isn't the lecturer calling this off? "This will end things," Morso bellows, sending the whole barrage screaming toward Yusial. The full attack detonates around him in a storm of green light and rock. For one gut-wrenching second, nobody can even see him inside the blast. Then his eyes snap open through the smoke, still standing, still sharp. Mid-duel, Yusial's eyes go razor-sharp. A storm of magic stones is ripping straight toward him. Razor-edged light streaks in from every side. There's nowhere left to dodge. So he plants his feet and meets it head-on, blade flashing as green light erupts around him. The impact rips through the air in a blinding flash. 11 stones all at once. He counts them off in his head, mind racing. Blinking away won't cut it, slicing through won't either. There's only one option left. Block every single one all at once. That's the plan. His blade blurs into a wall of light as he throws everything he has into the defense. He straightens up afterward, catching his breath, half amazed he actually pulled that off. His opponent just stares, stunned, his strongest spell swatted aside like nothing. Off to the side, the proctor running this duel goes pale, hissing at the loser under his breath. If this kid loses, it's bad news for him too. Easy as anything, Yusial explains the move. He calls it panning. Trouble is, his blade Terravan burns through his stamina fast whenever he pulls off a stunt like that. "Honestly, I just copied something I saw in another game," he shrugs. "Guess it actually works." Spreading his guard that thin weakens it though. Pulling this off in an actual fight would have been a lot harder. Good thing, he figures, that this was only a duel. Not everyone's taking the loss so well though. More so, his opponent is seething, humiliation written all over his face. "How dare a nobody like him embarrass me?" Morso snarls. Magic flares around his fists as he starts building up a spell he has no business casting anymore. A nearby official spots it first, alarmed. Morso's turn already ended, he shouldn't be casting at all. But somewhere in the crowd, someone's grinning ear to ear and egging him on anyway. Rules be damned, Morso lunges again, screaming for Yusial to brace himself. "I won't let you walk away this time," he howls, just as someone shouts for the lecturer to step in. Off in the crowd, a blond boy blinks, suddenly very interested in the commotion. Someone beside him asks what's got him so hooked. Jeremy, what's wrong? Turns out the one smiling to himself through this whole mess is none other than Crown Prince Jeremy. He calls out lazily to the proctor. Funny how Usial never got his own attack turn in this duel, isn't it? The proctor freezes mid-sentence, caught red-handed. He can't even get a full excuse out, sweat dripping down his face. Someone points out flatly that this was never even a basic first-year duel to begin with. The rules he bent don't even apply. Around them, students start muttering that somebody's going to get seriously hurt, and that this man has no business calling himself a teacher. The proctor panics inwardly. He'd been so locked onto the duel he never noticed the whole crowd turning against him. Someone calls out again, the lecturer's here. The proctor's blood runs cold as the footsteps get closer. I'll change the turn order, he blurts, but it's too late. A wall of blue magic slams up to catch the attack already flying. When the dust clears, Usial's the one standing, blade leveled right at Morso's throat. The call comes down, Beak Usial wins. Morso can only lie there pinned and terrified. Wow, in the end Beak Usial won, Jeremy murmurs, watching from the crowd. Around him, students whisper that this Usial kid is a lot more impressive than they gave him credit for. Jeremy just keeps smiling to himself, already turning something over in that calculating head of his. Far from the academy, in a much darker, much more opulent room, a sharp gasp of pain cuts through the silence. A woman crumples to the floor, begging for forgiveness as another blow lands. Blood spatters across the marble as she's struck again. Watching it all with an ice-cold stare is a young Jeremy. He walks off down the hall afterward, a girl trailing obediently behind him with a quiet yes. Later, he calmly wipes blood from his hands, remarking almost casually that his friend looks pretty banged up. He asks the girl to go check on the injured man, Vera Jane, adding that he'd be awfully sad if anything happened to him. She agrees and he thanks her. As she hurries off, Jeremy's expression settles into something colder and far more calculating. Alone, the girl can't help but tear up. He called that man a friend, not just a subject. Coming from Jeremy, that means a lot more than it should. Because in the Shavni Empire, where the throne itself goes to whoever proves the strongest in magic, that kind of loyalty never comes easy. This is the world that shaped him. One bad political move and an entire noble house like the Dordan family gets thrown out of power overnight. It's not just Morso's family that took the fall either, and the girl watching Usial's rise knows exactly what that means. Now that Usial's caught Crown Prince Jeremy's attention, she can't help but worry about what comes next for him. A commoner like him is not about to get an easy ride through this academy anymore. Life at the academy rolls on regardless, students crossing the courtyard like any other day. Word travels fast down these halls though. Hey, you hear about that S-class kid, Beak Usial? Apparently he was going on about chivalry of all things, one student gossips to another. Chivalry at a magic academy, bit desperate for attention, isn't he? Still, they can't deny he beat Morso of the Dordan family. Wait, isn't House Dordan still a big deal in the Empire? Someone asks, while Usial just sighs, overhearing his own name gossiped about wherever he goes. Elsewhere in alchemy class, the professor calls for everyone's attention. Alchemy, she reminds them, is all about precise measurements, careful timing, and exact temperature control. This is Professor Mason Tyrn, the Academy's alchemy instructor, and she does not tolerate sloppy work. Today's assignment, brew her own signature Tyrn fatigue recovery potion. Focus, she warns. Rows of prepped ingredients wait on the shelf, ready to go. One student groans under her breath, dreading it already. One wrong move and the whole thing falls apart. Azel, watching nearby, silently agrees. Alchemy is finicky enough that she avoids it whenever she can. Then comes the scolding. Altalicia, that's dangerous, what are you doing? The professor shouts as a classmate nearly blows up her station. You call that alchemy? Professor Tyrn snaps, and a sheepish Altalicia can only mutter an apology. Azel sighs to herself. Annoying as this class is, she has no choice but to keep taking it, not with what's coming. She glances around the room, a little on edge. Off in a corner, a bespectacled classmate is snickering to himself over his cauldron like he's up to something. For one split second, Azel actually mistakes him for Beak Usial. She'd assumed he only signed up for this class to get closer to her. Turns out he's just a weirdo, plain and simple, best not to think about it, time to grab some ingredients. Slowly but surely, her potion starts coming together. Phew, finally done, she says, wiping her brow with a relieved smile. Nearby, she catches sight of another classmate's work and does a double take. It's Mela, quietly grinding away at her own potion with real focus. Azel watches her work, privately admitting the girl's actually decently good at this. Mela just keeps her head down, working through it step by step. Then Azel catches herself, wait, only decently. She remembers now. In the original novel, Azel stumbles across Mela's own magic engineering notes by pure chance. In that story, Mela turns out to be something of a hidden genius at magical engineering. Didn't she also end up inventing a high-rank upgrade to this very potion, right in this class? But right now, Mela's doing it the plain, ordinary way, insisting it actually works better like this. Professor Tyern isn't convinced, though, and starts questioning the result in front of everyone. This isn't even the potion I assigned. The professor snaps and Azel's jaw drops. Wait a second, Azel thinks, could Beak Usial actually be behind this? All eyes start drifting toward him, quietly working away like it's nothing. The exact high-quality potion Azel was supposed to be the one to invent, and it looks like somebody just beat her to it. Words going around campus, and one classmate just can't shake the feeling that something is off. The question on everyone's lips: how did Beak Usial pull off the exact quality potion Azel was supposed to brew herself? Rewind a bit. In the alchemy lab, Azel stands frozen after another rough lecture and the air is thick enough to bottle. Her professor, the sharp-tongued Mason Tyern, isn't done yet. You just won't listen. Your attitude's a mess, she snaps. Then comes the real gut punch. This is why commoners just won't do Tusk. Turns out that line used to cut even deeper. Originally it was "this is why your family fell, Tusk." Those words latched onto Azel, a girl who really did lose her family, and they never let go. They kept rattling around in her head right up until the second she finally finished that potion. So the theory going around is that Usial quietly stepped in just to shield her from another round of that. Bold move, considering Professor Mason has real pull across the academy, and crossing her tends to tank your grades everywhere else too. Which just leaves the classmate more baffled. Why would this guy go that far for her? Cut to a whole different headache. A furious professor rounds on Usial over his attitude. Bring your parents here immediately, he demands, practically vibrating with anger. Usial just sighs. He'd been so deep in alchemy he'd honestly forgotten this drama was still unresolved. His actual answer, a flat "I don't have parents," devastating comeback delivered with zero drama. The professor's face runs through about 4 emotions at once, and none of them are good. Usial just shrugs it off. Well, I've already gotten on her bad side, so there's nothing I can do about it now. And because he's clearly learned nothing, his very next thought is brewing a kimchi potion. Maybe a cola potion too, for science. A few weeks roll by, and someone comes jogging up calling his name. It's Professor Mason again, and she's not here to chat. I've told you repeatedly, don't use ingredients I haven't taught you. Usial doesn't even blink. But I'm creating, he starts, already bracing for round 2. Better results by slightly tweaking your formulas, not exactly the apology she was fishing for. He says it so calmly you'd think he wasn't actively poking the bear. Mason's jaw drops, and right at that moment, Usial's secret status reading sense flickers to life, locking onto her. She's fuming, practically shaking, with absolutely no idea what he just saw. Because underneath that prickly professor act is something way darker. She's losing a battle against her own hatred, and it's slowly turning her into an actual villain. Once that corruption hits 90%, there's no coming back. She's fully a dark, demonic human. And under 50%, no spell on earth can even detect it. Right now her corruption sits at 21%. Usial's the only one in the building who can even see that number. He can't exactly report her with zero proof, so his plan is delightfully unhinged. Keep annoying her on purpose, push that number past 50, and call in the Dark Demon Assassination Squad himself. Normally, a corruption like this could still be reversed before it's too late. Not this time. Mason willingly signed her own contract with a dark, demonic human, and those seeds are already blooming inside her. There's no walking this one back. Somewhere that contract keeps glowing away, patient and hungry. If he doesn't deal with this, she could drag other students down with her and put the whole academy at risk. So back to the bear poking. Your attitude is still the same as ever, Mason grinds out. Don't expect a good mark in alchemy, she warns. Yusial's inner response is basically a shrug. He heads off like it's nothing, letting the threat roll right off him. Honestly, taking the heat himself means fewer classmates get caught in the crossfire, so he's calling this a win. Worst case, he'll just start lifting weights instead of doing homework. Then reality throws him a curveball. The practical exam just got announced as a group project. Great. He facepalms right there in front of his brand new teammate, and honestly, fair. The other two teammates just go quiet, already sensing where this is headed. Azel isn't thrilled either, still turning the assignment over in her head. Introductions kick off anyway. Nice to meet you, I'm Beak Yusial, he offers, all smiles. Two more teammates step up, cheerful Ka Sahun and the quieter Mal Lewin. Then Azel rounds out the group right before someone mutters the team's actual mood out loud. We're screwed. Nobody here is exactly radiating confidence right now. Word is Mason tanks the grades of anyone she's decided to dislike. Exam performance be damned, so the pity party starts early. The whole team huddles up, already bracing for the worst. Good news though, the exam isn't graded by Mason alone. At least 3 outside alchemists from the alchemy castle sit in on it too. So really, there's no excuse to just roll over and give up before they've even started. She can't tank the whole team's grades single-handedly, and that's enough to get everyone's spirits back up. Yusial's actually relieved. This happens to be a potion he's been dying to try his hand at. The mood lifts fast, sparkles and all, even if Azel plays it cool with a little heap. Yusial lays out the plan. The D-Vitality potion they've been assigned shouldn't be too rough if they pool what everyone knows. The real trick is nailing the ingredients. So off the team goes, dividing up the shopping list. Yusial volunteers first, hand up, sounding way too confident. A teammate reminds him the monster ingredient is the whole potion's backbone, so it better be fresh. Of course, Yusial says like that was ever in doubt. Which brings up the big question. Who's grabbing the headline ingredient, a fire lizard's tail? Yusial claims that one too. Azel side-eyes him, silently hoping all that confidence is actually earned. Judging by that smirk on his face, he's already got a plan for that lizard. Meanwhile, in Mason's office, her assistant slips in the moment she's called. Mason hands over a notice to pass along to the first-year alchemy students. Then adds the real kicker, everyone except Team 12. Her assistant's smile says she knows exactly what kind of trap this is. She adjusts her glasses, clearly delighted to help make someone's life miserable. See, the practical exam isn't just an in-house thing. It's graded live in front of official alchemists from the alchemy castle itself. Which is exactly why Mason's plan is so nasty. Embarrass Yusial in front of them and his whole future in alchemy is finished. Beak Yusial, she murmurs, I'll teach you exactly what happens when a student crosses a professor. Elsewhere on campus, that same curious classmate from earlier is out training, working her own spellwork. Flame, she calls out, and a burst of fire answers her. A runner jogs up with a notice for her, an official alchemy announcement. Ah, thanks, she says, taking it without much thought. She flips it open right there. And whatever it says, it stops her cold. It clicks fast. When Mason said other students, she really meant everyone except Team 12, Yusial's team. And she was told in no uncertain terms not to breathe a word of it to them. The note spells out the sabotage plain as day. The assignment's been swapped from the D-Vitality potion to the Tyrant Point potion for everyone who's supposed to know. Wait, she mutters, jaw tightening, does Mason seriously think she'll just sit on this? Because right now, Yusial's team is out there hunting a fire lizard tail for a potion that officially doesn't even exist anymore. What they actually need is Idalic's spider scales. She grips the notice tight, torn between following orders and doing the right thing. Yes, she finally decides, folding the paper up with new resolve. Somewhere else a blade moves fast and quiet, and the sabotage keeps rolling forward. And it turns out Mason isn't the only one with her eye on him. The visiting alchemists have quietly decided it's time to test this guy themselves. Back with the notice in hand, she's still working up the nerve to actually act on it. One warp jump later, a system message pings in he has just been dropped into Darival Stadium. Usial stumbles out rubbing his head. He likes warp holes fine, it is the landing that always wrecks him. Welcome, Mage Beak Usial, someone greets him. Officially he is still just a cadet, but that title alone is already opening doors. At the gates of Darival, a cheerful attendant rolls out the welcome mat like he is already a certified big shot. I'm not an official mage yet, I'm a cadet, he corrects her. Old habits from being written off die hard. Doesn't matter, she tells him. A cadet of Stella gets treated exactly like an official mage, no exceptions. Bystanders whisper as he passes, never seen a Stella uniform before, and yes, he is annoyingly handsome too. The attendant offers to help if he ever needs anything. A simple thank you is all he manages back. Turns out a pass and a Stella pocket watch get you treated like an official mage anywhere you go, no questions asked. Stellar really is generous, he thinks free access to a warp hole that would normally run you 100,000 credits. He has been using that warp hole every weekend to scout the city ever since, and everything he finds lines up with what he already knew. Beyond the academy's spires, the road gives way to wide open, untamed country. It should be around here somewhere, he mutters, picking his way through the rocks. Today's target, a fire lizard, officially rated a modest risk level 2. It has more raw stamina and power than most beasts its size, not that you'd know it, looking at him. The risk level 1 catches were almost embarrassingly easy, he admits. I think I'll be able to handle a risk level 2, famous last words maybe. He tears through the canopy at a blur, closing the distance before the thing even knows he's coming. It's here, his eyes go sharp, all business now. He goes still, reading the tree line, letting his senses do the work before his feet do. A single red eye snaps open in the dark, it has clocked him right back. Steel meets scale in a burst of green light, and the fight is already underway. Sixth sense flickers to life behind his eyes, his secret gamer instincts, quietly doing all the heavy lifting. He reads the creature's next move before it's even made one knot that he'd ever brag about it. One clean strike is all it takes. The lizard shrieks as the blow lands. Risk level 2, meet its new problem. It groans, fight draining out of it fast. He barely reacts, just another day at the office for the guy nobody bothered to notice. The lizard collapses in a smoking heap. Got one short, satisfied, and already looking for the next one. A second lizard drops just as fast as the first. He lets out a breath, not even winded really. More fire lizards slink out of the dark tree line. Good thing he came prepared for a full harvest. Let's collect some, he decides, blade already lit up. Ingredients, turns out this whole hunting trip was a supply run in disguise. He harvests the scales clean, no waste, no fuss. Back in the city, he hands his catch off to a classmate with long, pale blue hair, who looks it over like she's appraising fine jewelry. It's super fresh, she marvels. Obviously, he shoots back, cocky as ever. She admits he has a real eye for ingredients so long as he knows what he's getting himself into. Nice, then we just need to make it perfectly, she says, already rolling up her sleeves. The whole friend group rallies together, let's do this. Cut to the Alchemy Castle classroom, where a sharp, cold-eyed professor checks that everyone has gathered. Today's exam runs in front of the real alchemists from Alchemy Castle. Do well, and it sets you up for life. Okay, then begin. No warmth in it at all. The subject, a Tyrant Point potion type B. What? The room freezes. Weren't the ingredients already supposed to be prepped for something else entirely? Wait, professor, we thought the exam was on the D vitality potion, someone protests. He waves it off. He sent an announcement, apparently. That it was changed to the Tyrant Point potion. Right, everyone, nobody dares argue. The whole room goes cold with dread. One student shrugs it off for himself but worries this switch is going to sink everyone else. Walking off together, Azel wonders quietly, was this actually part of the original novel? A little of suspicion crosses her friend's face too. What happened? Doesn't Beak Usial know the original novel? She thinks if anyone should have seen this coming, it's him. Before she can finish that thought, the professor turns it on her directly. Azel, did you prepare the wrong ingredients? The blue-haired girl flinches so, caught flat-footed. He sneers about forgetting an alchemist's whole purpose and mixing up the ingredients like an amateur. There's no helping it, he says, with a small, cold smile that says he's enjoying this a little too much. What? The professor blinks, caught off guard when one student pushes back that Tyron point potion. They just have to make it, right? We'll make it, he declares, calm as anything. The professor's easy smile finally cracks a little. Using different ingredients than you did, professor, bold thing to say to the guy grading you. As I always have, he adds, without so much as blinking. The professor takes a slow breath, visibly recalculating. Ha, a dry, unimpressed little laugh. The hooded students behind him shrink back a step. The core ingredient for a real Tyron point potion is the idyllic spider scales. Packed with nutrients, the whole potion is basically built on that foundation, which means fire lizard scales were never going to cut it. This is better, if anything, the professor says smugly, like the panic he just caused was doing everyone a favor. He threatens to end this student's alchemist career in front of everyone watching. The answer comes back steady, okay. The rest of the group pales as the catch drops. The time limit is 1 hour. A full Tyron point potion from scratch in that time, no pressure at all. Are you crazy? Someone blurts out, and when they rope Yusial into it too, all he can manage is a sheepish yeah. Digging through the shelves together, someone mutters, I don't think this is it. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to try. Four Eyes decides, done second guessing. Just trust me, he tells the others, already moving. The whole group fires back up together. Let's make it two. Let's show them what we've got, nerves and all. They're all in now. Okay, then let me explain, Four Eyes says, and lays out the plan that just might save them all. Flashback to Beak Yusial's old gamer life. Alchemy, he says, used to be one of his favorite parts of the game he poured years into. Late nights at the keyboard, he tracked down and logged every last recipe in the game, even the throwaway ones nobody else bothered with. One of those forgotten recipes was for something called Tyron Point Potion Type B, filed away and never used until now. Back in the present, Yusial tells his alchemy teammates the wild part. This recipe was not supposed to exist yet. In the story he remembers, it belonged to Professor Mason, invented years in the future. He walks the team through the ingredients like he wrote the manual himself, explaining why the idyllic spider scales are so nutrient-rich in the first place. They exist to hatch its eggs. Next up, a strange blood vessel that looks a little too much like a fire lizard's tail. Not exactly appetizing, but apparently exactly what the recipe calls for. He adds that the Alaker tribe out in the southern desert supposedly uses these same blood vessels to keep their leaders in top health. Handy bit of trivia for a supposed dunce. His teammate agrees to pitch in, and Yusial keeps directing traffic. This batch needs the desert-style mono-release method to dry it out properly. Turns out the blonde kid on his team actually knows the hand-drying trick already, learned it tagging along with his dad, and figures he can dehydrate this whole batch in 5 minutes flat. Azel steps up to handle the next stage herself, no hesitation. This is starting to feel less like a school project and more like an actual assembly line. Yusial gives the team a quick thanks, genuinely grateful they're carrying their weight. Azel gets to work, carefully drying down the treated vial without a word, all business. Watching them work, Yusial can't help but think this team is better than he expected. Turns out delegating is a skill too. With everything prepped, he lays out the final step, blended exactly the way he showed each of them. No shortcuts now, they're this close. Potion finished, Team 12 steps up to the judges' table. Time to find out if a smuggled-in future recipe actually holds up under exam conditions. Yusial presents it straight-faced. Tyron Point Potion Type B, Professor, as if he didn't just hand in something that shouldn't exist for years. The vial goes down on the table for inspection, and every hooded examiner leans in a little closer. The judges can barely process it. These kids actually pulled this off. That's the reaction of people who were expecting a school project, not a miracle. One man in the crowd is not impressed. Professor Mason, the potion's actual inventor, scoffs under his breath. Don't make him laugh, he thinks. There's no way a bunch of students nailed this on the first try. This is a formula he spent countless years perfecting after all. He decides he needs to check it with his own two eyes. So Mason strides over himself, brushing right past the judges to get his hands on the evidence. One of the examiners visibly startles. Something about this potion just does not add up. What's wrong? Someone asks, and the room's energy shifts from curious to downright suspicious. And there it is. Sure, it's technically incomplete and a little overloaded on ingredients, but this student-made potion is somehow more effective than Professor Mason's own version. Incredible, one elder examiner mutters, turning the vial over in her hands like she still doesn't quite believe it. These young ones sure carry some unusual knowledge, she adds, which is putting it mildly for a recipe that technically doesn't exist yet. Mason isn't about to take anyone's word for it. Pass it over, he snaps, already reaching. He needs to check this himself, and he means right now. He pulls the vial straight out of the examiner's hand without waiting for permission. Azel flinches at the sheer intensity radiating off him. This professor is taking a school assignment very personally. There's no doubt about it, he mutters, staring the vial down like it personally offended him. His own signature technique, using a monster's nutrients to stand in for human vitality, has clearly been applied here. This is, infuriatingly, a perfect Tyrant Point potion. His face says it all, shock curdling straight into fury. Being upstaged by your own students is apparently not a good look on this man. But he's still the one handing out grades here, he reminds himself, and a sore loser with grading power is exactly as petty as you'd expect. Just disqualify them for missing ingredients, he decides, quietly announcing to the room that he's finished inspecting. Cool, calm, and extremely obviously lying. Words already spreading through the crowd though. People are whispering that even an A+ wouldn't be enough for what Team 12 just pulled off. The judging panel catches wind of exactly what he's trying to do, and they are not having it. One elder examiner just smiles sweetly and asks, "Don't you agree, Professor Mason?" "That's not a question, that's a warning." "Damn it, those old bats," Mason grumbles under his breath, thoroughly cornered by his own colleagues. The final verdict gets scrawled down, and there's not much left for him to argue. Team 12, he announces through gritted teeth, "You've passed." The whole team lights up, relief and pride all over their faces after that unnecessarily dramatic grading process. What a relief, one teammate sighs while another just calls it impressive outright. Fair assessment, honestly. But away from the celebration, something dark curls around Mason's hand, a thin purple mist nobody else seems to notice. His expression twists into something well past professional disappointment, teeth grinding as that mist thickens around him. "Just you wait, Beak Usial," he mutters. "That is not the kind of promise you want a professor making about you." And quietly, invisibly to him, a status update ticks over. Professor Mason Tyrn's dark demon erosion progress has increased. Whatever that means, it does not sound like something a school district covers in the health plan. Cut to the training hall where a sparring match is going full blast, bursts of green energy tearing across the arena. Finally done, someone groans, catching their breath and complaining that a training schedule like this makes the body ache like they're twice their age. A young trainee named Arshwang is clearly feeling every bit of that punishing pace, banged up but still standing. "It's okay, Arshwang," her training partner tells her, "you're doing well. Sometimes getting knocked around is just part of the process." Elsewhere on campus, an upperclassman spots a familiar face passing by, and her expression sours instantly. "That's the one everyone's calling the genius fire classmate," she says, half impressed and half bitter. She's been grinding for years and Hong Bion just breezed right past her. Nearby, a solitary figure crosses the courtyard, unaware she's the subject of everyone's gossip today. Another classmate, a green-haired upperclassman known for her own control over magic, worries out loud that Bion might surpass her control too, and soon. Is this Beak Usial's doing as well, she wonders. At this point, is anything strange happening on campus not somehow traced back to him? Yeah, someone chimes in that alchemy practical exam everyone's still talking about was plenty strange too. Hong Bion's control shouldn't even start developing until her second year, the green-haired girl points out. So how is she already this far along? Let's go, one of them finally says, and the two wander off, still trading theories neither of them can quite prove. Here's the twist nobody on campus knows. In the story Yusial remembers, the Tyrn Point potion recipe was supposed to be found later by an older, future version of Azel, before Professor Mason stole it and finished it himself. Watching Yusial from a distance, Flame goes very still, like a piece just clicked into place. Wait, she thinks? What if he's not a possessor from another world at all but a regressor, someone who's lived through all of this once already? That would actually explain a lot, she reasons. If Beak Yusial came from the future of this very world instead of some outside story, then he'd know the big sweeping events, sure, but never the tiny personal details like exactly what happens to Azel, details that never even made it into the original novel. A quick detour into the lore. In that original novel, Ma Yuxiang once actually got a shot at regressing too. That kind of power belongs to only one being in this world, a figure known as the 11th moon of the Silver Age, the sole entity said to command time itself. With that being's power behind it, apparently, second chances are not entirely off the table in this world. What's wrong? A voice cuts in and Flame snaps back to reality, clearly caught deep in thought. He Wondryong, she says, recognizing the familiar face now walking up beside her. As they walk together, he asks if she's feeling anything else on her mind. Not particularly, she says, a little too quickly. He just sighs, sure, he says, not buying that for a second. Flame, he asks straight out, are you bothered by Beak Yusial? She hesitates, hand pressed to her chest, clearly weighing how much to actually say. Well, yes, she finally admits. Yeah, she continues, because it seems like Beak Yusial knows about the original novel too, just like she does. That's a secret she's never said out loud before. What won't do? Wondryong asks, watching her expression shift. Whining like this doesn't match my personality, Flame mutters to herself, but she can't just leave it alone either. Since she's already this deep in it, she decides she's going to confide everything to Beak Yusial directly, no more circling the question from a distance. Yusial stands with Flame outside the Academy's stone entrance as she wraps up their talk. Thanks for hearing me out today, she tells him. She gives a small awkward wave, then I'll be off, she says, turning to go. Yusial waves back, watching her hurry off across the courtyard. He lowers his hand slowly, the smile fading as something clearly starts weighing on his mind. In a flash of what's to come, smoke curls past him and his expression turns hard, like he's bracing for bad news. Flame, he murmurs under his breath, real worry creeping into his voice. The next day, sunlight breaks over the Academy's towers as a new day gets underway. Yusial sits alone at an outdoor cafe table while a couple of classmates behind him whisper and giggle, clearly gossiping about him. He lets out a long sigh, steadying himself. Whatever's coming next, he needs to be ready for it. A status window flickers into view. What? His face drops as he reads it. Professor Mason's dark demon erosion has crept up to 37%. That number means the countdown is real. Whatever's about to happen with Mason will go down within the next 3 months. And when Mason's corruption finally boils over, the system warns it won't be random. It'll strike one specific student. 3 names come up as possible targets. First, Flame's chatty friend Jackie. Second, Arshwang, a member of Hong Bion's circle. And third, the one that makes his stomach drop, He Wondryong, heir to the Full Moon Tower. If He Wondryong gets pulled into this, Yusial thinks grimly, it's the worst-case scenario. He remembers the old warning. He Wondryong's dark demon erosion in the story he half remembers almost never ends well. He exhales hard, running the odds in his head. One of the 3 is about to have a very bad time. Then he spots her across the courtyard. Flame, he calls out. She turns, caught off guard. Who are you? What are you suddenly saying? She asks, thrown by his tone. Yusial cuts straight to it. You didn't answer properly last time about your identity. He winces to himself. This question again, she's really not making this easy for me. Something flickers behind her eyes, a spark of magic or maybe just nerves. He weighs it fast, telling Flame the truth and getting real answers back might be exactly what steers this story toward a better ending. He opens his mouth, he starts ready to just come out with it. The world glitches around him. A warning screams across his vision. He lacks the narrative power to reveal that he's a possessor to the person it concerns. The warning keeps stacking, blaring that he can't share any of the knowledge he's carrying either, not with her, not with anyone tied to the story. Red static chews up his vision, the system dead set on keeping his secret locked down tight. Rattled but thinking fast, he grips his head. Then let's do it like this. We both have secrets we don't want to reveal to each other. So let's just tell each other half of it, okay? She studies him a beat. Fine. This is driving me nuts, he grumbles, then breathes easier. Phew, what a relief. Then I'll ask first, you know. Flame beats him to it. You know the future, right? He blinks, thrown. I said only half of it. Why are you accelerating already? He keeps it vague, to move the world in a direction where it won't collapse. This world is unstable, you see, at least that part's true, he thinks, relieved. She can't quite tell if he's being straight with her but decides it's her turn again. Why are you acting like that? She presses. He's stumped. What does she mean by like that? Let's just speak vaguely, he offers weakly, just because she echoes back, unconvinced. I think that doing this is for the best, he adds, trying to sell it. That should be enough, right? He wonders, bracing for her reaction. It isn't, don't lie, she snaps. He jumps, no, how can someone be that kind? He starts to protest. There's definitely some kind of goal or something you want, she presses, refusing to let him off easy. He hesitates. No, even if you ask if there's something I want, to be honest, I'm not sure you're not sure, she echoes. Then it comes out simple and quiet. Yeah, I just want to live. That lands harder than he expects. Want to live, she repeats, the words hanging in the air. She catches herself. Oh, I'm sorry I overstepped, he blinks, caught off guard. Is that it? She laughs it off a little too brightly. Then I'll go first. It's my turn to ask a question though, he protests, then pauses. Wait, is she actually crying right now? A cold voice cuts through the moment. Beak Yusial. He tenses as dark magic pressure builds right at his back. He Wondryong steps out, aura flaring. Ak Yusial yelps. Answer, he Wondryong demands flatly. With a lie, I won't let you be, he Wondryong warns. Yusial sweats it out inside. Wow, I feel scared, the rival of the world's strongest person is glaring at me. Oh right, I forgot he's got an unrequited crush on Flame. Deciding a misunderstanding here would be a disaster, Yusial lays it out plainly. Nothing happened with Flame. Why? He Wondryong isn't buying it right away. You're telling me to believe that? Yup, and it's especially not something like what you're thinking, so don't worry, that should be enough, right? He Wondryong goes quiet, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. I asked you something pointless. I apologize, he says stiffly, some of the fight draining out of him. No, you don't have to go that far. Yusial reaches out, but he's already turning away. Then, goodbye. He watches him go, baffled. What the? He wasn't originally that kind of character. That night under a restless sky, something still feels off to him. Something feels uneasy. Lights burn late in one of the academy's towers, work still going on well past dark. Inside, Yusial's bent over a desk covered in notes and vials, deep into an after-hours study session. Across from him, Azel can't seem to concentrate either. I can't focus today, she thinks to herself. She keeps sneaking glances at him, clearly distracted by something more than the potion notes in front of her. Finally she speaks up. Beak Yusial, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? He asks, and the two of them walk together past shelves of bottled ingredients. Was that mixing method earlier something you came up with on the spot? She asks, studying him closely. He considers it. The first part was, he admits, and she looks genuinely startled by the answer. Alone with her thoughts, Azel drifts back to how she used to see herself. I always thought I was a genius, she recalls. Standing at the center of a glowing magic circle in her memory, she remembers believing that if she just kept pushing, she could one day beat that woman. That's what I believed. The thought trails off, tinged with doubt now. Ugh, she winces. Just what am I right now? Her fist tightens on the desk. At this rate, I'll never be able to avenge father. Her mind turns dark, fixing on the ones responsible, the dirty, mucky Adolbits. The family who framed her father as a traitor and got him killed for it. Getting revenge on them, she reminds herself, is the real reason she pushes this hard. She catches herself spiraling and gives her own cheek a sharp slap, snapping back to the present, more than a little embarrassed. Steadying her breathing, she sets her jaw. I need to work harder. Night settles fully over the academy grounds as the day's quiet business wraps up. Night falls over Stello Academy, its towers standing tall and quiet under a heavy sky. In the S-class dorm, one girl can't get a wink of sleep, the noise of the building creeping through the walls while her mind churns. She grumbles that she picked a rowdy 4-person room for the company, and now bitterly wishes she'd sprung for a quiet 1-person suite instead. Wide awake, she just stares into the dark, replaying something that's been bothering her all night. The name that keeps circling in her head is Baek Yuseol. He told her flat out that he doesn't really have a goal in life. And that, she realizes, is exactly the tell. In her head it clicks, that's proof he's a regressor, no doubt about it. Her mind drifts to the ending of the original novel she once read, where a mysterious force called the 11th moon of the Silver Age made this exact offer to Ma Yuseong. The offer was simple and enormous: you can turn back time. But the price was brutal: lose almost all your memories, and once the mission's done, your very existence gets wiped out. Nobody would even remember you saved the world. Worse still, everyone you ever loved would eventually forget you too. Wrapped in a blood-red cloak, the offer gets asked again, cold and direct. Do you still want to walk those steps a second time? He hangs there in the crimson light, turning the choice over. A grin spreads across his face, red eyes gleaming. If that's my fate, he says, ready to accept it. But before he can go through with it, someone stops him. In the novel, it's Azel who steps in. She lunges into the scene, shouting for him to wait, staff raised. The red cloak billows as the moment hangs suspended between them. Her plea is simple and devastating. She'd rather watch the world crumble while still remembering him than live in a world that's forgotten he ever existed. Her words land, cutting through the fire and light around them. Convinced by her, he gives up on regressing. But it doesn't save anyone. The world falls apart anyway, and that's how the original novel's epilogue actually ends. Back in the present, the memory fades and the dorm room settles quietly around her again. She sits with the thought, if this world is playing out differently from the novel she remembers, then it wasn't Ma Yuseong who took that deal here. It was Baek Yuseol who used the 11th moon of the Silver Age's power to regress. Once his mission is finished, he's set to vanish completely, erased from this world like he was never here. She pictures him summoning his magic and can't shake the thought of what that kind of countdown must feel like. One detail doesn't add up though: the version of him she knows shouldn't have lost his memories at all. He's only supposed to have his mission left. And yet, by all accounts, all he's ever actually said is that he just wants to live. She starts to think, the thought trailing off unfinished. Morning comes fast, footsteps pounding up the stairs jolt her upright in bed. A freckled, red-haired roommate bursts in with news: Hee Won-ryong is here for her. He's downstairs waiting in the dorm lobby. Without missing a beat, the girl under the covers mutters back, "Tell him I'm not here." Her roommate hesitates, clearly torn about relaying that. "Fine, back to sleep with you then," the freckled roommate sighs, giving up the argument. She squares her shoulders and heads down to face Hee Won-ryong herself instead. Down the stairs she goes, bracing herself for the awkward conversation ahead. Outside, Hee Won-ryong waits alone on the cobblestones, arms crossed. She hurries up to him, flustered. Hee Won-ryong. He looks her over, clearly puzzled. The silence stretches a beat too long. "Who are you?" he finally asks, not unkindly, just genuinely unsure. Before she can even answer that gut punch, he cuts straight to it. "Where's Flame?" Flustered, she covers for her roommate. She's sick, so she's sleeping. He accepts it without a fuss. "Okay, I'll go back," and turns to leave. Left alone, she wonders bitterly if Flame is really upset about anything more than getting turned down by a so-called flunk-out student. The thought that actually guts her comes next. She likes Won-ryong this much and he doesn't even know her name. It's always been this way, she thinks, staring into the dark. Flame, meanwhile, is the one who effortlessly pulls every eye in the room, laughing easily with a crowd around her. Standing off to the side, her roommate watches the golden girl hold court. The person who's always had everything she thinks has always been Flame. Even he Wonryong's heart, she realizes, might belong to Flame too. The jealousy she's been swallowing all night finally starts to boil over. Alone in the courtyard at night, she just stands there staring at nothing. Then her hand clenches and something dark curls up around her fingers, a flicker she probably shouldn't be able to summon. Elsewhere on campus, morning light breaks over the academy's towers. The scene shifts inside to the first main tower. Inside, the academy's vice principal corners Professor Mason. "You were embarrassed by a student," he says flatly. "I'm ashamed," Mason admits, shrinking back. This is Akihadin, Stella Academy's vice principal, tall and sharp-eyed, clearly not a man used to being disappointed. He presses her on business instead. How's the research on the random sequence convergence technique coming along with the Moon Shadow Order doctors? "Of course, I won't disappoint you," Mason says, straightening up. He rests a hand on her shoulder. "Yes, leave it to me," she answers, eager to please. "Nice, I'll trust you," he says, satisfied. The second she's out of earshot, his real opinion slips out: "Idiot." Mason, none the wiser, stands lost in her own quiet thoughts. Akihadin's inner monologue turns venomous. How laughable that a magic warrior sworn to fight dark demonic humans is out here doing research for one. A cold smirk curls under the shadows. Alone in his study, he muses that he simply can't wait for the day alchemic magic engineering is finally complete. Back in the alchemy lab, papers rustle as the mood turns considerably lighter. A precarious stack of books teeters dangerously. A blonde assistant, arms totally full and unable to see over the pile, nearly wipes out in the hallway. "Assistant, are you okay?" someone asks and she blinks up startled. The books tumble anyway with a crash. It's Beak Yusial who caught her from a full wipeout. "Thanks, if it weren't for you I would have gotten in trouble with Professor Mason again," she says. "It's nothing," Yusial shrugs it off. Anyway, he trails off, already looking past her. His eyes land on the cluttered alchemy workroom behind her, notes and half-finished formulas scattered everywhere. "This is complete chaos," he mutters, taking in the mess. Then something on the blackboard catches his attention. He starts. His eyes narrow on the diagram chalked across the board. That's the formula Professor Mason is researching with the doctors," the assistant explains. Yusial's blood runs cold. It's the random sequence convergence technique. He stares at the board a beat longer, putting together pieces he really doesn't like. This, he realizes, is the very first formula behind alchemic magic engineering itself, the random sequence convergence technique. A vision flashes through him. Professor Mason, deep in her own blackening, working hand in hand with dark demonic humans to complete it. The gap in raw skill between them turns catastrophic, an entire tower ripping itself apart in the wreckage of the attempt. But in that same vision, someone changes everything the moment she appears: Altilisha. What if she Yusial starts to think, the idea taking shape? Maybe the real answer isn't stopping Mason. Maybe it's solving this technique before the dark demonic humans ever can. "Assistant Altilisha," he says slowly. Do you want some coffee?" she chirps back, completely oblivious. "No, it's just," he hesitates. "Doesn't Professor Mason bother you?" He tacks on, almost too casually, that there's a very refreshing way to get revenge, you know. Altilisha just blinks at him, caught completely off guard by the offer. So here is a fun question to open on. What if there was a genuinely refreshing way to get revenge? Our resident alchemy hopeful blinks in surprise, while our hero just smirks like he already has the answer. Lisha nearly panics at the suggestion. She is just Professor Mason's overworked assistant. What revenge could she possibly manage? She mutters that getting fired would leave her homeless, then Yusial drops the real pitch. Forget scheming, just become a better alchemist than Mason herself. That lands harder than expected. Lisha freezes mid-step, completely caught off guard. That way, he tells her, nobody ever gets to look down on her again. Her eyes go soft at the thought. Yay, that would be so nice. Truth is, Yusial already knows Lisha is running on fumes. There is no version of reality where grunt work in a dusty storage room satisfies someone with her ambition. Because her real dream has always been bigger. become a true alchemist and invent things nobody's even thought of yet. And here's the kicker, she actually has the raw talent to pull it off. Which is exactly why Yusial's been quietly in her corner. One day, people are going to call her this generation's greatest genius alchemist. The girl practically glows with that kind of promise, though right now she's more focused on forgetting to bring him his coffee. The kind of mind that will one day churn out inventions the world has never seen. Yusial's version of the plan is simple. Whatever it takes, he is going to make that dream come true for her. Once the first round of exams wrapped up, he started swinging by to see her on the regular. Aitlisha lights up over her latest idea, a pen that switches ink color with the push of a button. Yusial tosses in his own upgrade, why not build in an eraser while she's at it? Like a mechanical pencil, she realizes, and just like that another idea clicks into place. Slowly but surely her inventions are stacking up. But it is not all smooth sailing. Her answers are still too textbook, too by the numbers, missing the spark that actually wins. Yusial needs to steer her to the real breakthrough before Professor Mason gets there first, and that is easier said than done. Someone catches him zoning out mid-thought and needles him for it. It's Azel, warning him he's about to walk face first into a wall if he keeps daydreaming like that. Obviously, he fires back without missing a beat, which somehow spirals into her muttering she's never even told him her age. Still, Yusial's noticed she's been talking to him a lot more lately. Anyway, good timing that she showed up. He asks about her friend Jackie, and Azel's whole expression shifts. That's a crime, he deadpans before she's even finished a sentence, and Jackie practically yelps that she hasn't said anything yet. Yusial's tone drops the joke completely, keep an eye on her. Something about Jackie is off, and she might not be in as good shape as she looks. If dark demon corruption's gotten into her, she could be dangerously unstable. Azel doesn't fully get it, but she's already hunting with Jackie that weekend, so she'll watch her closely. Yusial just gives her a quiet thanks and leaves it at that. Cut to a place Yusial recognizes instantly from his old game knowledge, the setting where the story's 4th episode kicks off. A crumbling, fog-choked cemetery, exactly like he remembers it. Mardivis Cemetery, the place where Ma Yusiang, Azel, and someone called Flame are all about to get pulled into something huge. A massive battle against honest-to-God 5th-class necromancers. Not exactly a beginner-friendly encounter. Yusial tells himself he's not about to go rewrite the plot, but there's a hidden reward buried in this event that would seriously help with an upcoming familiar contract ceremony. Worth a look. So he goes ahead and files for a leave pass. Officially, he's just heading out for some training. The officer signing off on it mutters that you clearly can't learn real swordsmanship or chivalry sitting around Stella. Pardon? Yusial asks. It's nothing, comes the quick backpedal. While he's there, something on the desk catches his eye, Ma Yusiang's own leave request. Worth digging into just in case, since apparently half the school is filing leave requests to go hunting this week. Turns out most of them are headed to Mardivis Cemetery for club points, Ma Yusiang and He Wondriang included, both already ranked high and still grinding harder than anyone. Except the clerk corrects him, Ma Yusiang actually claimed he's skipping it to go home instead. And He Wondriang, apparently, is heading out with that same mystery figure called Flame. Which is a real problem because without Ma Yusiang in the mix, that squad has basically no shot against a necromancer attack like this. And Ma Yusiang is not exactly the type to bail on a real fight without a very specific reason. Something does not add up. One thing is certain as they stand, that group cannot win. And with no hard evidence, he can't exactly march in and demand backup either. Worse, some invisible force baked into this world, he calls it narrative power, won't even let him spell out what he knows. Which leaves him exactly one option. He's going to have to handle this one himself. A few days later, he's standing right at the gates of Mardivis Cemetery. And the fireworks have already started. Some cocky upperclassman is lighting up a monster in the rain like it's nothing. Risk level 2, please, he scoffs, these things go down in one hit. Meet Doc Chulkwang, 2nd year and clearly allergic to subtlety. One of his own teammates is already yelling at him for torching the entire clearing along with the monster. Can you not hear me giving orders? He bellows, completely ignored. The bickering just keeps escalating from there. Their actual team leader, Ban Dion, finally steps in, telling her hothead to just let it go before he wears himself out. She turns to the newest face in the group and tells her not to worry about those two idiots. The boys protest that they can hear every word of that and get told to watch their mouths in front of the new recruit for their trouble. That new recruit just watches the chaos unfold with mild amusement. Her name is Azel, and she only joined because this club happened to have an open seat with special leave privileges attached. Awfully convenient timing. At least her new teammates seem decent enough, small mercies. When Dion calls her over, Azel answers without hesitation, already falling into step with the group. Azel lets go, and just like that the hunt is on. Not far off, they pick up on the unmistakable sound of somebody fighting for their life nearby. Dion figures they had better go say hi before their hunting grounds collide. Azel just quietly agrees, mind clearly somewhere else. So the whole group heads toward the noise, footsteps echoing through the fog. Closer and closer with every step. Something makes Azel go rigid mid-stride. Her eyes go wide with pure disbelief. The clouds roll in low and heavy, right on cue. Because standing right there in the wreckage are two faces Yusial never expected to see together, Hong Bion and Flame. Out in the wreckage of a hunting ground, two figures size each other up under a bruised sky. I guess there, someone starts to say before the moment gets cut short. Bodies streak through the broken ruins overhead, pink and pale hair whipping in the wind. Whatever just went down out here, it was violent. Someone off to the side clocks Hong Bion and Flame together and can't help but wonder what those two are even doing teamed up out here. A voice cuts in mid-brag, claiming credit for shooting something down before anyone else even had a shot. Azel, on edge and sweating, insists they need to lock down the big trophy kills before anyone else muscles in. Bullshit, someone snaps back. This was their hunting ground first, so the kill is theirs, full stop, while something massive lies dead at their feet. Word spreads fast. This thing was rated risk level 3 and notoriously hard to even find, which is exactly why everyone's suddenly so possessive over it. Off to the side, a cold upperclassman watches the whole squabble over points and decides getting involved will only make things messier. That same senior spots someone in the crowd and goes ice cold. She has zero interest in meeting the little sister of the person she blames for her father's death. Azel feels that glare land on her and starts backing away, already regretting not leaving 5 minutes ago. The senior blocks her path with a syrupy smile, telling her juniors they're welcome to voice their concerns to their elder instead of just walking off. One classmate tries to smooth things over with a joke, only to get cut off instantly by a blunter friend who just tells the senior to keep walking. The senior's crew bristles at the backtalk, but the underclassmen don't flinch. If she wants respect for being a senior, she can start acting like one. The whole group squares up, tension crackling in the air over the cracked earth beneath them. Before it can go any further, the ground itself lets out a deep, ominous crack. Something massive comes streaking down out of the clouds in a wash of raw energy. Everyone freezes mid-argument, staring up at a surge of power none of them have ever felt before. Azel and Yusial both go rigid, eyes locked on whatever just lit up the horizon. Even the hardened senior loses her composure. No way, she breathes as Flame stares past her in disbelief. Hong Bion's jaw drops right along with Jackie's, the color draining out of both their faces. Out of the shattered ground, bony hands claw upward. A full undead horde is rising all at once. Skeletons someone finally manages to choke out, dozens of them, and they're still climbing out of the dirt. The graveyard falls into an unnerving hush, rows of headstones jutting out of the drifting fog. Somewhere in the chaos, a quiet system alert flickers. Yusial's skill experience just ticked up. A second alert follows right behind it, the game itself all but confirming a real fight is coming. Yusial grips his sword and almost has to laugh. Of every power he could have been handed, he got stuck with Blink. Alone, he strides deeper into the fog-choked graveyard, letting it swallow him whole. Whatever he's hunting for, he mutters, it should turn up any moment now. He moves row by row between the graves, sword low, senses on full alert. Something catches his eye, and a small knowing sound slips out of him. He's found it, one headstone standing apart from all the rest, exactly where he expected. Found it, he confirms to himself, closing in on the target. He doesn't have Ma Yuxiang's overpowered arsenal to just steamroll an army of skeletons, and he knows it. Which leaves exactly one play that can actually get him through this alive. He settles on his real edge, fight this the way only a player who's seen it all before knows how. A translucent system banner flickers into view, marking it official. Episode 4, The Necromancer's attack has begun. His expression sharpens into pure focus as he steps forward. A bony hand claws straight up out of the dirt, inches from his blade. Something looms in the fog ahead, and his eyes lock onto it. It's the Skeleton General, a austere undead commander that can call hundreds of skeletons to heal. A violent slash of red energy rips through the air between them. Only 3 of these semi-boss generals exist in this whole event, and he's staring one dead in the eye. Fight it head-on at his current strength, and he knows exactly how fast he'd die. So instead of running, he starts yelling at it to hurry up and finish transforming. The general freezes mid-transformation, genuinely confused by the heckling. He's baiting it on purpose. Every player knows the golden rule: never interrupt a monster mid-transformation or summon. Of course, just watching won't beat it either. He needs it fully formed before he can spring the real trick. The transformation completes, a jagged spine staff crystallizing right in the general's grip. It looms over him now, fully formed and even more monstrous than before. And that's the win condition. Claiming that staff hands him the authority to command every skeleton general in the field. He turns the staff over in his hand, testing its weight. With a short breath, he decides it's time to put his new power to work. Cut to another corner of the graveyard where a second group finds itself surrounded by even more skeletons. They push forward through the dark, half carrying one of their own who's already taken a hit. Flame, gasping for air, has a chilling thought. She remembers this exact scenario, the Necromancer episode. But something about it, she realizes, doesn't line up with what she remembers. In the story she knows, Ma Yuxiang was the one who cleared this event. So why is Azel here instead, and where did he go? Someone else voices the real fear out loud. Can this group actually survive a 5th-class Necromancer with the lineup they've got? Weapons grip tighter as more skeletons close the distance. Wen Ryong cuts in calmly. He's already sent a rescue signal to Stella Academy through his pocket watch. They just need to hold the line until then. The professors will come if they can buy a little more time. The senior argues they should just cut their losses and run. Someone else snaps back that now isn't the time for that debate. She throws herself into the fight anyway, staff blazing with fire. Someone points out the ugly truth. This is a cemetery, so the longer they wait, the more skeletons keep crawling up. A voice cuts through the panic, shouting for everyone to fall back to base camp. Jackie stumbles backward, skeletal arms closing in around her, terror written all over her face. A skeleton lunges at her with a bone-rattling roar, and she lets out a full-blown shriek. She's frozen in place, completely out of options. Then a blast of ice magic slams down and shatters it before it can even reach her. Azel lowers her staff, frost still crackling off it, and asks if she's okay. For a beat it plays out like a boss guide, someone sizing up the enemy with a knowing smirk. Not bad for a newbie, but this necromancer is a different animal. Whoever's behind this had to be thoroughly prepared. There's a real chance they built something called a pose vessel. It's a technique that lets a necromancer keep feeding mana into a vessel instead of burning through it all at once. Normally, even a necromancer taps out after summoning a dozen mid-tier skeletons, tops. Which means Azel realizes, blanketing a hunting ground this huge and undead took real planning. Someone shouts a warning, more and more skeletons keep pouring in by the second. Elsewhere, Yusial reaches the exact same conclusion with a grin. Yeah, this was planned way ahead of time. Back with the group, a horrifying theory lands. Maybe they don't just want them dead, maybe they want to turn them into mage skeletons too. A robed figure straightens up out of the crowd, announcing itself as the one in charge. The necromancer leader raises both hands, purple energy building fast. A skeletal claw slashes toward the group without warning. Yusial crashes back into the fight right on cue, sword crackling with blue energy and a battle cry ripping out of him. Jackie plants her feet and fires back, flame lighting up around her. Hands off, she yells. The blow lands clean, fire scorching straight through bone. Yusial snatches the enemy's spell right out of the air midcast, grinning as it starts crackling out of control in his grip. One of the necromancer's own curses, he got caught midcast, no chance to finish it properly. The stolen spell starts backfiring hard, and someone screams for everyone to duck. The whole clearing lights up in a violent blue detonation. The senior shouts a last warning: if that thing actually goes off, they're all getting caught in the blast too. The explosion rips through the graveyard in a wall of blue lightning. The light slowly fades out, leaving the graveyard smoking and dead silent as the chapter cuts to black. A lone mage picks her way into a crumbling ruin as skeletal warriors claw their way up out of a swirling purple rift. She's gasping for breath. This isn't right, she thinks. She's already at her limit and the fight hasn't even started. Behind her, the rest of her team scrambles to fall back and grab what gear they can before the horde reaches them. She's nearly out of mana with no time left to recover it, and there are simply too many enemies closing in. The skeleton horde shrieks in unison and surges forward, closing the distance fast. One breaks off from the pack and lunges straight for her. She flinches hard as it bears down on her, bracing for a hit she isn't sure she can survive. Bone claws swing down right at her, and for a second she can't even move. She's already caught a graze across the cheek, and there's no time to recover before the next hit lands. Then she notices it: something's wrong with the skeletons. What's going on with them? The entire horde has frozen mid-attack, stopped dead in their tracks. Footsteps: someone is walking calmly through the frozen skeletons like they're not even there. It's a familiar face, cool and focused, like he strolled in on his lunch break. She can barely get the name out: Beak Yusial him. How did he even get here, she wonders, still trying to process what she's seeing. Looming over them both is the thing that summoned this whole horde in the first place, the skeleton general itself. And somehow he already took it down. Alone, she can barely wrap her head around it. She just stares, she can't believe it, but still part of her is thinking how. Relief crashes over her all at once. She might actually get to live through this after all. The group crowds around him, thanking him for saving all their skins. He just shrugs it off like it's nothing. One classmate presses him for the real story. Just how exactly did he get the skeleton general's head anyway? He grins and waves it off. Ah, this old thing, bone soup obviously. No need to mention he was quietly lying in wait right where the thing got summoned. One rescued classmate just gapes at him, completely lost, while he claps his hands together and gets down to business. Time to sort out a plan. Two more stranded students track him down, a ponytailed boy and a girl with a little red hair clip, asking if he's got any kind of plan. He tells them the necromancer has already locked down the base camp. This siege looks impossible to break. Then he says there's actually one method that might work. He lays it out plain and simple: go get the boss. The other two just stare at him, completely speechless. Wait, is he actually being serious right now? He lays out the logic. Necromancers pour everything into their undead army, leaving their own bodies weak. The real danger is just the guards surrounding them. But the ground this necromancer controls is already massive. If they don't take him out directly, none of them are getting out alive. He's done the math: 1 general, 6 elites and 30 rank and file skeletons, and that number only keeps climbing. This is their one shot. How does he even convince them, he wonders before steadying himself. They can pull this off. The ponytailed boy comes around to it. A siege like this can't be broken any other way, and the necromancer definitely isn't expecting to be attacked. The girl with the red hair clip isn't sold on his confidence, but admits the two of them alone have no way out either, so they'll fall in with him. All right then, let's try what we can, he says, resolve settling over his face. The three of them move fast, racing to strike before the necromancer catches on to what's coming. They slip through a blighted skeletal forest, heading straight for the ruined heart of the siege. Deep among the graves, a hooded figure waits, the necromancer himself. He gloats to no one in particular. How lucky he is to stumble across Stella's little chicklings all the way out here. A name card marks him for what he really is: saw Bihyuk, a 5th-class necromancer out of the Mage Tower of Darkness. He's been quietly hoarding mana in a hidden vessel for 7 years, plotting to turn captives into skeleton mages so the dark demonic union finally stops looking down on him. He grins to himself in the dark, savoring the moment. Then his smile drops, something suddenly very wrong. His senses just went dark out of nowhere. Did one of his generals just get taken down? Unseen behind him, one of the students channels a spell, energy crackling to life. A blast of blue magic tears through the dark, straight at him. He whips around into the light, completely caught off guard mid-motion. Debris and bone shards scatter through the air as the strike lands square on him. His composure cracks just for a second, but it's a second too long. Ice and bone burst apart around him as he grits out through the pain. There's a crack in the barrier he built with 4th-class magic. Close by, one of the students watches the hit connect, eyes wide. Fire erupts around his silhouette, swallowing him whole. The blast rips through the graveyard in a wash of red and gold. Skeletons pour through the burning cemetery, rallying tight around their master. Bone spikes rattle and clatter as more of the undead answer his call. Blades of light and dark magic collide again and again in the chaos. He plants his staff and unleashes another burst of purple magic, refusing to go down easy. He staggers, blood on his face, cursing under his breath. He let his guard down. He still can hardly believe it. He never thought they'd actually come after him, chicklings or not, if they belonged to Stella. He grits his teeth. He didn't want to resort to this, but facing them like this has gotten too dangerous. Coughing up blood, he makes the call. He needs to bring in the elite soldiers now. He throws his arms wide. Soldiers, come to me. A surge of dark energy answers the call. Lightning-like magic crackles violently through the ruined graveyard. More skeletal shapes claw their way up out of the dark, answering their master's summons. A fresh wave of hooded elite skeleton soldiers marches out of the gloom to flank him. Something reaches out through the chaos, unseen and unheard by anyone but him. Blood sprays from his mouth again. This summoning is costing him more than he'll admit. He's overexerted himself raising this many skeletons and taken real damage for it, but he tells himself it should be enough. The skeleton general itself rears up behind him, eyes blazing with purple light. From a distance he smirks at the sound of the fighting. Nice, he thinks they're putting up a good fight. He lets himself relax for just a moment. He can finally breathe easy now, he thinks. That's exactly when Yusial closes the distance in a flash of golden light, blade already swinging. His smug little smile shatters into raw shock. Who are you? He screams, finally realizing exactly what's standing behind him. Yusial just stares back with a cold, satisfied smirk. Guess the guy who supposedly can't use magic isn't so harmless after all. Out of nowhere, Yusial drops in from the sky, hauling the enemy's own skeleton general along with him like a trophy. The necromancer freezes, completely blindsided. Who are you? He shrieks. Where did you even come from? The necromancer demands, and all he gets back is Yusial's smug, all-knowing grin. He swears he had eyes on every single Stella student through his skeleton's vision. So how did this one slip past him? Then it clicks and his face goes pale. Wait, that's my skeleton general, he shrieks, watching Yusial dangle his prized monster like a rag doll. One good yank later, that so-called elite general isn't looking very elite anymore. The necromancer doubles over, coughing blood. Turns out wrecking his puppet hurts him right back. He's barely holding himself upright now, breath ragged and shaky. Damn it, I underestimated them completely, he thinks. Is this really the power of Stella? Yusial stands tall in the wrecked clearing, blade in hand, cool as ever. Well, this isn't exactly how I planned this going, he admits to himself. Normally, his allies Doc Chulkwang and Ban Dion would have mopped up the other generals by now and come running to help. But the enemy threw extra elite troops into the mix, so his backup's still tied up. Guess he's flying solo on this one. Me fighting alone when I'm supposedly the weakest guy out here. Cue the dramatic rain walk. Wait a second, he stops mid-thought. Looking back at the necromancer, he clocks it. The guy's in rough shape too. I get it now. He pushed his body past its limits, summoning those elite skeletons. That's why he's falling apart from the inside. A slow, wicked grin spreads across Yusial's face. Yeah, I think I can actually pull this off, he decides. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Hong Bion is fighting her own war against a wall of skeleton soldiers. She's gasping for air, red eyes flashing with worry. "This isn't good," she mutters. She pushes through the wreckage, scanning the chaos for any sign of Yusial. Word must have just reached her because her face goes slack with shock. What? Word spreading fast, Yusial's only a first-class mage and he's up against a fifth-class necromancer. On paper, this fight shouldn't even be close. Back in the fight, a blast of raw magic rips clean through the skeleton ranks. Another strike cuts through the smoke right behind it. Bion grits her teeth, equal parts furious and terrified. "If you die on me, I swear I will kill you myself." She screams his name into the chaos, "Beak Yusial." Back with Yusial, dark clawing energy rips through the air around him. He answers with the only trick in his book, Blink, and he's gone in a flash of light. He reappears midair, already lining up his next move. Another blink, another burst of light, and this one connects hard. But the necromancer isn't done. He grabs Yusial by the collar midair and yanks him in close. Not a chance, he snarls, blood streaming down his chin. Yusial just smirks through the pain. "Oh, I prepared for this." He pulls out a stash of what he calls cola potions. Turns out they're great for dissolving bone. The necromancer howls in horror. No. His precious bone barrier is literally melting away right in front of him. Yusial doesn't waste the opening. He unleashes his move, Bone Pierce. The strike detonates in a blinding flash. The necromancer fights back, swinging in hard through the smoke. Now Yusial calls out, spotting his window. He slashes through with everything he's got. But the necromancer's grinning right back at him, like he's got one more trick waiting. Shit, someone curses, sensing the trap a beat too late. Yusial's expression hardens. Something's very wrong. A jagged bone spike sits jammed into the cracked ground nearby, quiet and waiting. And Yusial just walked right into it, catching a nasty hit for his trouble. "I've been had," he grits out. The necromancer presses the advantage, driving him back hard. "Hee, you mangy little dog," he sneers. "Look at the state of you now, what a lovely sight." Yusial grips his dagger tighter, sucking in ragged breaths. "Guess even on a bad day, a fifth class is still a fifth class," he admits to himself. But he isn't finished yet. Bottom line, fifth class or not, this is genuinely the best this guy's got. And Yusial's about to prove it. Dragged along by the hair, he's still calculating. One more opening and I can take him down. Problem is, the pain's messing with his focus. At this rate, he won't be able to pull off Blink's motion cancel trick. So what am I supposed to do? He thinks, scrambling for a plan. He forces himself to think straight through the pain. Then it clicks, oh, I can actually do that. He quietly slips his dagger free, playing possum. Then he strikes, sudden and vicious. A scream rips through the air as the hit lands clean. The necromancer's sent reeling, completely blindsided this time. But somehow he's still laughing. "PFFT kahahaha, you running away is a beautiful sight," he cackles. Yusial's gasping for air, pushed right to his limit. "A bit, just a bit more," he tells himself, gritting through it. The necromancer stalks closer through the dark, dragging his weapon behind him. "It's pointless to struggle," he crows, spear raised high. "I'll kill you right here," the necromancer roars. Yusial just smirks through the blood. "I already won," he mutters, and something tells you he means it. The necromancer's had enough. He screams that he's going to finish Yusial off right here. But Yusial's already crunching the numbers, 13 meters between them exactly. He closes the distance fast, blade drawn, dead set on ending this now. Because at this range, he doesn't even need to cancel out Blink's momentum. He can aim it straight at the kill. One blink later and he's already gone, already behind him. Bone Daddy doesn't even see the hit coming until it's already landed. The strike connects clean, blood spraying from the impact. It's the finishing blow. Golden light and steel bring this fight to a close. Yusial roars through the follow-through, putting everything he's got left into it. The necromancer's cloak billows out like broken wings as he finally goes down for good. Yusial's left standing, battered and bleeding, as Hong Bion rushes up beside him. Across the field, the skeleton army starts crumbling into dust. The necromancer's really done. Yusial just stares, catching his breath, hardly able to process it himself. He and Bion regroup, both banged up but very much alive. Nearby, one of the other students can only stammer that she can't believe it. Did Beak Yusial really just take down a necromancer solo, word spreads fast. The surviving Stella students start pulling themselves back together. Someone finally shouts it out loud, they're safe. Exhausted, Yusial trudges off through the fog, done for the day. I'm so damn tired, he groans, I just want to go home. Afterward, the group gets transferred to Stella's magic nights and shipped back to school. The second he sets foot on campus, someone's already barking his name. It's Professor Lee Hanwal and he's not thrilled. Didn't Yusial say he was off training somewhere with good mountains and good air? I suppose a cemetery counts as good air too, the professor deadpans. Yusial can only mutter a sheepish apology. Rules are rules, he's told flatly. Penalty points are coming, no exceptions. However, there's a pause, something else is coming. He'll also get properly rewarded for what he actually pulled off out there, so he's told to just wait for it. Yusial simply says thanks. Then I'll get going, Yusial sighs with relief, watching the professor walk off. They said it'll take a few days for my legs to recover, he thinks, I really need to rest. Then he spots a familiar face nearby, Azel. She's just standing there, watching him, unreadable. Thank you for today, she says simply. He just grins and tells her to buy him a meal sometime. For a second she just goes quiet, something clearly turning over in her head. Then she blurts it out, can she learn to do what he just did? The question catches him completely off guard. A beat of silence passes between them while he tries to figure out how to answer that. His mind's racing behind a blank stare. Because that question alone tells him something's off. The Azel from the story he remembers never would have asked it. It has to be because of him, his interference changed her. In the story he once only knew as a novel, Azel was only ever handed trials. She never got the chance to actually overcome them. But he starts trailing off. I don't think you need to ask me that, he tells her. You've already pulled off a miracle everyone else called impossible. She blinks, stunned. How did you know? The question hangs in the air a beat too long. What, she asks again, caught off guard. Eek, wait, does that make me sound like a stalker? He backpedals, immediately regretting every word. Anyway, I'll get going, he blurts, already retreating. In his head he's panicking. Did he seriously almost get himself arrested just now? Azel just watches him go, quiet, turning it all over. The truth is, nobody bothers looking twice at the daughter of a traitor. But this person, she thinks, actually said he's been watching out for her. It feels like nothing short of a miracle. Cut to the school courtyard, buzzing with a crowd for some kind of big ceremony. Faculty, Mage Tower brass, and nobles alike are all murmuring with anticipation. Bion can't quite believe all this fuss. Magic faculty, Mage Tower reps, nobles, just for a few commendations, unnecessarily grandiose, she mutters. Anyway, Yusial starts, clearly not that invested. He can't help but notice how openly excited Bion looks though. She catches him staring, and her face goes red instantly. What you looking at, she snaps. Nothing, he lies badly. Somewhere nearby, a professor barks at them both to quiet down. Then a cloaked, silver-haired figure strides up to the podium, unhurried and commanding. And this award, the MC announces, gesturing to the newcomer. It's Professor Lee Hanwal handing things over, standing right beside the mystery man in the beret. It will be given by the headmaster, comes the announcement. Yusial's jaw drops, whoa. So that's the peak of humanity, Yusial thinks, sizing the guy up. This is the 9th class master mage himself, Eltman Eltwin. He's 300 years old. Always wearing that easy, comfortable smile, but make no mistake, he's the strongest mage warrior alive, the one they call the Decimator. Everyone worked hard, keep at it bravely, he tells one of the top students with a warm pat on the shoulder. Then unhurried, his footsteps carry him down the line. Each step lands closer, calm as anything, and somehow that's the scariest part. His gaze finally lands on Yusial, and something behind that easy smile sharpens. For a second the whole hall might as well not exist, it's just the two of them locking eyes. Ugh, the pressure is unreal and Yusial hasn't even been touched yet. So this is what one of the world's peak mages feels like, he realizes, stunned. But he forces himself to hold that gaze anyway, he can't afford to look away here. Something stirs under his collar, light flaring for just a moment, and for the first time the headmaster's smile actually falters. You sure are as hardworking as ever, Eltman tells him. It's exactly what I'd hoped for. Fresh off nearly getting himself killed, our boy cashes in his reward, 5 million credits just like that. Suddenly money problems are somebody else's issue. And that's not even the good part. Tucked in with the cash is the pose vessel, a relic said to be the actual heart of a necromancer. A dark, pulsing keepsake straight out of a horror story, and it is his now. He is already scheming ahead too, figuring once Azel cracks the random sequence convergence technique, she will finally be able to carry her things in a subspace. Nice of the other students to hand him their reward, honestly. But hang on, the system is not done with him yet. Another prompt pops up offering more goodies. This again, he mutters, already unimpressed. He stares out the window, weighing his options. A downgraded item, a downgraded skill, or straight EXP. But deep down, he already knows exactly what matters right now. His mind rewinds to the fight that nearly ended him, bloodied and staggering. He realized just how weak he really was out there. The masked necromancer who put him in that state did not hold back the insult either. It's useless to work hard like the others. Yeah, that is not happening again. He needs every scrap of knowledge he has got to claw his way further ahead. So the choice is easy. Please add EXP to the Blink skill. The system flashes and crackles. Blink's EXP has hit its cap and it is about to level up. The upgraded skill card appears. Class 2, 12 meters of range, 3 charges, a 3-second cooldown, a glow up literally. Cut to a training montage because apparently a stat screen was not enough. He is grinding this one for real now. Fist clenched, he grins. Max charges are finally at 3 and he can throw Blink around a lot more freely now. Then now, he says, heading off into the night with a plan clearly forming. Meanwhile, across the academy grounds, a new day dawns over the towers. Enter the meditation journey into the Abyss class, where a whole room of students sit cross-legged and pray it does something. Azel is among them, eyes shut, doing her best impression of enlightenment. Someone leans over to nudge her, calling her name mid-syllable. Azel louder this time. Her eyes snap open in a full-body jolt. Somebody clearly was not meditating anymore. And there, floating right where she was sitting, are 2 glowing blue crystals that definitely were not there before. The rest of the class clocks it too, and the stares start piling up. Oh wait, when did I make those? She is baffled. No spell, no calculations, nothing, they just appeared. She glances around nervously. Did the other students not realize? The whispers answer for her. Even first-class magic should have been felt building up before it finished. Nobody sensed a thing. A cold sweat breaks out. If this really is just some side effect of meditating. Then who set this whole class up, and did they somehow see this coming? Later, a very shiny, very expensive-looking loaf of reward bread makes its appearance. Azel takes a huge bite, absolutely thrilled. 1,500 credits of bread and it is all hers, simple pleasures. That is when a golden-haired guy strolls up out of nowhere. Hey, Azel. He flashes a grin built for exactly this kind of ambush. Have you joined any clubs yet? Nope, not yet, she says, still chewing. Yeah, then want to join mine. He plops down on the bench like this was always the plan. She narrows her eyes. What are the conditions? Conditions, I just like you so I wanted you to join. Smooth, way too smooth. Azel is not buying it and her face says so. But Azel, I really do not have any conditions, he insists, hand over heart. You just need to join my club and stay close to me, then I can do a lot of things for you. There it is, the real pitch. He pouts, mock wounded, darn, so you do not believe me. Then his tone shifts sharper, almost threatening, you know who I am. Quietly she answers, yes, better than anyone. Because everyone knows the Scalvan Empire and the Adolbit Kingdom are one bad move away from open war. And in her head, the math is simple. With Crown Prince Jeremy's backing, her miserable situation might finally end. No more humiliation as a so-called traitor's daughter. No more getting excited over a loaf of bread like it is a holiday. She hesitates, torn right down the middle. I know I shouldn't, but He extends a hand, waiting for her to take it. And that is exactly when a streak of red light comes tearing through the moment. Azel blinks, completely thrown. Jeremy's smug little smile cracks for just a second. A brown-haired girl plants herself right between them, glaring daggers. Rain-soaked and furious, she does not look like she is here for small talk. You piece of trash, she snaps. I thought we were going to try and work it out, but you were secretly seducing men. Jeremy fumbles a wah. Yeah, he did not see this ambush coming either. I said I liked you, she yells, grabbing Azel and pulling her clear. Then she rounds on Azel too, but you are going to try and abandon me now. Come with me, we need to talk. Azel can only manage a stunned what? What are you doing? Follow me. She is already dragging Azel off while Azel sputters, wah wait. Jeremy is left standing there in dead silence. Rough night for the prince. The two of them slip away together, ducking past the courtyard and into the trees. Once they are clear, the girl finally exhales. Phew, that was close. Azel is still catching up to reality. What? Anyway, you should be thankful to me, the girl says, not even a little humble about it. Azel just stares, eyes wide, completely lost. He would have bothered you until you died if you had refused him without a real reason. Turns out that whole scene was a rescue mission. Sorry for hitting you, I'm off, she says, already walking away. Azel can only manage, okay, what was that? Alone now, the girl's thoughts churn. I made the right choice, right? If Azel had joined his club like in the original story, Jeremy would have destroyed her completely. I did not want to mess with how the original story was supposed to go. But honestly, looking at what Beak Usial has been doing, maybe bending the rules is not so bad after all. She glances back over her shoulder, still walking. One nagging doubt lingers though, but he won't realize I lied, right? Cut to Jeremy, lounging in his ridiculously lavish, gold-drenched quarters like nothing happened. He straightens his cufflink with a satisfied little smirk. Flame was it, he muses to himself. How cute, what she said when she took Azel away from me was an obvious lie, and instead of being mad about it, he looks delighted. How interesting, he grins, raising his teacup even more so than Azel. Something tells you Flame just landed herself a much bigger problem. Another quiet morning at the Magic Academy, the kind of calm that never seems to last long around here. Professor Lee Hanwal drops the news cold. Today's lesson is the monster mock battle. Forget the low-tier fodder they have been grinding. This time the class squares off against genuine mid-level threats, risk level 3. He lays out the strategy cold. Pick your fight and be ready to actually earn the win this time. Form a team, study your target, and take it down with textbook tactics. No shortcuts allowed. Usial barely reacts, but you can practically hear the gears turning behind that calm face. He points them to the Stella Dome, where every terrain and every monster on the menu is laid out for the taking. Pick a target to specialize in, and the Academy will even hand you practice time against it. Generous for an exam that could get someone hurt. Across the hall, Azel is already dreading it. Group projects, her least favorite words in the whole academy. She trudges off alone, bracing for the headache of finding a partner. A cluster of classmates corners her, hopeful. Princess, you're with us, right? Not far off, another clique is already trading jabs, each one trying to one-up the other for top marks. Right in the middle of it, Hong Bion, cool and confident, clearly running her own little crew. But Azel's mind drifts somewhere darker, back to a memory of standing apart from everyone else in a haze of golden light. Her expression hardens as the old memory claws its way back up. It has always been like this for her, she thinks, ever since House Adolbit tore her family apart. Flashback: two royal houses once ruled the magic world side by side, keeping each other in check. One was the royal household of Adolbit, wielders of fire, and their rivalry with the other house was the stuff of legend. For a time, that balance between the two families kept the entire magic world steady. Two children were born into that rivalry as prodigies, Hong Bion of the firehouse and Azel of the other. Back then, Azel admits, she actually believed she had been chosen for something great. Now she just wonders if the girl she is today could ever really get her revenge on Adolbit. The memory fades as footsteps echo her back into the present. A voice snaps her right out of it and she jumps. Usial wanders up out of nowhere and asks if she's flying solo. She eyes him warily. What is it? He doesn't waste time. Let's be a team, he says like it's the easiest thing in the world. And he's already grinning about it before she has even answered. Word travels fast, and across the hall Bion catches wind of it. Her eyes narrow. Beak Usial, huh? Something about that pairing clearly does not sit right with her. Azel can barely process it. Did you just say Team, he explains, two-person squads score bonus points, no minimum head count required. She is not sold. Are you insane? The two of us against a risk level 3 sounds like a death wish to her. He just tilts his head and asks again, plain and simple, is she in or out? She chews on it, clearly torn. Finally, she caves with a sigh. Fine, it's not like she has anyone else lined up anyway. Yusial lights right up and bolts off to file the paperwork before she can change her mind. And just like that, the Academy's biggest wildcard has himself a partner. Their footsteps echo down the empty hall. Azel keeps sneaking glances at him, still not entirely sure what she just agreed to. Then someone steps into their path and Azel freezes. Bion plants herself right in front of them, arms crossed, all business. If you're on guard against me, don't bother. Azel starts, only for Bion to cut her off cold. What nonsense are you spouting? Bion doesn't hold back either, calling her out as nothing more than a pig dressed up in a pearl necklace. And with that zinger delivered, she turns on her heel and struts off. But something about that jab doesn't quite add up. It clearly wasn't Azel's magic that rattled her. No, this was about Yusial. Bion fumes to herself, furious that anyone would think she could lose to some so-called nobody. A commoner, she scoffs, storming off in a huff. Sure, she could just team up with her usual crowd. But if she's doing this, she wants the best blade in the building fighting at her side. Enter Ma Yuxiang, who clocks her coming from a mile away and already looks unimpressed. Oh hey princess, he says, playing it casual. She skips the small talk and asks straight up if he's found a team yet. He shrugs, says he was planning to go solo, so she makes her pitch, team up with her instead. He just smirks, why exactly would he do that? Then she drops the real bait, Yusial and Azel just teamed up. His whole demeanor shifts. He reads the situation instantly. Those two aren't going after some ordinary mid-level target. They're going to swing for something bigger, a mid-large special class monster. Bion presses again, point blank, is he in or not? Yusiang's grin spreads. He's wanted a shot at Yusial his whole time here, and this is finally his chance. He's already sold on the idea. Bion smiles right back, deal's done. Two rival teams now, and Yusial sits right at the center of both of their grudges. Azel Malf too, whether she wants the spotlight or not. Somewhere behind them, someone is already vowing to beat them for real this time. The lines are drawn, and everyone quietly gears up for what's coming. 4 days of prep fly by in a blur. And just like that, the monster mock battle is officially underway. Mist rolls over the academy steps this morning. Exam day always feels like this, heavy, quiet, like the whole place is holding its breath. Someone's watching from the shadows, hooded and unreadable, eyeing the line of students filing in below. Then from now on, they mutter, cryptic, totally not ominous at all. A stern professor strides in, clipboard in hand. The S-class and A-class performance assessment will begin. No pep talk, no mercy, just business. Word spreads fast through the yard. Group 16 pulled a Mugrika. That kind of mid-level monster is doable. Someone shrugs, like fighting one is basically a Tuesday. One girl steadies her nerves with a deep breath. It's okay, she tells herself, I've practiced enough. Turns out there's bonus points on offer for anyone gutsy enough to solo a mid-to-large special monster, and she's got her eye on it. Her mind flashes to students who punched way above their weight class, like the time Yusial took down a whole squad of skeleton generals commanded by a necromancer tiers above him. If he could do it, why not her? The trick, the old lesson goes, is stacking the odds, compatibility, experience, the terrain itself, and suddenly a monster a few levels higher isn't so untouchable. Although she admits with a wince, I don't exactly have a choice. I'm a light class mage with basically zero compatibility against most things. Rough draw, she's rolling with it anyway. She goes quiet for a second, turning the thought over, not exactly the pep talk she was hoping for. Anyway, she thinks, shaking it off, I hope things go well for Azel. Her mind drifts to the blue-haired girl everyone's been talking about. Here's the thing in the story Flame half remembers, Azel never teams up with anyone because of Hong Bion and ends up with the worst score in the class. So Flame's been quietly plotting to recruit her before that happens. Ah, you're here, a voice calls out. I'm here, Flame answers, catching up. Someone strolls in late with the world's worst excuse: "I had to go to the washroom." Heh. Azel takes one look at the new arrival and deadpans, "You." Flame just smiles to herself. If Beak Usial's on this team too, maybe Azel's whole rotten future just got rewritten. A sudden bang rattles the hall and Flame nearly jumps out of her skin. Next up, Group 17, and there they are, Usial, Azel and Flame called up together as a team. Flame's face lights up, equal parts shocked and thrilled that this is actually happening. Yes, somebody's just a little too pleased about this team assignment. The three of them fall into step, heading off together toward the exam grounds. Flame goes quiet again, just walking, just thinking. Then a stumble, something catches underfoot. Usial gasps as Flame trips right in front of him mid-stride. Down she goes, arms flailing, whatever she was carrying clattering to the floor. She reaches out on instinct and tips straight into him. Beat, Flame blinks, trying to process what just happened. Turns out Usial's kneeling down, quietly retying her shoelace, which had come completely undone. She straightens up, a little flustered. "Thanks." "It's nothing," he says, "just tie your shoelaces." Is all she manages back. It gets her thinking. Usually it's her friend Jackie who ties her shoelaces for her back home. This is new. "It's fine," Usial adds simply. Flame breathes a private sigh of relief. Imagine going into a real fight with your shoe flapping open. Rookie mistake avoided. Footsteps echo down the hall as the group presses on. And there's Azel standing off by herself, weapon in hand, gearing up for her own turn. "She's alone," someone murmurs. "Looks like it," comes the reply. Flame watches her with a pang of worry. That giant boar? Yeah, that giant, snarling, red-eyed boar is exactly what's waiting. Elsewhere on the grounds, another examinee squares up against a different beast while the rules get spelled out. It doesn't have any special attributes, so you can't target it. Using the opposite attribute, the explanation continues. Flame grips her staff tighter, eyeing a very different, very toothy problem of her own. Then Group 17 performance assessment will begin, and just like that, the boar charges. It thunders straight at her, claws tearing up the ground, and she's standing there completely alone. "Look at it charge," someone breathes, watching the distance close fast. The boar snarls, closing in. How is she going to face it alone? The crowd wonders right as Flame's magic starts to glow. She plants her feet, power surging up through her staff, and gets ready to answer that question herself. A confident smirk crosses her face as her spell takes shape, flowers whispers in the wind. The boar's already closing the gap, teeth bared. Flame moves first, a sharp strike cutting straight through the charge. Golden light lashes out and wraps around the boar's leg, yanking it off balance. She shifts tactics mid-fight, her staff reshaping itself in a burst of light. Matter modification, turning it into a blade on the fly. Ice crystals start creeping up the boar's hide, crackling louder with every second. In seconds it's studded with ice spikes, roaring in fury, pinned in place while Flame squares back up. "It's not over yet," she calls out, because pinning it down was only step one. Her expression hardens as she pulls together everything she's got left. A massive magic circle blazes to life above her, humming with raw power. The ground shudders as debris scatters everywhere. A blade of light lances out, fast and precise. It leaves a fresh gash streaking across the boar's hide. Golden light detonates around her as she launches herself straight at it. The boar reels, staggering under the barrage. Light rains down around them both like the skies cracked open. One final burst of golden light floods the whole arena. Another beam tears through, and this one's clearly the knockout blow building. The finishing strike lands clean, and the giant boar finally goes down. Flame stands there in the settling dust, weapon still raised, completely unbothered. Her expression settles into something calm and satisfied. She knew she had this the whole time, mostly. The dust keeps drifting as the last of the magic fades out. She's banged up and breathing hard, but she's the one still standing in the wreckage. The battlefield finally goes still. Up on the balcony, the exam officials watch in total silence, which, from professors, is basically a standing ovation. Down in the crowd, the whispers start. "Wow, she's no joke. We can't even beat a mid-level monster with 5 people. Just who is she?" Flame lets out a long breath and heads off. It's finally over," she mutters, understatement of the day. Footsteps trail after her as someone catches up from behind. He pauses, staring like he's just seen something he wasn't supposed to. Did I see wrongly? The exam rolls on without missing a beat. Next up, Group 31 performance assessment will begin, onward to the next nervous wreck. And as the dust settles on one chaotic exam day, Yuseol and Hong Bion head off together, side by side, because apparently this school never runs out of drama. Meet the campus's reigning fire princess, and the guy nobody expected to see walking beside her. Word spreads the second they step outside. Look, it's the princess. Her own crew cheers her on, but even they're side-eyeing her +1. Since when do those two even talk? Word is the way this story was supposed to go, these two barely crossed paths at all. Yeah, nobody saw this pairing coming. Whatever's waiting for them out there, it's already lurking in the dark. Then the thing itself steps out of the shadows, a full-grown waterfish monster, wings and all. This isn't some low-tier practice target either. It's a certified mid-level special monster, and hunting one down on purpose already has everyone talking. And this isn't just any specimen, there's something extra nasty about this particular fish. Between the two of them, Bion and Yuseong bring fire, earth, and lightning to the table. Nasty firepower on paper. Problem is, the waterfish monster is pure water class, which laughs off fire and it flies. Good luck reaching it from the ground. In other words, this thing is the worst possible matchup for both of them, not just one. Turns out that's the whole point. Give up your elemental advantage on purpose, and if you still pull off the win, you bank full marks. Only catch, those bonus marks only count if you actually win, and this monster's already left every other student who tried it in the dust. And with that, the fight is on. The monster wastes zero time going on the offensive. It rears back and lets out a roar that shakes the whole arena. Bion and Yuseong just stand there, glowing, waiting. Begin, she orders. Got it, princess. He fires back and they're off. Yuseong casually strolls off in the opposite direction like he's got all day. The crowd's confused. Isn't this supposed to be a fight? Why's nobody attacking? Someone in the crowd squints. Since when does the knight stand behind the bishop instead of guarding her? Whatever the plan is, it's clearly not the plan anyone expected. Then Bion throws up a massive magic circle, and things get serious fast. Yuseong's already moving, using her circle as cover. That grin on his face says he's exactly where he wants to be. Lightning crackles up his arm, ready to go. Even the proctors watching are impressed. Nice jump for a first year, one mutters, though they figure it still won't reach a flyer. And by the book, they're right, you can't just chain a second jump once you're airborne. So naturally, that's exactly what he's about to try anyway. His whole arm lights up green, earth magic coiling tight. And the ground itself answers the call, erupting to meet him halfway. Meanwhile, Bion's opening salvo comes raining down like a firestorm. The monster twists midair, dodging straight into Yuseong's flight path instead. Whatever just happened, it's enough to make everyone watching flinch. Wow is all the proctor can manage, completely floored. Bion isn't done either, staff raised for round 2. That smirk on her face, she already knows exactly how this ends. Somewhere in the crowd, one poor onlooker just about loses it. No way. Because Yuseong's cooking up something with an appropriately dramatic name, Giant's Fist. A fist made of solid earth comes crashing down out of nowhere. It connects clean, and the monster feels every bit of it. The shockwave alone rattles the whole arena. Rock and debris go flying everywhere. Even those tough wings start showing cracks. Yuseong's not letting up either, already lining up the follow-through. He carves through the air like he was born for this. Spikes of raw earth magic erupt around the monster, boxing it in. It shrieks in pain as the trap closes tight. There's nowhere left for it to run. For 1 second, everything goes quiet, like the calm right before the finishing blow. Then all hell breaks loose again. The monster's shrieking now, wings torn ragged. That broke free easier than I figured, Yuseong mutters, completely unbothered. Then again, that was never really the point, but it's too late, he grins. Because while everyone was watching him, Bion quietly finished charging the real finisher. Pure fire ready to unleash. She brings her staff down and the whole sky turns red. This is the moment she's been building toward the entire fight. The flames come down like judgment itself. Even the crowd goes dead silent, then bursts into murmurs. My goodness. The monster screams as fire tears straight through it. There's no dodging this one. Here's the thing, this monster's supposed to shrug off fire like it's nothing. Not today. Yuseong swoops back in with a lightning-charged blade to seal the deal. It's over, he says. And he says it like there was never any doubt. Fire, earth, and lightning collide into one last, brutal strike. And the waterfish monster finally goes down for good. Somehow, in the entire fight, that monster never landed a single hit. The new students this year are insane, the proctor mutters, shaking his head. At this rate, they might turn into the next legend out of the third-year S-class, he adds. So this is what a real genius looks like. The two of them just walk it off like it was nothing. But Yuseong's not thinking about the crowd. How's that, Beak Yuseol, he thinks quietly. Bion's got the same name on her mind. At this rate, no matter what you pick, you're not beating me, she thinks. There's a fire behind her eyes that has nothing to do with magic. I've won this time, she says out loud, and this time she means it. Somewhere else on campus, though, a new pair of eyes is quietly clocking all of it. Somewhere in the halls, Hong Bion catches a rumor mid-stride and freezes. Wait, what did I just hear? She mutters, hardly believing it. The gossip is brutal. 5 grown fighters would struggle against one mid-level monster. So why are 2 students being thrown at 5 of them at once? Across the courtyard, Beak Yuseol strolls in beside Azel like it is just another Tuesday, while classmates trade nervous whispers behind his back. Even Ma Yuseong, top dog of the first years, cannot help wondering out loud if this guy has finally lost it. Deep in a sealed chamber, a summoning circle flares to life, crackling with cold teal light. The light stills and something with jagged horns and glowing eyes steps out of the dark. Summoning complete, the trial is about to start. Watching from the gallery, monster scholar Vichin tilts his head, already sensing something is off about this particular lineup. First up, a Heimeredon, all teeth and temper. Then a sand-maned black cow lumbers into the circle, snorting like it already wants a fight. A Kaiden joins them next, horned and hulking, dragging its chains like jewelry. Rounding it out, a Nami slime oozes in alongside some hook-beaked bird creature. And last but not least, a twitchy, oversized bat that looks weirdly sensitive for something summoned to fight. Vichin's easy expression drops in an instant. That combination, he blurts like he just spotted a ticking bomb. Back in the stands, Hong Bion leans toward Ma Yuseong. Do you actually get what is going on here? She asks. Ma Yuseong just smirks, one long, knowing HM doing all the talking. Down on the field, Yuseol and Azel stand shoulder to shoulder, staring down the mismatched crowd of monsters they have been handed. The proctor does not waste time. One question, he says, who picked this monster combination? Yuseol does not even blink, that was me. You are ranked knight, so extreme setups like this actually win you points, the proctor says, but bishops do not get that luxury. From above, it is an ugly picture. 5 monsters ringed around one lone figure standing dead center. Honestly, I am wondering if this setup is just cruel for a bishop, the proctor admits. Yuseol just smiles like he has got a secret. Nope, Yuseol answers flatly. This whole thing was built specifically for a bishop. He squares up, ready to prove it right here on the spot. The proctor studies him a beat longer. Is that so? He mutters, clearly unconvinced but willing to find out. Fine, I got it, the proctor finally says, then begin. Rewind to the night before. Yuseol and Azel walk the grounds together, already gearing up for what is coming. Hey, you have got this right? He asks her. Of course, she answers, though she does not sound totally sure. Just trust me, Yuseol says again. I am getting really tired of hearing that, Azel sighs. Still she softens. I trust you, she says quietly. She lets out a slow breath, his name barely a whisper on her lips. Privately though, she admits she has no idea what is actually going on in his head. The scene shifts into something almost formal, a quiet nighttime walk between the two of them, worlds away from any battlefield. Azel walks quietly beside him, turning something over in her mind. She starts, he glances back, HM. She hesitates, chewing on the question before it comes out. The pause stretches just long enough to feel heavy. No mage matches Hong Bion for firepower, she finally says, and nobody beats Flame for control. Like you said, Yuseol replies, this school is stacked with talent. Ma Yuseong is the strongest first year, full stop, he adds. And Shin Hwarion and Adalin would both mesh great with me too. Then why, Azel finally asks, pick me. He does not answer right away, just keeps walking. Still, he finally says, I figured it would be best to do this with you. That is all, he adds, like that settles it completely. Cut back to the present, where that quiet conversation is about to get put to the test. Azel grips her staff tight, knuckles going white. I still do not fully get what he meant by that, she admits to herself. But there has to be a reason he picked me, she decides, so let's show him. Frost creeps out from under her boots as she plans her stance. Then she lets it go, and the whole arena lights up in freezing blue light. The temperature crashes as ice crystals spiral out in every direction. Onlookers go pale. No way, that is ephemeral resonance, one gasps. That only happens when a mage is 6th class or higher. It is also brutally risky. One slip in focus and the backlash could fry her own mana circuits. And here is a literal first year pulling it off like it is nothing. Yusial just grins. Yeah, she has earned that Lady of Winter title. Mana crackles up his own arm as he readies his blade. Then let's get started, he says. Game on, 2 fighters, 5 monsters, one very deliberate plan. Yusial snaps into motion, blade flashing out in one clean draw. He is already gone before anyone can track him, closing the gap in the blink of an eye, literally. The bat lunges for him claws first, but he has already teleported past it, blade swinging before it even lands. One monster's eye flares red, sensing exactly how much trouble it is suddenly in. Yusial's expression does not waver, calm as ever mid-fight. One clean strike lands home. The Heimeradon staggers, blood dripping from its jaw. A second strike finishes the job. Yusial stands over the downed Heimeradon, blade still dripping. The Heimeradon is down for now, he says, already scanning for the next target. Up next, sand-maned black cow, no pressure, right? Somewhere in the shadows, another monster's eye flickers, clearly not thrilled about what it just watched. The wounded Heimeradon writhes on the ground, tongue lashing out uselessly. The Kaiden is breathing hard, sizing up whether it is next in line. Somewhere close, the bat shrieks, clearly rattled. The black cow paces, snorting hard, working itself up. Yusial nods to himself, nice, exactly as expected. See, there was never a plan to fight all 5 monsters head-on. The real trick was something else entirely. Tension crackles through the monster pack as their instincts start turning inward. The bat rounds on one of its own, hackles raised. Yusial handpicked monsters that despise each other on sight, so instead of 5-on-2, he is just here to mop up whoever is left standing once they turn on their own. 2 students freeze mid-conversation, staring wide-eyed as something outside the window turns their whole day upside down. My God, what is that? One of them stammers. Down in the testing grounds, a massive beak-faced beast bares its teeth in fury and turns on another monster. Yeah, you read that right, the monsters are attacking each other. A second creature rises out of the swirling dark, hackles raised, ready to answer the challenge. Off to the side, one very smug student watches the chaos unfold with a grin that says he planned every second of it. It's all going according to plan, he thinks, already setting the real trap in motion. The goal, get every monster on the field hostile toward each other. Call it the borrowing knife strategy. Never swing your own blade when you can trick the enemy into swinging theirs. Back when this whole world was just a game, the old-timers had a saying about tricks exactly like this one. The real skill isn't brute strength, it's knowing every monster's quirks well enough to weaponize them. Step 1. Strike the Heimeradon first and make it hurt. A wounded Heimeradon flushes red across its forehead, a dead giveaway to every other monster nearby that it's rattled. That flush sets off the black cow's hair-trigger attack instincts. The cow doesn't hesitate, it locks onto the nearest target and charges. Fur flies as claws rake past, barely missing. Agitated and thrashing, the black cow sprays sand in every direction. That sand drifts right onto the Nami slime, and slimes really don't appreciate grit in their goo. It flinches, already irritated and ready to lash out at whoever's closest. It thrashes hard, sending a wave crashing outward. Perfect, the strategist murmurs, watching the water pool up exactly where he wants it, the testing barrier keeping it from draining away. Every splash is playing right into his hands. Next, he says, already eyeing his following target. A flash of steel cuts through, provoking yet another monster into the fray. Sensing moisture in the air, the Kaiden lets loose a screech pitched so high it could shatter glass. The sound rolls out across the flooded arena, carrying farther than anyone expects. And finally, the sensitive bat's ultra-sharp hearing gets absolutely wrecked by that screech. Now it's furious too. One by one, every monster on the field is getting talked into a fight that has nothing to do with the humans standing right there. Chaos erupts as the beasts finally turn their claws on each other. A ghostly, snarling shape lunges into the fray, jaws wide. The battlefield lights up in blue as another monster piles onto the brawl. Fangs crack against scales as the monsters tear into each other with everything they've got. Water churns as the fight spills across the whole arena. Up in the gallery, monster scholar Vichin can't believe what he's seeing. Did that boy really understand every one of these creatures well enough to turn them on each other? Even I never thought of this, he admits, genuinely stunned. But what really has the faculty talking is his partner's focus, because Azel Malf isn't just standing back and watching. She's locked in completely, trusting her partner to hold the line while she works. Side by side, blade and ice magic move as one, the two of them fighting like they've done this 100 times before. Even he raises an eyebrow at how smoothly this is all coming together. A shadow lunges in from the side, catching everyone off guard. Azel's already airborne, spear leveled, meeting the threat head-on. And he's not far behind, blinking clean out of danger's path in the blink of an eye, pun very much intended. The last of the outmatched monsters scrambles through the flooded arena, cornered on every side. He catches a flicker of movement and tenses, already reading the next attack before it lands. The blast rocks the arena, but he's already moving through the smoke. Beside him, Azel's eyes slip shut, sinking deeper into focus than anyone in that gallery has ever seen her go. Together they cut through the last of the resistance in one clean, devastating strike. The impact lights up the whole arena. Elsewhere in the stands, a familiar dark-haired classmate leans over to the silver-haired girl beside him. "You know, princess," he starts and she just blinks. "What?" "About Yusial," he continues, an easy smirk creeping onto his face. "Don't you think he's the most ideal knight?" he asks, and going by the way her eyes widen, that question landed exactly where he meant it to. Back in the fight, feathers explode outward as he parries a vicious strike without flinching. Azel's silhouette glows brighter, her weapon humming with barely contained power. She rises off the ground entirely, wrapped in a spiraling magic circle that looks like it belongs to a completely different league of fighter. Energy floods outward in a brilliant blue wave. Something massive is taking shape at the center of it all. Her eyes snap open, sharp and focused, not a trace of hesitation left. She calls out her spell, Crystal Flower, and the whole arena seems to hold its breath. Ice gathers around her weapon, crackling with raw, barely restrained power. A single crystal shard splits the air like a blade. Crystals bloom outward in a jagged, glittering burst. She stands at the center of her own ice storm, completely in command of it. The ice keeps climbing, sharp and merciless. Up in the stands, jaws are dropping. "Wow," is about all anyone can manage. She doesn't even seem to notice the crowd, she's somewhere else entirely, locked into the moment. A towering ice spike drives straight through the last standing threat. Petals of ice scatter like something out of a dream, deadly and gorgeous at the same time. "Shatter," she commands, and the whole structure obeys instantly. Even she looks a little startled by how much power just answered her call. The shockwave rips outward, clearing everything in its path. What's left of the monster horde doesn't stand a chance against this. More crystal spears rain down, relentless. The fight is all but decided. One last burst of ice finishes the job, and the arena finally goes quiet. "Is it over?" someone in the crowd whispers. Did those two seriously just take down 5 mid-level monsters by themselves? Yeah, they did. Then someone else points, voice cracking with alarm. "No, look over there." A shard of ice cracks and shifts where it really shouldn't. Deep in the wreckage, a single red eye flickers back to life. One of the defeated monsters isn't defeated at all, and it is furious. The monsters are waking back up, all of them. Back in the gallery, the two observers trade a grim look, so in the end they couldn't quite finish it. One sighs, "What a shame." But before panic can fully set in, a crackle of gold-white lightning splits the air from somewhere unexpected. A figure none of them recognize steps forward, hand raised, mana crackling around her like static before a storm. That mana, that flow, someone gasps because whoever this is, she's operating on a completely different level. Sparks race up her arm as she gathers everything she's got into a single strike. A jolt of light washes over her face, eyes wide, hair crackling with stray sparks. Something huge is about to happen. The hit registers clean, strike, one clean connect, and the fight tips hard in her favor. Somewhere close, a winged, fanged horror thrashes against a wall of crackling lightning, snarling like it knows exactly how much trouble it is in. The whole scene detonates in a blinding burst of lightning and smoke, one very unlucky monster caught dead center. Azel floats above the fray for a beat, staff crackling, hair whipped by wind and static, every inch the storm she is about to unleash. Up close, her eyes flicker with a strange golden light, like something ancient just woke up behind them. "This is my magic," she murmurs to herself. "I can actually do something like this." Ice and lightning erupt around her all at once, a full power display that would make any professor's jaw drop. It's exactly as he said it would be, she realizes quietly. Off to the side, a stunned onlooker chokes out the obvious question, "Wait, 5 at once." Cut back to the night before, Yusial and Azel stand alone under the stars, hashing out the crazy plan for tomorrow. "Are you insane?" she blurts, then quieter, "Actually no, you can do this," he tells her, "and I believe in you." Yusial's thoughts drift somewhere heavier. He never actually had real conviction about the path he was walking. Not until recently, anyway. Before all this, he had nothing solid to hold onto. And no one had ever once told him the path he was on was actually the right one. But something changed all of that. Cut to Azel, quietly clasping her hands in the warm light, believing in him even when he could not quite believe in himself. And just like that, the fight is his. He comes crashing back down to earth in a blaze of gold. He lands hard, victorious, smoke and light still curling off him. Standing tall again, he silently makes himself a promise: not anymore. Now, the moment passes and it's time to see how it all actually scored. He walks off through the golden haze, footprints trailing behind him. "Then I won't have to feel lost anymore," he tells himself. As the snow settles, the results come in. Group 32 performance assessment is officially over. Azel strolls the halls afterward, staff in hand, looking lighter than she has in weeks. For once, she actually looks pleased with herself, a small, genuine smile breaking through. Yusial, meanwhile, is still shaking off the aftershock. "I almost got caught in that blast myself," he grumbles. "She really should have warned me before casting it." The scoreboard says it all. Group 32 takes first with a commanding 199 points, Yusial and Azel miles ahead of the field. Elsewhere, the runner-up team isn't taking it well. "We got completely crushed," someone mutters, staring down their own, much lower score. Ma Yuseong and Hong Bion size up the gap in styles. "We have to admit it," he says. "That was just a totally different approach." "Oh ho, you're taking this better than I expected," he teases. Bion just huffs, "Heemp, shut up." Alone with her thoughts, Bion can't quite let it go. But if she starts half to herself. She lets herself imagine it. What if Beek Yusial had been her knight for that trial instead? Then maybe, she thinks, hand pressed to her chest, I could have shown off magic just as good as Azel's. And the real question keeps needling at her. Why is that so-called commoner so ride or die for Azel anyway? Her imagination runs wild, spinning up an absurd, gilded fantasy, the perfect knight sworn to serve only her. Shouldn't a knight like that belong to me, she muses, the one destined to become the greatest of all? Somebody's a little jealous. Back in reality, her scowl says it all. Whatever just happened out there, she has not processed it yet. It would be a lie to say I've made peace with this, she admits. I just can't accept it. I don't understand it, she mutters. I need to look into Beek Yusial, there has to be more to this. Bion storms off down the hall, brushing right past him without a word. Her face is flushed, equal parts frustration and something she isn't quite ready to name. Arms crossed, she keeps walking, anywhere but here apparently. Sayer and Orkin, Bion mutters as the girl catches up to her. Ugh, she thinks, so annoying. Sayerin just watches her with that infuriatingly smug little smile. You've still got a long way to go, she says, sweet as poison. Cut to the academy library, where someone else has been quietly working a very different angle. Flame sits hunched over a notebook, pen scratching away, clearly deep in thought. To think, she murmurs, brow furrowing over what she's just worked out. She'd learn crystal flower this early, that is not supposed to happen for years yet. In her mind's eye, dazzling ice crystals bloom outward, Azel's future signature spell, the one tied to her whole identity. In the original story, she only masters it after years of hardship and heartbreak still to come. By the novel's timeline, Flame scribbles, Azel should still be struggling right now, not thriving. There's really only one explanation Flame can land on. It has to be thanks to Beak Yuseol. She remembers the original romance story clearly. Ma Yuseong and Azel fall for each other and the whole world ends because of it. But she wonders, pen hovering, what if there's a whole extra story nobody knows about? What if a nameless nobody named Beak Yuseol loved Azel, loved her enough to change everything? And what if, the moment the world actually ended, he was the one who chose to regress instead of Ma Yuseong? A whole regression just to build a world where the person he loved could actually survive. Flame's pen stills, even if, she whispers, it meant being completely erased from the memory of the person he loved. At the cost of his own existence, she finishes, chewing on the pencil, clearly rattled by her own theory. I wonder what that actually feels like, she says quietly, half to herself. Back in the real world, Yuseol is home from school, pulling up the one screen only he can see. He leans back, arms crossed, waiting on the game to tell him what today actually earned him. Episode 5 Monster Mock Battle complete, the system chimes. You've earned a serious chunk of EXP. You steered the story in a genuinely fantastic direction, it adds, so the Constellation project is throwing in bonus rewards. Alright, he grins, what am I getting this time? He studies the reward menu, weighing his options like it's just another Tuesday raid night. I've leveled my skills up a fair bit already, he reasons, so I should start gearing up for whatever's coming next. I'll take an item, he decides, Ifanal's grass key. System search complete, the game confirms. Reward has been distributed. The key materializes in a flash of light. Nice, he mutters, turning it over in his hand. It's not quite ancient relic tier, but it's still super rare class, the kind of item only high-level players ever get their hands on. Apparently, it's a key that opens a door to somewhere actual deities are said to exist. One catch, to actually use it, he'd need to go on a real outing outside the academy. Which is easier said than done, security's only gotten tighter since that whole necromancer mess. How, exactly, he mutters. Then it clicks and his eyes light up. Ah, he says. The club, he grins, perfect cover story and a perfect excuse to go find out what's waiting behind that door. We're back at the Magic Academy, where the toughest challenge waiting for our hero today is not a monster, it's paperwork. Yuseol stretches out at his desk, papers finally done, assignment wrapped up early, like the secret overachiever he actually is. With nothing left on his to-do list, he gets that look, the one that means he's about to overthink something completely simple. Time to go pick a club, he decides, apparently the one box he still hasn't checked in his entire academy career. He wanders over to the club notice board and scans flyer after flyer, coming up completely empty. Nothing on the board screams perfect fit, so he just stands there, chin in hand, stumped. Before he can finish that thought, though, someone cuts him right off. Azel sneaks up on him, teasing that he still hasn't joined a single club, and Yuseol nearly jumps out of his skin. She keeps needling him, joking that plenty of clubs must be begging for him, then reminds him, half serious, that he's forgotten just how popular she's become. Yuseol plays along. Yeah, he knows, Azel's basically academy royalty these days. She brushes it off, flustered, insisting it's really not that big a deal. Ever since the mock exams, people's whole opinion of Azel flipped. She went from overlooked to the name everyone's suddenly watching. And nobody's more aware of that shift than Azel herself, who can't quite hide the fluster creeping into her face. Still, she insists she's not rushing into any club, she wants to choose carefully. The two fall into step together, trading light jabs as they walk. Their stroll gets cut short when someone hollers Yuseol's name from down the hall. It's Ma Yuseong, hair a mess and grinning like trouble, and Yuseol can't quite figure out why he's tracking him down. Turns out Yuseong's caught wind he's actually been keeping busy lately. Yuseol just shrugs it off. Yeah, somehow. Yu Seong's smirk says he's not buying the modesty act for 1 second. Yu Seol quietly clocks it too. This guy really does think differently from everyone else around here. For a beat, Yu Seong's stare gets uncomfortably intense, and Yu Seol has to fight the urge to look away. The hallway goes dead quiet between them, the kind of pause that says more than words would. Yu Seong finally breaks it, explaining plainly, he's a commoner, so he's always hunting for an edge, weekends included, no days off allowed. Azel's impressed, admitting she wastes her own weekends by comparison, and asks what exactly he does with his. Yu Seong just blinks like the answer's obvious, study, that's it, that's the whole secret. Azel deadpans that she only asked to be polite and got the most polite, least helpful answer imaginable, thanks for nothing. Yu Seong adds that he trains too, not just studies, and that actually catches Yu Seol off guard. Yu Seol points out that's new training on top of studying isn't exactly Yu Seong's usual style. Yu Seong just laughs him off for being so blunt about it, then admits, yeah, he's picked up the habit recently. Yu Seol's mind flags something bigger in the story. He remembers Ma Yu Seong wasn't supposed to start training seriously for a long while yet. Out loud, he just asks why the sudden change. Yu Seong brings up the dungeon practical exam, like that explains everything on its own. Azel chimes in, agreeing, and Yu Seong admits flat out that if she hadn't stepped in for him back then, things could have gotten seriously dangerous for him. Just the memory alone makes his face tighten. Azel brushes off being called my lady annoying, she says, while Yu Seol quietly recalls. In the original story, Ma Yu Seong was supposed to team up with someone called Flame. Together, the two of them were meant to take down a rival named Hee Wondryong without much trouble at all. Except in this timeline, Yu Seong ran into Hee Wondryong all on his own, which makes Yu Seol wonder if that's exactly why Hee Wondryong's been acting so off lately. Still, Yu Seol decides it's actually a good thing if things play out this way. Both Hee Wondryong and Ma Yu Seong end up pushing themselves harder. Unlike his own situation, he figures their growth is one more building block toward an actual happy ending for everyone. The group falls back into step, cutting through the halls without another word for a moment. Someone circles back to the original problem. Yu Seol still hasn't joined a club even though he enrolled ages ago. His excuse? He's been busy. Yu Seong grins and offers up a fix right there, why not just join his club? Yu Seol plays hard to get maybe. If Yu Seong does things his way, then turns the question back on him. What club does he even want? Yu Seol rattles off an absurdly specific wish list: quiet, low-key, full benefits, cheese tonkatsu at lunch, total freedom to come and go. Yu Seong and Azel just stare at him. Yu Seong can't help but ask what club could possibly check every single one of those boxes, and Yu Seol admits, laughing, he was just messing with them. But Yu Seong's grin doesn't budge. What if he actually built a club exactly like that just for him? That gets a flat what out of both Yu Seol and Azel at once. Azel presses him on it. Is he seriously saying he can pull strings for a special off-campus outing club? Yeah, he can, Yu Seong says simply, and Yu Seol figures it actually checks out, given the connections Yu Seong's built up. But Yu Seol's not naive enough to take a free favor at face value. What's actually in it for Yu Seong here? He folds his arms and waits for the real answer. Yu Seong's answer lands heavier than expected. It benefits him, he says, because Yu Seol is special. That stops Yu Seol cold. Does Yu Seong actually know something he shouldn't? Before he can push further, Yu Seong waves it off. Oh right, he just remembered something, and the moment slips right away. Truth is, Yu Seong's just painfully lonely, and Yu Seol, reading between the lines, finally caves. Fine, make him a club. Yu Seong lights up really, muttering under his breath about special my ass, like he's already won something. Yu Seol adds one condition: Azel joins too. She whips around, completely blindsided. Wait, her too. He's got his reasons. In the story he remembers, these two were inseparable, and having Azel around should help keep Ma Yu Seong grounded. Yu Seong makes a show of welcoming a pretty girl like Lady Azel aboard, and she shuts that down instantly. Drop the lady stuff, it's annoying. Yu Seol just hopes his read on the two of them holds up. Probably, he tells himself, not totally convinced. Azel circles back to the actual question, so what club are they even joining? Yusial hesitates. About that. He's already got an idea brewing. And it's official, the Delicious Restaurants Club led by Yusial, members Ma Yusiang and Azel, sole mission, track down the best food in town. Only problem, they need a guidance professor and at least 4 members to make it official. Yusiang volunteers to sort out the roster and the seal himself. Finding a professor willing to sign off, though that's the part he figures will actually be tough. Yusial just tilts his head. Why would that be hard, when he can already pull permission for special outings without breaking a sweat? Yusiang mutters that most of the professors are just trash and Yusial can only manage an awkward, is that so? Fine, then Yusiang decides he'll handle getting the seal personally. Yusial's happy to leave it in his hands, though as it turns out, not just anyone is authorized to stamp approval for special activities like this one. So the real question becomes, who exactly does he know with that kind of authority? There's really only one answer, and it means paying a visit to one of the higher-ups he'd honestly rather avoid. That trail leads him straight to the first main tower. Inside, an older man in formal dress reacts with a startled awe. The second he lays eyes on his visitor, Yusial strides in like he owns the place, footsteps echoing down the hall. Someone gasps and a voice greets him with a deep, respectful welcome. Young master, not exactly the reception you'd expect for a guy who can't cast a single spell. Turns out the academy's known dunce has a grandfather with some serious pull, and Yusial greets him casually, like dropping in on royalty is just another Tuesday. Some guy has made himself real comfortable in what is very clearly not his chair. Oh, this seat is way more comfy than I expected, he grins. I like it. The office's true owner forces a chuckle back. That polite smile drops the second his back is turned. Inside, he is fuming. Why is this psychotic bastard here now? Pen scratching over paperwork, he asks through gritted teeth what exactly brought his unwelcome guest by today. The answer comes easy and blunt. It is a club request form and he wants it stamped right now. A club request form, the registrar stalls, forcing composure. I need to check whether it fulfills the conditions. The room goes cold. Whatever happens next, it is not going to be a friendly reminder about paperwork rules. A flash of red catches the light, eyes that make it very clear this request was never actually optional. There's no need to look at it, comes the order, just stamp it. You will, right? Not really a question, just a red-eyed stare that dares him to say no. That smug little smile never wavers, and under his own mustache the registrar's jaw is clenched tight enough to crack a tooth. He swallows hard. I mustn't refuse him, he tells himself, and honestly you can practically hear the gulp. Deep down he knows exactly why he cannot say no. As long as he is that man's heir, I cannot. A shadow looms large in his mind, someone even scarier standing behind this brat. And there he is in full, dark hair, blood-red eyes, and a grin that says he already knows he has won. Yes, I will, the registrar finally concedes, then almost against his will, and whatever comes next trails off into something we are clearly not meant to catch, some detail meant only for the two of them. I'm aware, the heir replies, already bored, and pushes back from the desk to leave. The door slams shut behind his unwanted visitor and the registrar just glares after him, teeth still grinding. Footsteps fade down the hall while his scowl only gets darker. He sure is like his father, the registrar mutters, a carbon copy, his eyes narrow to slits. A bastard child dares to be so arrogant, he finishes, but that won't be for long. Because one day, he vows, picturing the golden-haired man his young tormentor takes after, I will chop his arrogant head off. Bold talk for a guy who just folded like a lawn chair. Elsewhere, the bell tolls over the academy rooftops. Okay, a professor calls out, that's the end of the lesson. Students file out of the old Gothic hall, footsteps echoing off stone as class lets out for the day. Jackie heads out of the now empty classroom, presentation notes still clutched in hand. In her head she is already replaying it. I could have shown a better version of myself, she thinks, but I messed up because I got nervous. The real gut punch, I could have done better than Flame, she frets, comparing herself to the class's reigning golden girl. "Jackie, good work during your presentation today," someone offers warmly as she passes. "Don't worry about what the professor said," they add, though judging by her face she is very much still worrying. "You did great," one classmate starts, only for another to breeze right past with a flat, dismissive whatever. Jackie just sighs it off. Gosh. Privately though, she admits she was actually worried for her friend who clearly has no idea. "Ignore her," someone advises, and just like that Jackie perks right back up. "Aw gosh, what's up?" Turns out she has a favor to ask. "You're close with the professors, right? I want to start a club, can you ask a few of them for me?" Across campus, Beak Usial is getting a lecture of his own. "You keep talking back to the professors and sleeping through lessons. It's a relief you haven't gotten an academic warning." He just shrugs it off. You're exaggerating." His friends stare at him like he has lost his mind. But would someone really do something so annoying? One starts at a total loss. Someone else just blinks, wide-eyed, still processing the sheer nerve of the guy. "Ah, wait," one of them realizes, "aren't you close with Assistant Professor Altalicia?" Usial goes quiet for a beat, turning the idea over. "Apparently assistants can sponsor clubs too. I was too busy following the story when I played the game," he admits to himself, "so I never picked up on that." Something clicks, he has got a plan now and it shows on his face. He cuts through a quiet, half-lit hallway, footsteps the only sound around. A faint, knowing smile crosses his face as he goes. This ought to be easy. He heads down the corridor toward Assistant Professor Altalicia's office, hands in his pockets. A small sign confirms it. This is Altalicia's personal research lab. He lets himself in with an easy hello. He peeks around the doorway with a grin, ready to make his pitch. Then something inside stops him cold. The lab is an absolute disaster, papers scattered everywhere, and right in the middle of it stands Professor Altalicia. "Professor Altalicia." She jumps, yanking her collar straight in a panic. Oh, you're here," she stammers, scrambling to tidy up. "Assistant Professor, what's wrong?" he asks. A scrap of paper on the desk catches his eye, some kind of diagram scrawled across it in a hurried hand. She clutches at her own collar, flustered, a storm cloud practically hanging over her head. I gave it to the professor," she finally admits. "You know, the research conference is coming up soon. He said he'd use my thesis there. I should be grateful," she says, not sounding grateful at all, "for him to use it somewhere with such outstanding alchemists." Usial's expression drops flat. "Assistant Professor." He does not sugarcoat it one bit. "You've just been robbed." "Will your name even be on there?" he presses. She deflates. "It's fine, this is also a learning experience." She sniffs quietly, trying to hold herself together. Usial scratches the back of his head, turning something over in his mind. Whatever he is thinking, it is already forming behind those sharp eyes of his. He had wanted to let her crack it herself, he admits privately, but... "Assistant Professor, there's something else you were working on, the thing you and I looked at together." She blinks. The random sequence convergence technique. "I've kept at it because your ideas were so interesting," she admits, gesturing at a blackboard packed edge to edge with formulas, "but it just hasn't worked out. It's not a problem that sat unsolved for 300 years for nothing," she sighs, staring down her own scrawled math. "I feel like I'd see the whole picture if I could just crack this one part, but..." Usial cuts in, casual as anything. "I'll solve that part." She freezes mid-sentence. "What? What did you just say?" she stammers, chasing after him. "You'll really solve it, truly?" "Yeah," he shrugs, already reaching for the chalk, "though I only worked it out by coincidence, so don't ask me to explain it." He starts writing, and she goes completely still, watching. "But it'll be different for you," she murmurs, almost to herself. He fills the board with an elegant magic formula, looking every bit as confident as he sounds. Pages slip and scatter around his feet as he keeps writing without so much as a pause. This formula uses Trini's coefficient, the light and its reflection, he explains, and she finishes the thought before he even can, as well as Panusen's flow. She is already hooked, and honestly he cannot help smirking at how fast she is keeping up. What incredible focus, he thinks, genuinely impressed. She's the real genius here. I just copied what I'd already seen once before. A genius poised to change the future of magic itself, and she has no idea he is thinking it. His job here is done, he decides, turning for the door. My role ends here. He walks off alone down the corridor, leaving her to a discovery that is entirely, rightfully hers. We open on a rain-slicked floor and a door creaking open somewhere in the dark, the kind of quiet entrance that means someone new just stepped in. Enter Beak Yusial, stretching out a yawn like he just got off a long flight. I'm finally here, he mutters. Quick recap: with his friend Altalicia's help, Yusial founded the very serious-sounding Delicious Restaurants Club, and as club leader, scored himself an official leave pass. Arg, I feel awful, Yusial groans for whoever's watching, playing sick to grease the wheels for his little getaway. Naturally, it raised a few eyebrows. That little performance didn't fool everyone. Training, while you're on leave with the Delicious Restaurants Club, one sharp-eyed professor presses him. Yusial just laughs it off. Haha, yeah, that's just how it worked out. Relief all around, the guy still signs off on his leave pass. Free at last, Yusial treks out through the trees and something up ahead catches his eye. So that's the third world tree, he breathes, eyes wide at the sight of it. Welcome to the Dutch tree orchard, elf territory, and a long way from the lecture halls he's used to. The elf village glows under lantern light and Yusial can't help but gawk. Wow, this doesn't even compare to the game graphics, he admits. He's met on the road by one of the local elves, her long hair catching the light as she leads him in. Another elf greets him with a formal little blessing. I hope your honest heart reaches the mother of the land, she says. Turns out the warm welcome isn't random. Word has it that generations back, a hero named Eltman Eltwin saved the Second World Tree when it was burning and about to die. Nice to meet you, Mage of Stella, another elf offers warmly. Ever since, the elves have had a soft spot for anyone wearing that uniform. May the blessing of the world tree that grew this garden be with you, one more elf adds. And yeah, hey, just like the game promised, this place is stacked with pretty faces. Cue the lore dump, meet Flower Sioran, king of the elves. Beautiful enough to make grown men's hearts skip. Back in the game, half the player base was head over heels. Most drawn character in all of Etha world, easily. Thing is, elves are actually born without any gender at all. When an elf truly falls for someone, that's when it locks in, their gender shifts to match whoever they love. Sioran himself started out female by default, simply because he'd never actually fallen for anyone. That is, until he fell for Flame and chose to be male because of her. No matter which route you picked in the game, Sioran never once went female, and let's just say that broke a lot of hearts in the fandom. Back in the real world, Yusial shakes himself out of his own nerdy tangent and keeps walking. Then he stops dead, found it, he says, a grin spreading across his face. The sign reads Deity Ifanal's Garden, and something tells you this isn't your average tourist stop. I've built up my skills enough by now, Yusial reasons. Time to get ready for what's coming. I'll grab an item first, he decides, pulling out something called Ifanal's Grass Key. Relief, I get to use this way earlier than I expected, he thinks, turning the key over in his hand. He slides it straight into a hidden lock, and the whole thing lights up green. A system warning flashes, open this place and whoever else holds the key might find out. I remember this exact line from the game, Yusial notes. But nothing special ever came from doing this, not once for any player, he reminds himself. Should be fine now too, he shrugs and turns the key anyway. Except this time, the whole garden answers back in a blinding flash of light. Cut to the elf kingdom itself, the very birthplace of the heavenly spirited tree, a castle perched high above the clouds. Waterfalls spill down the cliffs all around the capital, hiding it from anyone who doesn't already know it's there. In a dim chamber somewhere inside, robes and long silver hair lie draped across an empty-looking bed. Someone stirs, comes a quiet murmur as the sheets shift. Bare feet pad softly across the floor, heading somewhere with quiet purpose. A hand reaches out toward a set of iron bars sealing off the window, not exactly standard palace decor. From behind those bars, a lone figure looks out over the green hills beyond. The world's peaceful again today, he murmurs, not quite sounding relieved about it. It's Flower Sioran himself, the elf king, watching a flock of birds wing past his window. Free, fast, and going wherever they want. He lingers there a long moment, just watching them go. I'm jealous of those birds, he admits quietly, wishing he could just fly off too. Then out of nowhere, his whole expression changes. This energy, he gasps, did somebody actually get into the secret garden where Ifanel sleeps? Nobody's supposed to be able to get in there, so who? He demands, staring hard into the distance. His hand curls tight around the fabric beside him, knuckles going white. He staggers forward a step, pulling his hood up like he's fighting the urge to just go. No, I need to hold back, he forces himself to say, fist clenched so hard it shakes. I've waited decades. I can't just throw that away now, he tells himself. If the curse flares back up, there's no telling who it drives insane this time. He forces himself to breathe, wrestling the urge back down. Let's just wait for the world tree's birthday, it's coming up soon anyway, he decides. I can look into it properly then, he tells himself, forcing his shoulders to relax. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware he just set off a royal alarm bell, Yusial just sneezes. Arg, stupid pollen, he grumbles, waving a hand, not noticing the grass at his feet is doing something it really shouldn't. Turns out those harmless plants just lunged at him. Damn roots, he yelps, throwing himself clear. He scrambles across the churned-up dirt as more vines whip past his head. Turns out the pretty flowers were hiding something a lot less pretty underneath. Fighting these one at a time would take all day, Yusial mutters, already digging through his pockets for a better idea. Which is exactly why I whipped up a few fire potions with alchemy, he grins, holding one up. He lobs it straight into the tangle of roots. And the whole patch goes up like a bonfire. Flames rip through the vines, and whatever was hiding in there is definitely regretting it now. The fire dies down to smoke and embers, the fight already looking done. One more root makes a last desperate lunge and Yusial meets it blade first. His eyes narrow, dead calm in the middle of the chaos. There he calls out, landing the finishing blow. The blast rips through the last of the roots in one clean sweep. For a second he's just a silhouette wrapped in fire and smoke, looking a lot cooler than he probably feels. The last of the creature shrieks out and goes still, debris raining down through the settling dust. The dying screech fades into silence. A couple of quiet EXP notifications ping in and Yusial dusts himself off. That's enough out of the small fry, he says. Not even winded, he keeps moving deeper into the garden. He pushes through one last curtain of vines and stops short at what's on the other side. A system message chimes in, official as ever, you have entered the dungeon's boss room. Below him stretches a hillside carpeted in glowing blue flowers, one lone stone pillar rising out of the middle of it all. Wow is all he can manage, completely floored by the sight. He drifts down into the flowers like he's stepping straight into a dream. So he starts, already putting the pieces together. Deity Ifanel, he finishes, staring up at the shrine in front of him. The whole hillside glows around him and whatever's sleeping in there, he's the first to lay eyes on it in who knows how long. Let's start with a quick lore lesson. In this world, the rarest, most powerful beings that exist are deities. They're souls who trained for centuries, reached true enlightenment, and evolved into something new entirely, and even in a world built for magic, they're vanishingly rare. But the figure Beak Yusial is walking toward right now isn't one of those perfect, ascended beings. This one's incomplete. Her heart was literally stolen from her before she could fully become a deity, and it left her frozen like that forever. Yusial steadies himself with a slow breath, staring her down. He plants his feet, bracing for whatever's about to hit him. It hits hard, a wall of raw mana slams into him and he chokes out a strangled groan just trying to stay standing. This is mana pressure, he's never felt anything like it, like standing under a waterfall made of pure magic. Teeth gritted, he refuses to fold. Not here, not like this, he grunts, screaming through the strain. Raw light rips off him in visible waves as his body fights just to keep up. Eventually he drops to a knee, gasping for air, completely spent. But he forces himself back up, fist clenched, and pushes right back into it. The pressure keeps pouring down on him like a magical downpour, and he just keeps standing under it. From a distance it's almost funny, one tiny, exhausted human kneeling at the foot of a towering, silent deity's perch. A status window flickers up, his mana revelation delay physique trait just leveled its experience from the sheer punishment. Now I can actually breathe, he mutters, finally getting some relief. Another notification confirms it. His stats just went up. All that suffering actually paid off. Turns out this spot is something the mages back in his old game world would have killed for, a genuine mana ley line. Training here gets him results 100 times faster than normal, and just soaking in the deity's leftover energy is boosting his nature affinity through the roof. In other words, he smirks, I went through all that just to find myself a really, really good gym. Exercise he never even bothered with back home, and here he is grinding it out for a goddess. Before he leaves, though, something catches in his sleeve, a faint prickle of magic clinging to his own hand. A small glowing shard slides out from his cuff, humming with a strange, resentful energy. He holds it up to the light, a jagged little branch pulsing with dark purple mana. But before he can even ask what it is, the thing practically answers itself. A notification chimes in. He's just picked up a hidden artifact, the resentment-filled branch. The stat card is nasty on paper, high class rank, and it curses whoever it touches with resentment. The first hit marks them, the second makes it explode, and the grudge only gets worse the longer it's carried, stacking damage for up to 3 months straight. A few weeks roll by, and his mana revelation delay physique trait is already sitting comfortably past level 3. My stats are officially at 2.5 stars now, he says, checking his numbers with a satisfied little exhale. Still, he knows he's got a long way to go. The actual protagonists of this world are all running around with 4-star abilities or better. Problem is, there's nobody in this whole world who can actually teach him swordsmanship. So he's stuck drilling the basics on his own stab, slash, repeat, trying to teach his own body how to find an enemy's vital points through pure repetition. I need to work harder, he tells himself, jaw set. He pushes himself brutally, training hard enough to cough up blood, just trying to build the kind of edge that can actually cut through bone. Blade after blade, swing after swing, he grinds through the motions in a blaze of gold light. Eventually his body gives out and he collapses, coughing hard, the sword clattering out of his grip. He's completely wrecked, gasping for breath on the ground. But even flat on his back, another notification pops up. He's just partially learned a special mana breathing method. It confirms itself a second later. He's officially picked up a new skill, Deity's Breath. But somewhere nearby, something reacts to that. The moment it happens, a ripple of dark, uneasy energy stirs. A pair of eyes narrows through the swirling mana, and a shiver runs through whatever's watching him. The strange energy keeps churning, like something is finally waking up after a very long silence. Then a voice explodes in his head out of nowhere, ranting non-stop. What are you doing right now? Can't you hear me? Are you ignoring me? Hurry up and respond, I said respond. Yusial nearly jumps out of his skin. Ayak, what the hell? He yelps, spinning around for a threat that isn't even physically there. You, he breathes, finally putting it together. It's her, the veiled, silent figure who's been sitting up on that pillar this entire time. Deity Ifanal just spoke to me, he can hardly believe it. His first instinct is pure gallows humor. Great, now a corpse is talking to him. She is not amused. I'm not dead, you bad human. What, how are you even speaking? He asks, stunned. She snaps right back that she's been talking to him this whole time. He was just too deaf to notice. Fair question forming on his face. So why can he suddenly hear her now, of all times? Her answer, it's because he started becoming a little bit like her. He just breathed the exact same way she does, and that's apparently all it took to finally get on her wavelength. Oh right, he remembers, I did get a message earlier saying I picked up a skill. He pulls up the details, short duration, but it rockets his physical stats to a full 4-star level instantly. Then his eyes catch the fine print. The penalty is something called essence erosion. In plain terms, that means he'd eventually lose his actual human body. His essence would keep going on as pure mana, but for someone with his exact trait, losing the body it's tied to would be catastrophic. Bottom line, it basically means death. The more he uses this skill, the shorter his life gets. Great, cool, love that for him. He goes quiet for a second, staring down the very real cost of the power he just picked up. Still, he shakes it off. Silver lining, it's a seriously good emergency button to have if he's ever cornered. Ifanal watches him work through it and murmurs, almost fascinated, he's only the second human in her memory to ever breathe like a deity. Your existence is just as faint as his was, she tells him. There's barely any mana in you at all, it's like you barely exist in this world. Who are you talking about, he asks. Someone like you, she says. He used a sword too, he cut down both magic and deities. There was never any swordsman like that in the game. He remembers whoever this guy was, he must have been terrifying to actually kill a god. Can I meet him? Yusial asks. No, she says flatly, the first mage's 12 disciples are all dead. So this swordsman answered to the legendary first mage himself and died a very long time ago. Then she offers almost casually, should I teach you? Yusial just stares at her, caught completely off guard by the offer. I was close with him, she explains. I remember all of his breathing techniques and every movement he ever made. Really? He asks, hardly daring to believe it. There's a catch, of course. She can't move from this spot and she can't speak to anyone else. I'm basically dead, she admits quietly. Her price for teaching him, go get her heart back. Save me, she says, and for once there's nothing sarcastic in it at all. She admits, though, that with her current abilities she can't actually pull off stealing another deity's heart that's above her. Yusial turns that problem over in his head, thinking fast. It's okay if it's not a deity's heart, he offers. What if it's a divine beast's pure heart instead? Wouldn't that mean you'd lose most of your power? He checks. She just answers, tired but resolved. It's okay. Anything's better than being stuck frozen on this hill forever. Okay then, Yusial decides, it's settled. The good news, getting a regular divine beast's heart isn't nearly as impossible as getting a god's. Really? He perks up. Turns out the reason he'd been training out here at all is that the Academy's familiar contract ceremony is coming up. He's about to be surrounded by divine beasts, and this is a much easier ask than robbing a deity. I'll do my best to bring you one, he promises, smiling. Before he goes, she stops him. Look at the pillar behind me, she says. A ring of little blue flowers has grown around it. What is this? He asks. A sign that you're my friend, she tells him. The item card pops up and it's almost hilariously anticlimactic. Ifanel's flower necklace, a sign that he's her friend, ability, literally nothing. Never heard of an item like this in the game, he shrugs. Guess if it comes down to it, I can always use it as firewood. Then he catches himself, wait, this thing came from an actual deity. A sign from a deity, he grins, turning the necklace over in his hand. Might be worth holding onto after all. And with that, the scene pulls away from the Flower Valley entirely. Somewhere else in a building lit late into the night, a very different story is about to start. Inside, a blonde-haired woman in a long white coat and glasses is hunched over a desk buried in glowing magic diagrams, working like her life depends on it. I did it, she breathes, the words almost slipping out before she catches herself. For a second she just sits there, letting the moment sink in. Then she shakes herself out of it. This isn't the time for this, she mutters, snapping back to work. She's back to scribbling furiously, papers piling up around her. Her pen doesn't stop moving. A new generation begins tomorrow, she says, and there's real weight behind it. She seals her letter shut with a flash of golden light. Yusial will be happy to know that, she says quietly to herself. Whatever she just finished, it's meant for him, and that's where chapter 50 leaves us hanging. We open on the snow-dusted towers of the Dwarf Kingdom, glowing gold against the night sky. This is the capital of the Black Iron Empire, built on gold mines and its famous mountain railway, and tonight it's hosting something big. Beak Yusial strolls up to a grand building with a nervous companion at his side. We've arrived, he says. She just nods. Today's the day of a conference so big its location changes every single year. A hooded crowd shuffles in out of the cold, buzzing with anticipation. Dwarves basically invented matter magic, so this venue is on a whole different scale than anywhere else. And the guest list has one massive name on it. The legendary golden alchemist himself is attending this year. Her nerves show immediately. She turns to Yusial and asks if this is really okay. She reminds him this is research their professor has poured half her life into. Yusial can't decide if the woman is a genius or an idiot for whining about research she flat out stole. Out loud, though, he just tells his companion not to worry. It's not like you stole Professor Mason's research, he tells her plainly. You're just better at this than she is, that's all, he adds. Something in her expression softens, just a little relief breaking through the nerves. "Okay, thanks," she says. Then he suggests skipping that ridiculous red carpet and sneaking in through the back door instead. She agrees and the two head inside together, her nerves easing bit by bit. The 87th Golden Section Conference is officially underway. First on the agenda, brand new potions. Sharp heels click across the stage as the first presenter steps up. The host calls up Stella Academy's own Professor Mason. She introduces herself and announces a brand new alpha type of the red potion. She gestures at the display behind her, walking the room through the data. She's clearly loving every second of the spotlight. The crowd murmurs impressed, though a couple of faces look more suspicious than dazzled. With a final bow, she wraps things up and struts off stage. Watching from the crowd, Yusial is not buying it. "Wow, what an incredible idea," he thinks, dripping sarcasm. Because that incredible idea is his friend's thesis, dressed up as Mason's own work. He's already running through ways to make her pay for it, but for now, the real show is about to start. The host moves things along to the next speaker. Stella Academy's actual assistant professor, Altilisha, is called up next. She steps up, voice shaking. Hello is all she manages at first. She introduces herself properly this time, an alchemist at Stella Academy, and launches into her real findings. She walks the room through the groundwork, the naturally regenerating cells her professor touched on earlier. Then she teases the real headline she's about to drop. The complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique, she announces. A ripple of shock runs through the whole hall. Even seasoned scholars in the crowd look completely floored. Someone challenges her outright. "Do you even know where you are right now?" She admits nervously that she knows exactly how big a claim this is. "Then how exactly are we supposed to accept what you just said?" the heckler presses. Her hands are shaking, but she doesn't back down. "Accept it the way alchemists do," she fires back. "Test it yourselves." Skeptical murmurs ripple through the crowd anyway. From the judges' table, one voice murmurs that this puzzle has gone unsolved for 300 years. He calls for quiet, insisting that writing something off as impossible just because everyone else failed isn't very alchemist of them. Meet him properly, the legendary golden alchemist himself. "I can't wait," he grins. He invites Altilisha to lay out the truth she's found, in her own words. She steadies herself under the weight of everyone's attention. Her nerves flare up one more time before she can even start. She barely gets a word out before a voice cuts across the hall. "I object." The whole room turns to look. "Doubts? What do you mean?" Corden asks, caught off guard. Professor Mason, smirking, drops the word everyone dreads: plagiarism. The room falls dead silent as Altilisha turns to face her. Corden's eyebrows shoot up and Altilisha looks like she's just been slapped. Mason just smiles wider. "Interesting," she purrs, clearly enjoying every second of this. Corden studies them both, something calculating creeping into his expression. He warns Mason flatly, "Fail to prove this accusation and there'll be consequences." She just answers, "Of course." She doesn't look worried in the slightest. The room holds its breath as the two women face off. From the crowd, Yusial quietly runs the numbers. Scholars have only ever cracked 2 of these problems, and even those only halfway. Mason claims she solved 4 of the 5 herself. She stands her ground, arms folded, daring anyone to challenge her. And since Altilisha works directly under her, she argues, the credit belongs to her too. The crowd starts to waver. "There's no doubt this is my thesis," Mason declares. "Even if Altilisha solved the 5th piece herself," she goes on. "Did she really solve the other 4 on her own?" Mason needles and Altilisha's composure finally starts to crack. "I'll admit you're talented," Mason tells her coldly, "but your career as an alchemist ends right here." Her real plan slips out: "Your talent will be mine forever." Corden turns the floor back over to Altilisha herself. What does she have to say? Mason stands smug while Altilisha stares at the floor, frozen. She knew this was coming, but her mind's gone completely blank. From somewhere in the crowd, a stranger's voice offers a quiet lifeline: "If this is too much alone, just ask for help." Her hands won't stop shaking. Then she steadies herself. "I'd like to call up one person," she says, "to support me." "And who might that be?" Corden asks. Her finger, still shaking, lifts and points out into the crowd. "That student right there," she says, "beak Yusial." Every head in the hall swivels straight at him. Is all Yusial manages. His brain catches up half a second later. Wait, is she calling him her co-author? And that is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Backstage at the academic conference, Altalicia's hands are shaking. "I'd like to call up one person," she says, "to support me." "Who is that?" grunts the grizzled old professor up front, ears literally perking up. She forces the words out, "the co-author of this thesis." Her hand trembles as she raises it and points straight across the hall. "The student over there," she announces, "beak Yusial." The whole room's attention snaps toward him. Down in the gallery, Yusial blinks like he genuinely was not expecting to get called out. He straightens his cuffs and gets up, already sliding back into showman mode. The crowd doesn't even wait for him to reach the floor. "I'm the co-author," ripples through the hall in pure disbelief. Whispers chase him down the aisle. "No way, a young student." The old professor up front just snorts. Oho doesn't really change much. Yusial just grins to himself. "I'm excited about this." He strides down toward the stage like the place already belongs to him. The whole hall watches him close the distance, every footstep echoing. His expression sharpens. This isn't nerves, it's focus. He straightens his collar and keeps walking unbothered. A beat of quiet before the storm, something crackles just out of sight. A blade slides free in his grip, wreathed in swirling violet-blue mana, the sword that runs on the magic he can't stop leaking. Off to the side, Professor Mazin watches with a curled lip. "Tusk, how rude," he mutters. Yusial flexes his hand, satisfied. "Nice, it worked." His boots hit the marble floor with a confident click. He plants himself in front of the entire hall like he's got nothing to prove and everything to enjoy. "I'd like to look at Professor Mazin's perspective first," he says, cool as anything. The old professor just chuckles. There's a saying, seeing something once beats hearing about it 100 times. Yusial lets that settle, arms loose, unreadable. Then he drops the real proposal. "So how about you two solve the random sequence convergence technique together at the same time?" The hall erupts in murmurs, a live showdown between a professor and an assistant professor. "This will be fun," someone snickers. Backstage, Altalicia's composure cracks. "Assistant professor, do you not trust me?" Yusial asks, and she panics. No, I do. "I've been watching you from the side this whole time," he tells her. "I'm confident you can do this, don't worry." He flashes her a small, certain smile. Something in her finally settles. "I can do it," she whispers to herself. Her fist tightens, resolve finally taking hold. "Yes," she says, steadier now. Yusial is right. She clasps her hands, blinking back the weight of the moment. "Let's trust in everything I've done until now," she tells herself. Yusial catches the shift in her and nods. "Then, shall we begin?" Altalicia stiffens, staring across the stage at the man she's about to go head-to-head with, Professor Mazin. A tense hush falls over the hall as stray sparks of magic drift down like falling embers. Quick history lesson: 300 years ago, an alchemist claimed he'd cracked the random sequence convergence technique. "I've found an astounding technique that can explain this formula," he wrote right before he turned up dead in a washroom, and the formula turned infamous. Ever since, ambitious alchemists have thrown themselves at it, one after another. And every single one has failed. Nobody even bothers trying anymore. The trail just goes cold, a formula everyone's quietly agreed is unsolvable. Which makes it exactly the kind of impossible dare two proud mages are about to walk straight into. Somewhere off to the side, unseen by the whole crowd, a bored voice sighs. "Interesting, I'm bored to death." This is Vice Captain Hazen Makarin, invisible and unimpressed. "But Captain," she asks, "is that professor really a dark, demonic human?" Her captain isn't so sure either. "I think this mission is a miss," he admits, watching the two rivals take the floor. They drift down the hall together, footsteps nobody in the room can hear. Makarin leans back, arms crossed, thoroughly unconvinced this stakeout is worth her time. "Gosh, Captain," she needles him, "you believe that old man's word unconditionally." Then something catches her attention. HM. Both of them go still, sensing a shift in the air. The whole hall's mood has changed. The real show is about to start. The old professor at the judge's table clears his throat, ready to referee this thing. The first blackboard fills in fast. Similar, the room murmurs, but solved slightly differently. But someone watching narrows their eyes. However, the assistant professor's analysis is clearer and simpler than Professor Mason's. Not to mention there's a slight difference in the final answer as well. Next up is the second dilemma. Mason and Altalicia both turn back to their boards, chalk already moving. A ripple of murmurs runs through the judges. How surprising, one breathes. Because Altalicia just tore through a problem most scholars need pages for. I've seen many solve the second dilemma, someone marvels, but never like this. Her chalk barely slows, line after line of proof filling the board. Yusial grins to himself. To think the second dilemma, which usually takes at least 200 lines, just got solved in 12. The moderator raises his voice over the crowd. Currently, we're crossing the third dilemma. That's the one nobody in 300 years has actually solved. Can it be solved here? The whole hall wonders. Altalicia's hands go cold, worry flickering across her face. Across the stage, Mason is dead serious now, chalk flying, sweat on his brow. The old professor's jaw drops. Oh my. Has it really been solved? Someone gasps, not quite believing it. Although it's impressive that Professor Mason solved the third dilemma, which was considered impossible. The judge starts and Altalicia's breath catches. What assistant professor Altalicia did is more. The voice trails off into stunned silence. Mason's face twists, the dark energy at his throat pulsing brighter. Just how did she solve it? He snarls. The judges can barely process it. I can't believe it, even seeing it with my own eyes, one mutters. Until now, every alchemist before her has treated the 5 dilemmas as 5 separate problems. But Altalicia saw them differently interconnected, one single puzzle, and solved all 5 together. Light pours off her as the sheer scale of what she just did settles over the hall. That's the real difference between her and Professor Mason, though give the man credit, he's still keeping pace. His hand is a blur against the chalkboard, refusing to fall behind. But something darker curls off him with every line, shadow bleeding out of his own desperation. His composure finally snaps. Wait, what was the ending of this part? He mutters, mind going blank mid-formula. The board's completely full and he's out of room. Bring me a new chalkboard, he barks, not exactly the picture of a calm genius right now. Altalicia sets down her chalk, steady at last. I'm done. Across the stage, Mason's eyes go wide with something between fury and dread. She turns to face the crowd, chalk dust still on her fingers. A hush falls, the whole hall holding its breath. What you see right now, she says, voice finally steady, is the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. She stands there, small against the vast hall, having just done what nobody's managed in 300 years. Someone in the crowd can barely get the word out, holy. Then the whole hall loses it. Holy shit, this is crazy. Applause thunders through the room. This is the moment of the century. Altalicia's eyes well up. She clutches her coat, breathless. I did it. Yusial just grins at her from across the floor. Thank you, Yusial, she manages. He presses his palms together, almost bashful about it. It's thanks to you, he tells her. Then a voice slithers out of nowhere. Altalicia, her triumphant smile falters. It comes again, layered wrong. Altalicia, Altalicia. A shape steps out of the crowd, wreathed in violet smoke. Al-Talicia. The mist creeps closer behind her, and she still hasn't turned around.